बताइए उनको, he has locked 2 devices.
और उसमें इको आ जाती है कभी कभी।
इनका व्हाट्सएप नंबर है क्या सर?
Dr. Okoli, if you can hear me, just raise your hand. Okoli, Dr. Okoli. Dr. Okoli, are you there? Dr. Okoli?
आप चैट में लिख दीजिए, मुझे लगता है वो देख लेंगे कम से कम।
सर अगर व्हाट्सएप हो जाएगा। सोनी सर बोलिएगा कि सर की जो डे 2 की लिंक लग रही है सर की जो लिंक है डे 2 की।
विक्रांत जी हमें शुरू कर देना चाहिए अभी।
नहीं
सर वी आर रेडी और लाइव में भेज रहा हूँ विनोद जी को और
विक्रांत सर।
हाँ बोलो
विक्रांत सर।
यस यस
हाँ डॉक्टर वीरैया जी का जो आज का लिंक है वो एक्सपायर्ड दिखा रहा है।
वो 25th वाले से कर रहे होंगे।
26th वाला कर रहे हैं ना?
26
वाला करो, डे 2 वाला 26 वाला, डे 2 भी करके चेक किया बता रहे हैं।
मैं भेज रहा हूँ।
ओके ओके
ठीक है, लाइव कर दे रवि जी, गो अहेड। 1 minute, let him go live.
ये कैमरा नहीं चल रहा है।
Ravi, we can start now.
Yes, sir. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are on the second day of the National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education and Training for Excellence, Perspective and Challenges. And now we have the keynote session 2. And I am Dr. Ravi Chandran, faculty from PSS CIBE Bhopal. We have Dr. Rajesh Kambayat sir as our chairperson for this session. And the session overview is, the objective of the session is to elaborate on the strategies adopted and share the experiences on the action taken by the regional, international institutions, organizations to transform VET. This will facilitate promoting and fostering international collaborations, partnerships, and cooperation among VET practitioners, civil society, local communities, researchers, and policymakers. Now, Dr. Rajesh Kambayat is a Fulbright scholar, presently working as Joint Director, PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education, Bhopal. He worked as an individual consultant with UNESCO Bangkok, then with Univoc International Center, Germany. He was involved as international specialist, skills standards and curriculum for the Asian Development Bank funded TVET project. He was faculty consultant at Colombo Plant Staff College, Manila. And today we have 3 speakers. One is Dr. Janith Burmester. He leads the sector project on TVET at ZIZ in Germany. She has been working in development cooperation for more than 15 years and has headed various ZIZ TVET projects in Myanmar. She has extensive experience in research and teaching and has obtained her PhD in international vocational education and training in Germany. And she'll be talking about VET excellence in times of global transitions, experiences from German development cooperation. And the second speaker is Dr. Janet Jailath. He is currently the Director General of Tertiary and Vocational Education Commission, the apex body for the technical and vocational education and training in Sri Lanka. He has written a book on quality assurance in TVET qualification frameworks in South Asian countries. He works as a South Asian cluster coordinator for the UNESCO UniVoc network, coordinating 9 countries in the region in TVET development activities. He will be talking about the inclusive strategies for the mainstreaming of TVET in Sri Lanka. And our third speaker, Dr. U.C. Okele. He is a lecturer with the Alex Federal University, Nigeria. He is an academic researcher with special interest in technical, vocational education and training, technical college and higher education, teaching and learning in the developing world context. He taught TVET-based subjects for 5 years in the technical college, and he is currently promoting vocational skill development and employability of TVET graduates in developing countries. He has worked with some key TVET centers in Nigeria to develop their human capital needs through an effective recruitment process, improve student-centered learning outcomes through robust assessment. He has presented research papers in major United Nations, African Development Bank, and university conferences within Africa and Asia. So we have 1 hour for this session, and each speaker will take around 20 minutes. And after the end of all the 3 speakers, we will be having a question and answer session. Now I request our Joint Director, Dr. Rajesh P. Kambayat, to take over, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Once again, I welcome our panelist and the panel speaker. First of all, let me put on
your
record.
mic is mute. Okay.
Am I loud now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. At the outset, once again, I welcome the entire panel. And especially, I would like to thank Dr. Janet for waking up very early morning only for us. And this is so inspiring to all of us that it is such an early morning she has joined for our conference and all that. That shows her professional commitment and also the support to PSSCIV. We will always cherish this particular moment in my years to come. We also have a friend, who is also our friend, Dr. Janaka. He is always very supportive to PSSCIV, and our new friend, Dr. Okulio from Nigeria. I think we are going to see 3 different diverse views. We have a Germany model and a lot of experiences Dr. Janet is bringing on the table, where there are many developed countries, how they are looking at vocational education system. Janaka is taking a drive for a developing region like our South Asia. And we will also see another perspective where a developing region, how they are taking forward this. So without taking much of time, I request Madam Dr. Janeta to please make her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will try to upload my presentation.
Yes.
Please let me know when you can see it.
Yeah, it's visible, madam.
It is visible?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Then I go on this mode. Okay, it's visible. Very good. Okay, so very good morning from my side again. I'm greeting you all from Germany. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajec and his big team for having invited me to this national conference in India about transforming TVET for excellence, perspectives and challenges. The next couple of minutes, I'm going to divide my input into a few topics. One is what are the impacts of these global transitions we are just experimenting all over the world. The second is how I would define TVET excellence, what it's about. The next one will be about the growing need for new qualifications and competences in this transfer period. Then what is the approach of Germany, of the German Development Corporation to improve the quality and relevance of TVET. And then, if time allows, I will share with you some project examples from around the world where Germany is active. So let's have a look into the impact of the global transitions, which are changing our world now very fast. We have a lot of tech disruptions, especially the mass adoption of digitalization. It's all around us. Then we have the automatization, roboting. The world of work is changing rapidly. And the impact of these changes are seen in almost all industries and in almost all countries of the world. This is coming together with many new jobs which will develop. By some estimations of researchers say that by 2030, almost 80% of jobs will be different and new compared to today. And that, for example, new economic areas can create around 400 million new jobs. So there are also a lot of new perspectives. But on the other side, several frontline professions, jobs are at risk and are disappearing. We can see it already. There are estimations that, for example, this year already, lower skilled services, maybe education jobs, administrative office roles, sales roles, and jobs in healthcare would start disappearing. We don't need them anymore. The global pandemic has pushed millions into unemployment already. I think you in India have also experienced it. In Germany too, it is a big wave of unemployment. So 85 million jobs around the world would also become obsolete because of all these disruptions and changes. On the right side here, you can see the change of the world of work from the human-centered eyes. So what are the people, what are they thinking? Like, do I keep my job? Is my job uncertain? What is the future bringing for me? How do I feel in this fast changing world? So now let's have a look at TVET excellence. From my point of view, TVET excellence is about relevant competences to the workforce. Companies, TVET is for companies, TVET is to produce labor force, future-oriented labor force, and companies have to be competitive. Otherwise, the economic will not grow. So TVET excellence has to be the answer for raising competitiveness of the workforce, of the industry. And what are the components of this VET excellence? As I mentioned already, TVET has to be industry-led. The workforce has to be produced, let's say, on demand for the industry and for the labor market. So the linkages among the companies, the big companies, the small companies, and medium-sized companies has to be strengthened. What is new? That new tech skills buildings and collaborations have to be developed. And what is also new, platform learning will come in and will be a future model for our development. And all this has to be supported by modernization of training facilities in our TVET systems. What are the opportunities? Opportunities for new, there will be a lot of possibilities for new businesses, for example, at the intersection between the IT and the economy. New startups, new companies are coming up, I think also especially in India. Employers are exploring global labor markets. The labor markets are getting bigger and bigger and more global. And this allows the employer to participate in more global value chains. And what is also an opportunity, that companies are hiring labor because of their skills and not just because of their diploma or their certificate. So people really have to show what they are able to do. The TVET excellence is also coming with some changes and with some risks. For example, automatization and digitalization will constantly create new skills and new jobs. So nowadays, this term of lifelong learning becomes again more important. People are learning a job when they are young, but they have continuously to update themselves, and maybe they have to change their job several times in their work life. Work becomes more agile, more models of employment will occur. And education systems are usually a little bit slower than what the labor market needs. So the development, so the education system have to speed up in coping with the technological changes. What is also a risk that universities or also TVET centers are preparing students for jobs which may not exist in a couple of years anymore. So a very much future-oriented perspective and planning system for these educational institutes are needed. Now I would like to talk a few minutes about the transversal skills. This kind of skills are getting more and more important in our new world of work. And the TVET, the transforming of the TVET excellence has to, from my point of view, has to focus on these transversal skills. I tried to cluster them into some groups. On the left side, we have the basic competences, the basic transversal skills. They contain basic numeracy and literacy, but also already digital skills. These digital skills are so important. They are needed as a basic competence already. Then we have the group of cognitive abilities. Their attributions like creativity, analytical thinking, complex problem solving is needed, self-management, lifelong learning. Then there is the other next group of transversal skills, which is about social and emotional competences. So the people, the future skilled workers have to have a sense of responsibility. They have to have the ability to be empathic. They have to be self-reliant, and they have to be the ability to work in a team. It's very necessary today, and also to be a very good communicator. The advanced and specialized skills have attributions like specialized technological knowledge, always an update is needed, and for example, an entrepreneurial mindset. What is special about this transversal skills is that the people who have acquired this transversal skills will take this kind of skills from one occupation or from one job to the next. They will remain. They will remain important. Here I try to give some examples where these transversal skills are needed. For example, in the area of logistics. Logistics is a sector which is very fast growing in our globalized world. And transversal skills like special expertise, complex problem solving, intercultural communication skills are needed very much. Another area is agriculture. Nowadays, we can also say agri-tech sector. So in this sector, the workforce needs digital technologies, and there is an increasing demand for digital skills in this sector, and also, for example, for analytical thinking skills. Then a last example sector is the healthcare. In the healthcare, the transversal skills of social and emotional competences are very important. Of course, also the digitalization, the digital skills, they're everywhere now, and the competence for what else do we have? Here I can also say that the health sector needs workforce in low, medium, and higher specialization roles. Now we come to some approaches from the German Development Cooperation side. Our German Development Cooperation Ministry is expecting that their implementation organizations are respecting these cornerstones, and they implement qualities to improve, implement projects to improve the quality and the relevance of TVET. One of the most important cornerstones in TVET is the multi-stakeholder partnership approach. So from the beginning, from our perspective, is very important to bring the partners on board when looking at TVET system and transforming TVET systems for excellence. So it be the education ministry, it be the councils, there might be associations, sector associations, trade associations. So all these important stakeholders have to come together. And of course, cornerstones like fostering dialogue between the government and the private sector, very important. That the implementation is practice and market oriented, so that graduates find very good and easy job. Career guidance is getting more and more important to help the transfer, for example, between TVET and employment, and also that the young people know already very early what they have to expect and that they have to be ready for changes and adaptations. Investing in building capacities for professionals. Here we talk mainly about managers and teachers. So this is a continuing important sector to train the teachers and trainers continuously. Exchange through platforms, this is a new area, and then institutionalization of research and agreeing on national standards. Now I'm already coming to the examples. I would like to share with you a few examples where we could see in one way or the other where TVET is going for excellence already. So I tried to pick some projects which have at least some projects have a focus to Southeast Asia. One project which is still implemented is a regional project and is focused on training TVET personnel. It takes place in several ASEAN countries and is cooperating with an ASEAN counterpart. It facilitates regional policy dialogue, and it supports demand-oriented non-university education and training for TVET personnel, so focusing on TVET teachers and TVET trainers and company. And the project supported the establishment of training platform where everybody can have access to exchange information and training material. Another project example I picked, it is from India. It is an Indo-German initiative with Siemens, who is a big technological company. And the goal of this project is to make the youth industry and future ready. The project is still in the implementation phase, and it fosters the private sector investment for improving qualification and employment of youth. The project supports upskilling of instructors of government industrial technical institutes in India, and it is improving the pedagogy, the in-plant training, hands-on learning, continuous industry interfaces like internships, to enhance the employability of these young people who are participating. Another project example, it is already outdated, but there are many more similar projects like this already going on. It is a regional leadership and capacity development project. It took place in a few countries in Southeast Asia, and this project is supporting potential future leaders. So young people who have the potential to become a leading person in their institution, in their authority, in their country. And Germany supported very intensive master training of these young leaders. They learned a lot about different vocational education systems, about different TVET methods. And in the end, usually they have to develop a transfer project which they have to implement in their own institution in the end of this program. Then there is the last example. It is from Ethiopia. It is about the health sector and very actual in this pandemic time. This is why I picked it. So the approach of this project is to develop a transferable model of practical vocational training for nursing staff and biomedical technicians. The project is supporting the setting up of a regional maintenance and repair workshop for biomedical equipment at a selected hospital. And it is also supporting the development of national policy and strategy for the better management of medical devices. I picked this project as an example because it shows very nice different levels. So on one hand, there is the training model, practical vocational training for this medical workforce. Then there is a repair workshop developed and maintained. And on the other, and on the higher level, there is a support of a national policy and strategy to secure the sustainability of the approach. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope it was a bit useful and interesting, and I'm also looking very much forward to listen to the next presentations, and I will be available for questions and answers later. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Janet, for wonderful presentation. I must acknowledge it, and it is very rich presentation. And definitely it will give us many food for thought and also to reflect on certain questions. Is it okay we take the questions at the end after looking at the other two presentations?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So may I now invite Dr. Janaka to be online and please make your presentation. Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh and his institute and the team for giving us this opportunity, and all other panelists and participants from all over the world, including India. So I want to discuss a little about inclusive TVET, in how we apply the inclusive TVET in Sri Lanka, some of the examples and strategies we use to implement inclusive TVET in Sri Lanka. Some of the initiatives I want to highlight before going deeper into my presentation, because we have initiated the policy on Tibet for vulnerable persons long ago, and we have come up with a national strategy on Tibet provision for vulnerable people with that policy. And also recently we introduced the skills for inclusive growth. That is in collaboration with the Australian project. We have implemented the reasonable adjustments for Tibet, and we have introduced disability inclusion toolkit. That is how the disabled come into the Tibet, and how we give the reasonable adjustments in training and assessments. And some of the awareness and promotional activities we have done. And the very recent initiative was the National Skills Passport, which is a totally digital card given to every employee or other applicants who have completed the National Vocational Qualification and 1 year's experience. That is the recent addition to our skills portfolio. We will see what we need, because in the society there are people who are disadvantaged, and some differently abled, and different groups of people who need inclusiveness. And it may be because of conflict or social tension, build social cohesion, and we need to contribute to social stability as well. And also vulnerability from the point of view employability, because in Tibet sector we mainly focus the employability, and those who deprived of limited access to skills training is one of the major challenges we have. And this is what we recently introduced with the collaboration of Australian aid project. We had this e-launch in last November. Disability Inclusion Circular and Toolkit was launched at that occasion with the Honorable Minister and other officials. And we implemented this in the Tibet sector to get there, get the disabled to come into the sector and get assessed and certified. And these are the identified groups. Actually, the women, especially those who are handling households, and people with disabilities, and disadvantaged youth, including school dropouts and former child labor, and poor people, and person affected by conflicts, because we had some civil conflict and now we have these persons. And last but not least, the migrant workers. And if we go into one by one, is the disadvantaged women, especially for gender issues, family status, socio-economic constraints, poor education attainment, and disability. I think you know, the mentally or could be physical, and also there could be disadvantaged youth because of age, unemployment, socio-economic marginalization, poor education, and also we have poor people in the remote and regions, and IDPs, internal displaced persons, and ex-combatants, and the migrant workers who try to migrate to some other countries, and maybe incoming migrants also. These are the 6 groups that we have addressed through this vulnerable policy. And we had to put common strategic framework, so recognize the training for these people, and establish information system to coordinate all the activities in the system. And we put adequate financing and raising awareness. And with awareness, we wanted to raise the expanded network of providers to increase the outreach. And also flexible and innovative training approaches. Recently, we introduced flexible learning module where the person can get a unit certificate, and also incorporate livelihood and skills training, combine training with the employment. Mainly we target the employment, and while they are employing, they can train and get the certification. And develop inclusive culture within the training providers. And these are some of the initiatives. We are publishing labor market information bulletin every 6 months, containing all the demand, supply, employment, unemployment trends. And also we have a career guidance activities. This is a centralized career guidance system that is online and user friendly. A person or the student can come to this online career guidance system and find their careers and courses. This actually benchmark as an international best practice by the UNESCO. And when we talk about the participation, even though we have very small enrollment, but you can see the figures. Enrollment wise, the male to female ratio is something like 75%. Because every 100 male students, there are 75 female students. And completion is also better than that. Every 100 male students, there are 80 female students completed the courses. And dropout also, we noticed that in the female count, dropout is less than the male students. And we get support from various stakeholders, NGOs, some other training implementers, and especially the government bodies like Social Service Department. And we need to have the childcare services and flexi schedules for employment, and government has given that flexibility as far as possible. And access and availability is most important thing when we talk about the disabled persons. We need very much improved access and physical environment. We need to have physical adjustments, and TVT needs to respond, because in Sri Lanka we have like 12% of disabled, but we get lesser number, and we are trying to increase the people coming to Tibet. And we need to create supportive learning and work environment in BT. And because earlier we had the policy of having separate training for these vulnerable persons, but now the international practice, and we realized that they need to bring into the general society and with other students. So we have the common programs right now. And we have additional funding for them. Actually, recently government approved 400,000 rupees for each student per month. That is a very recent initiative by the government. And the equity, actually this is not equality but equity. So we need to give special reference, special focus for these students, and enhance the employability. Recently we have introduced the cashier program for disabled. Now one of the supermarket chain agreed to take 1,000 disabled persons for their cashier jobs, that we go with the NGO. And number of rural and vocational training centers we have increased. How the regional adjustments we are maintaining we are planning training of trainers island wide. Now we are doing that, and then the livelihood training, because there are persons in the informal sector which we need to focus and give special training for them, and especially the war affected people, internally displaced and ex-combatants. We need to have a proper plan, and most of these training are run by the training centers and village level. With the recent introduction of employment related training program, we actually recruited 30,000 poor people to the training, and now they are going on this training. And in the training provision, the migration policy, we have mentioned how to control the migration, how to certify the migrant people, and we are trying to avoid the incidents and harassments at the disadvantages for the migrant persons with this policy. And we have nationally coordinated effort for that. And reintegration process is also we have employed, because there were persons who came after the COVID. They returned to Sri Lanka, and we have a separate project running with ILO, how to place them in a training and maybe possible remigration, or get them entrepreneurship training development, and get them self-employed. Actually, these are the very few initiatives we have implemented in Sri Lanka in the recent past. I think in the discussion we can take more comments or questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jainaka. Wonderful presentation and a very interesting area you have raised, particularly when we talk about technical and vocational education and training, because ultimately our aim has to be on inclusive strategy, every part of the world. And I think this example will be really inspiring, not only to India, but for many parts of the world. We'll have questions on this later on. May I now invite our last speaker for this presentation is Dr. Okulo, who is from the Nigeria. May I request him to be, I hope the network is fine now with him. For the people on the board, may I share with you, there was a heavy rain yesterday in Nigeria and disrupting the entire network. But in spite of that, I really appreciate Dr. Okulu for taking a lot of pain to ensure that he is connected to this conference on a very short notice. So let's welcome our friend, Dr. Okulu. Can you make your presentation, please? Go ahead. Speak louder. Yeah. Your voice is not reachable. Can you unmute, please? No. Can you share your presentation so that at least people can see that? All right, go ahead. Yeah. You can press F5. F5. Yeah. Yeah, great. But we are not getting your audio. Can you go to the first slide? Can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah, go to the next one. Okay, since there is an audio problem, I can help you from this angle. Okay, you just maintain the slideshow. I will read for you. You know, friends, on behalf of Dr. Okulu, I'm making this presentation for our friend from Nigeria. You know, the aim of this Tibet system in Nigeria is basically to equip the learners with the right skills for the paid employment in the establishment firms or self-employed. While Tibet has faced many challenges and low funding, low enrollment learners, inadequate facilities for effective teaching learning, lack of qualified instructors, in spite of that, you know, Nigeria particularly has made a significant achievement, and particularly in regard to the creation of job for our Nigerian youth. Go to the next. As far as Tibet in Nigerian context is concerned, it is running at two different levels. One is the upper secondary and tertiary education level in Nigeria. As far as upper secondary level is concerned, the Tibet subjects include local craft, computer education, applied electricity, bookkeeping, accounting, building construction, auto mechanics, commerce, electronics repair, clothing, textile, food and nutrition, painting and decoration, carpentries, home management, metalwork, fabrication, technical drawing, shorthand writing, typewriting, and fine arts. As far as higher education is concerned, Tibet particularly focuses on agricultural education, business education, home economics, fine and applied art, woodwork technology, building technology, electrical and electronics technology, and mechanical and metalwork technology. Next, please. The Tibet graduates in Nigeria do not look for the jobs. Rather than they try to create their own small businesses to practice what is they have learned and help to create jobs for teaming unemployed graduates. I think this is very interesting. Go ahead. Some of the strategies which have been adopted by Nigerian government for transforming technical and vocational education includes basically establishment of a center for Tibet in every public higher education institutions in Nigeria where technical and vocational education programs are run. Quality assurance framework for monitoring the Tibet programs. And finally, the compulsory participation in the 6 months students industrial work experience scheme is also one of the significant attributes of Tibet in Nigeria. Next, please. All right. So he had a very short presentation and highlighting what are the recent initiatives Nigeria has taken for strengthening Tibet in the country and all that one. So with this, we come to the end of all the presentations. I hope I made a good presentation on behalf of Dr. Okulu. Try to do justice. Now I invite the discussion and also would like to get some questions and all that one. Now, can we start with the first question to Dr. Janet from Germany? You know, one of the questions which my friend from Mr. Joshi has raised is that how degree equivalence is done in Germany with respect to regular academic courses. Yes, please.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah. The degree equivalence, you know, like the qualification equivalence. Like Tibet qualifications and the regular degree program. So how this equivalence of these qualifications are made in terms of equivalence, please?
Yeah. So maybe it's a bit different than in many other countries, because in Germany, the Tibet sector is very big, is not the minority. It is shrinking a little bit. So now we have half of the young people go to the academic path and half go to the Tibet path. It used to be more to the Tibet path than to the academic path. We were very proud that more people choose Tibet compared to academic. Now it is half-half. And then there are a lot of pathways. So even if you go through Tibet, you can do your university entry certificate later. For example, this was my way. I have done first the Tibet course after graduating the 10 classes of school. And then later on, I went to school again after my Tibet courses. And then I entered the university. So there are a lot of pathways for the Tibet students to enter academic if they want. A lot of them don't want. They stay in the Tibet and they find a good job and earn the money. When we come to degree equivalent, I want to mention the trainers, the masters, for example. So if you do your, for example, 3 years Tibet program in company and school, you make your final examination, and then you can proceed to become a master in your area, in the practical occupational area. You become your master, and then this takes around 2 years, and this is an equivalent to university. So it shows that there are equivalence between the Tibet master and the academic certificate or academic degree. So yeah, maybe this is helping your question.
Okay. One more issue which was raised by one of my friends is that, in Germany, apprenticeship is a very strong feature of the German technical and vocational education system. So it will be interesting to know from you that, how this apprenticeship training system is basically working. And if you permit me, I also would like to see, as you talked about automation and then digitalization, so a lot of trends are happening in the world of work. So how German government is, reimagining or reshaping the Tibet policies, and how these new skill set are transferred, or how the youth are really prepared for the new set of jobs and all that. So how you are basically taking forward that?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my presentation for the, it was meant for the developing cooperation, but it counts also for Germany, that for us it is very important to have the right stakeholders on board. And when you are reforming Tibet occupations, it's very important to have the right stakeholders, not only the government, but also the representatives from the companies. And we have one nice authority. It's called the Federal Institution for VET. It's also in Bonn, in the same town where I am placed. And this federal authority is handling this multi-stakeholder dialogue. So it brings the representatives from the company and the representatives from the education side together to reform continuously Tibet programs. So in Germany, we can be very, very sure that the Tibet system is industry driven. It's not driven by the education ministry, it's driven by the economic development, by the industries. They have the strengths and they have the power, and I want to say they are dictating that the government is taking care or contributing to teaching the right labor force. So there's a big, big influence of the industry. And there are also new sectors coming up. If there's a new sector coming up, the associations of this center go to this Tibet authority, which I mentioned, and they say, we need new workers and we need this and this competence, and your institution, your authority has to take care to develop the right curricula and the right programs. And then the work starts. So it's very much driven by the power of the companies and the industries. And Germany is continuously adapting the occupational standards and the occupational profiles. But I also have to say this development is getting faster and faster. And some years ago, this Federal Institute, it took them maybe a couple of years to reform an occupational area. For example, some years ago, they reformed the area of of IT and electronic occupations. It took a couple of years, but this time is no more there. So nowadays, the reforms have to be faster and faster. The industry doesn't want to wait. So there's a lot of power from the industry to the government authorities.
Thank you. I think this is very interesting to know. Industries driving the policies and making changes, not only in the policy, but also ensuring that the Tibet system is at par with the demands of the industry. I think this is very, very, very important. I will come back to you again. You know, we have also seen another example of inclusive technical and vocational education in Sri Lanka. And Dr. Janaka has given us, you know, the disadvantaged people, including women, as well as, you know, marginalized people, including youth who are not into the school education or not in the education and all that, including those who have been, you know, affected by the civil war. There are many similarities between India and Sri Lanka. As we share the boundaries, we share the region also. What will be your message, and what are your key takeaways through your experiences while implementing this inclusive technical and vocational education system? Because, you know, Government of India has recently released the national policy on education last year, and it strongly advocates promoting vocational education for all, and that also includes the marginalized people in the society. So could you, what will be your advice for people like us, how we can take forward the agenda of inclusive vocational education in India? Please, Dr. Janaka.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. I think it's very, very important question and aspect for a country to be inclusive and also sustainable. We must have all the communities or the groups to be aware, because most of the people don't know whether the vocational training is given in various disciplines, various fields. They can go for a training, they can go for a job after that. The main thing is we have to raise the awareness in different communities and people. And there should be various methods and modes how to get them into the mainstream Tibet. The one thing is apprenticeship base is a very strong, as in the Germany case, we are also having separate apprenticeship based training, and also the recent introduction of flexible learning. Flexible learning is the people, while they go or while they doing some other employment, while they are working in an informal sector, they can get these programs, training. So after completing these particular training modules with the distance learning or various other methods or informal learning, they can come to our system and get them recognized and certified. Once they're certified, we issue the qualification that is accepted accepted locally and benchmark internationally. Then there will be a lot of avenues will be open for these people, certified people. So also we need from the school system, we need to have a proper plan how to get them into the Tibet. That is one of the major part that we called seamless progression from schools to Tibet. That is very important. Actually, we have recently introduced two programs. One is 13 years compulsory education. That is, while they are in the school, we give them the awareness and the opening for the Tibet. Another thing is technology stream. We recently, not recently, maybe 5 years back, introduce technology stream, which is given the basic awareness and skill sets in the technology areas, in 3 technology areas: biotechnology, engineering technology, and other IT technology, and they can come into the mainstream Tibet in that system. And we have a lot of programs and awareness, and I think we have to keep on going, because every year we have new sets of faces, new sets of students.
Yeah.
Actually, we have to keep on giving. We cannot stop these programs for career guidance and workshops and awareness using various media, social media, and other media. I think the awareness is the most important. Thank you.
Okay. Now, one more on the same line question. What is the medium of instruction when you are conducting this program? Is it in English or in the vernacular medium you are talking?
Yes, actually, medium of instructions basically the local language, because in urban, the city, they can understand the English. They conduct in English language for higher classes like upper classes, but in the remote and rural areas of the country, all these courses are delivered in their local languages, either Tamil or Sinhala. So these are the languages we conduct.
Now, since this is a new set of people compared to the formal education system or formal Tibet system, then the preparation of instructors or trainer will be very important. So how you are preparing the teachers or the trainers to deal with this kind of people, in Sri Lanka? Do you have any special mechanism?
Yes, actually, we have now launched a trainer training program with the support of this Australian collaboration, and we need to give special training, because recently we introduced this toolkit for disabled. Actually, that toolkit is for giving the reasonable additional time, additional effort, and giving some assistance according to the disability for a person. So all these 3 elements are there, and we are now doing the trainer training programs, how to accommodate these vulnerable people in their training. And also we have another program called apprenticeship base. We have a Tibet inspector system, because they are going to the industry establishment and check whether these students are going on training, how they are training, are they maintaining the record book, are they being supervised by the expert. All these things we go to the industry and do some monitoring. So these are the things that we deploy right now.
Okay. One more question to you, Janaka. You made in the presentation about online career guidance and counseling for these people. Could you highlight that how this system, how this mechanism is working in Sri Lanka, particularly in such a vast geography and particularly with such a diverse people who are accessing these programs?
Yes, actually,
thank you. प्रशिक्षण में एक प्रोजेक्ट एसोसिएट है, एक डिटेल।
Thank you, ma'am. म्यूट करिए आपका।
नहीं करती मैं हेडफोन यूज।
Thank you, ma'am.
स्पीकर्स हैं, यहाँ से करना वॉल्यूम ऊपर।
Actually,
okay. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Because the career guidance was the biggest issue when I was in the Asian Development Bank Skills Development Project as a project manager, and we were able to design a career guidance system in IT and online base. And because each and every student did not get chances to meet a career guidance officer, because we have very limited career guidance officers. Now, after introducing this online career guidance system, each and every student who has the access to device and internet, they can have their own career guidance experience. So in that online career guidance system, we give 62 questions. In these 62 questions, they have to answer A or B. Then once they answer A or B, their hidden interest is captured into the system. Then that will give a result. What are the areas they are good at? Are they good at scientific areas? Are they good at mathematics? Are they good at commerce? Are they good at office work? Are they good at field work? That area is given for an individual, and they can select particular courses related to those areas in diploma, degree, certificate level. All these courses, we have like courses database of 7,000 courses. They can select and apply online through this system. Once they apply, they will be positioned to a particular course. Once they complete the course, they can actually put their resume or the profile into the online job matching system. In that job matching system, the employers also put their vacancies. So we do some kind of matching exercise. So the demand and supply is matched and provide the recommendations to both parties. That is what we done with this career guidance system. This was actually benchmarked by UNESCO, and they have and Commonwealth of Learning. They have published a book, and I wrote a book chapter on this best practice as well.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, again, I come back to Dr. Janetta. Ma'am, you talked about 3 sectors. One was logistics sector, another was agriculture sector, and the health sector. There is one question which my friend has raised. He said that when it comes to artificial intelligence and digitalization, particularly in medical science, how Germany is taking it forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, but it's a complicated question. On one hand, I'm not a mechanical doctor. My doctor degree is in vocational training and pedagogy, so I'm not a medical expert, and I'm not an expert in artificial intelligence. But what we can see is that in the medical sector, there are a lot of, so from my knowledge, from my basic knowledge, let's say, there's a lot of experimental work going on. And as you know, in Germany, we have, for example, a different demographic line. So we have less young people, but more old people. So there's a lot of elderly care. A lot of stuff is needed to do the elderly care. And there are some experiments to use kind of robots, yeah, to help. I think you have seen it in Japan also. So what are kinds of technologies to help routine work to take care about this elderly people, and how artificial intelligence, what are the typical needs of the of these elderly people who need to be looked after, and how can robotics or artificial intelligence be one kind of technological improvement or technological help. This is the only idea coming into my ear, but I have to apologize. I'm not an expert in artificial intelligence, but also in the education, there are a lot of experiments now going on. So when you invite me next time, I will be prepared for this,
so kind of
question.
Yeah, one more issue, which is a major area of concern in many developing part of the world, particularly bringing attractiveness in technical and vocational education. We have seen from the German experiences that students are more interested to go for a TVET program compared to the higher education program. I hope I am correct on this one. If so, what is that makes the German student to go for TVET program rather than opting for the higher education degree programs?
Yeah. On one hand, I have to admit it's now in Germany half-half. Yeah, so it used to be much more going to TVET and less to academic. We were very proud, but now it is half-half because of all the PISA surveys around the world. The drift is also towards academic, but TVET is still very strong and around 50%. So what drives the young people? They don't see TVET is unattractive. They see that TVET is nicely developed, the system is good. And a lot of young people, they like to work in a company, they like to make practical experience, they are tired of listening and only learning theoretical. They want to see what's going on, they want to see what is the industry doing, and they want to be part of the industry and sitting on the desk and studying all the time. this is one point. The other point is also, as many of you know, the apprenticeship in Germany, you earn already some money. So it's also very lucrative for young people. They want to earn their own money. They want to be independent. And they want to be productive already. So the conditions are very good. You become part of a company family, let's say. You are learning properly, you are treated properly, and you are earning already your first own money. And all this together makes it very attractive. And the final examination is very much recognized in the system and also in the society.
Okay. Virendra Sharma, can you mute your microphone? Yeah. Thank you. I think this is very important that India and many other partners can think about it, how we can make attractiveness, vocational education and all that.
Dr. Rajesh, can you allow me to ask a question to Mr. Okulu? Or
Yeah.
can he talk now?
But I'm not sure whether he will be able to answer. Maybe I can try on his behalf.
Yeah. Nigeria is such a big country, not compared to India, but compared to Germany and also compared to many other countries in Africa. Nigeria has such a high population rate, and it's still growing, and the capital is in Moloch. Yeah, so it's really big and a lot of young people. And the TVET system is very important. And I didn't get from the presentation from Mr. Okulu who are the main actors in the TVET system in Nigeria. Who are the main actors? Is it on state level? Is it a ministry? Or is it the industry, or is it community, or who are the main actors, or individual schools? Who are the main actors in the TVET area in Nigeria? This would be questions. I didn't get it from the presentation.
Okay, I have maybe he can put the answer into the chat box, and maybe we can listen from the point of view and all that. You know, in your one of the presentations, you highlighted about future of work, particularly the bringing quality and relevance, and multi-stakeholder partnership has been strongly advocated by you. Could you please elaborate? You know, in India, it is very challenging to have a multi-sectoral partnership. We often talk on such platform, but when it comes to the ground, it is really challenging to put multi-sectoral partnership and all that one. What will be your piece of advice to all of us that how we can bring that synergy when we talk about multi-sectoral partnership, please?
Yeah, so in Germany, it's also not always easy to bring the stakeholders around the table, but it has a long history. It has a long history. So TVET, the apprenticeship is existing since 100 years. Yeah, in the beginning, it was more for boys, then it was also for girls, but it has around 100-year history. So we can look back to a long history where employers and government work together to develop this TVET system. And this cannot be transferred overnight to another system. So there is a long tradition behind it. But as I said, it's also not always easy in Germany to bring these different stakeholders together. I mentioned it before, the industry is always pushing and wants that everything happens faster, and the government side is always a little bit slower. So it needs some routine, and it needs also some trust. And the company side, the industry side, the employer side, they have to trust also the other stakeholders. Something good will come out. The system is listening to us. We are not just here wasting our time. So it has to be a round table with respect and confidence and trust. And it has to be also what I said. It has to be responsibility for everybody. Yeah, it is not we listen only to them and the other do something different. So all the partners have to be responsible, have to bring their own responsibilities. in. Yeah, this could be would be my advice.
Thank you. Thank you. Since we are running out of time, so we'll stop the questions. My friend, Mr. Okulu, feel very sorry that he's unable to connect with you. He has requested you can send him email. Probably he can answer your question, but I understand it's a joint venture as far as Nigeria is concerned. The community, industry, and federal government are working together in strengthening the efforts. As he's nodding his head, I think I'm probably right in his line of thinking. Thank you. Thank you, Okulu. Now, as we have this session to conclude, I think this is one of the very interesting session I could be able to participate and could listen to the diverse views. Madam Janetta talked about the impact of global transition to all of us, particularly in the near future, the technological disruption is going to take place, how the frontline workers are going to be impacted because of disruption, and how millions of the people are getting unemployed. India is also not, in the same line. COVID pandemic has put many people, in fact, whatever achievement we have made on poverty, reducing poverty, again, many people have been pushed into the poverty line. So this is another challenge that you have highlighted. And I really appreciate the point of view when since the conference focuses on building excellence and learning from the practice, building excellence is basically building relevant competencies of the workforce. That is what the vocational excellence is all about it. And you talked about the new opportunities when companies are hiring for skills and not just for the qualification. And this is the area where Indian youth has to really listen, that it is not mere qualification is going to get you employment, but it is the skills which is going to make. You also highlighted, ma'am, the transversal skills and the growing importance industry is attaching to the transversal skills. Lifelong learning in 21st century has already become the buzzword, and now it is becoming much more reality as we go ahead into this one. You also highlighted, madam, the quality and relevance of a technical and vocational education system. And you also talked about the different approaches the system can adopt for bringing quality and relevance into this. And it was also interesting to see the ground level experiences which GIZ is implementing in the region, across the region. And it was interesting to see the regional cooperation program, the Indo-German. You'll be pleased to know the Indo-German program, which is running in Bhopal, is very close to our campus, just another 2 kilometers. And when we will come to India, we'll definitely take you to visit that particular campus. And we have seen in the ground how professionally the courses and industry demand courses have been run by that particular center. You also highlighted the Indonesia, Laos, and Vietnam program on the regional leadership program. And finally, you talked about the developing capacity of healthcare professionals in Ethiopia and all that. So it was very interesting to look at that example. Now, coming back to another example from Sri Lanka, which talked about another very important and missing area when we talk about technical and vocational education is the inclusive strategies. And it was interesting to see the Sri Lankan initiatives on bringing policy, particularly in Tibet for vulnerable groups, developing national strategy on Tibet for provision for vulnerable groups, disability inclusion toolkit, and how to identify the group and how flexible model delivery can be there, online career guidance counseling could be there. I think these are very interesting development, and I'm sure it must have helped many of our participants today. Finally, we have also seen the last example from my friend from Nigeria. Nigeria is a developing economy, and it was interesting to see that federal government is working closely with the partners, with the community and industry engagement, so that there is a center of excellence and excellence is promoted into the Tibet system and all that. One of the striking feature of Nigerian technical vocational education is that Tibet is looked as for the self-employment, not for the employment. And this is a very strikingly interesting feature of Nigerian technical vocational education system, which Okulu has highlighted. With these words, I would like to once again thank all our panelists for a wonderful deliberation and wonderful presentation, and giving us a wonderful insight on the regional experiences and international experiences on bringing excellence in their own way into the technical and vocational education. Thank you for being with us. And now over to Dr. Mehrotra for the next section. Thank you. Have a good day. Dr. Mehrotra, sir. Next session, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for chairing this session, sir. Now we move on to the next session, which is technical session 3. It's on new age quality vocational education system, challenges and perspectives. And this session is being chaired by Dr. Manjeet Sen Gupta. He has been a retired principal of Regional Institute of Education, Bhopal. And the rapporteur is Dr. A. Nayak and Dr. Deepak Shuddalwar. They have also joined. So I now request our rapporteurs to kindly take over.
Hello, I'm audible.
এই দরজাটা একটু বন্ধ করে দাও। হ্যালো কেন
Hello. Technical session number 3, new age quality vocational education system, challenges and perspectives. So in this session, we have a chairperson, Professor Manjeet Sen Gupta, sir. I would like to introduce the Manjeet Sen Gupta, sir. Dr. Sen Gupta, sir, has served as a joint director PSS CIV Bhopal. He had been the principal of RIE Bhopal. Then he worked in the NCRT, NCRT New Delhi. Then after his retirement, he served as a director KIIT College of Education. He is a nominated member of universities, boards, and other prestigious national institutions. Dr. Sen Gupta has wide experience in the area of work education, vocational education, educational research, and teacher education. Then for this session, sir, we had 4 speakers. First speaker is Dr. Nilesh Khare, sir, who will be delivering on the quality assurance measures for TVET. So Dr. Khare is strategy professional academic, higher ed leader, corporate advisor, CEO and board member and startup mentor. Currently, he is working as a professor of strategy and dean of the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Economics at Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. So he will be delivering the session on quality assurance measures for TVT. Then we had a next speaker, Dr. Deepak Mehrotra. Dr. Deepak Mehrotra is a global TVT policy strategy contributor and consultant to build Industry 4.0 compliant institutions that deliver globally relevant employable skills. So he has been working with the lab tech, and he is preparing the industry 4.0, preparing for industry 4.0, and he has been working on the various virtual reality, virtual labs also, and he has developed so many materials in the virtual labs. So he will be delivering the session New Age Vocational Education System. Then the next speaker who had Mr. Chiranjeev Guha, who has been Chiranjeev Guha is an experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in the public, private organizations with government and central government. Is working with the NSDC and providing all kind of support to the vocational education to the states as well as PSSCIV and other organizations. So he will be delivering on the topic VET. He will be delivering on the topic assuring the quality in VET in India, perspective and challenges. Then we had our next speaker, Dr. V.S. Mehrotra, who is delivering on the topic models of vocational education and training. So Dr. Mehrotra is the professor and head of NSQF as well as Center for International Relationship and CDEC for curriculum development. So he's been heading all these three centers, and he is a PAB coordinator working on this various job roles, and he is a professor at PSSCIV NCRT Bhopal. So he will be he is working with us, so he is known to everybody. So thank you very much, sir. Now I hand over the session to Chairperson Manjit Sengupta, sir, for further proceedings.
Thank you very much. Good morning, esteemed delegates, distinguished experts, enlightened speakers, my friends and colleagues. Let me.
Professor Manjit Sengupta, are you there? Sir, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah. So we can't hear you. I mean, I think your mic is to be unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Good morning, esteemed delegates, distinguished experts, enlightened speakers, my friends and colleagues. Let me at the outset express my deep sense of gratitude to the organizers of this national conference on transforming vocational education and training for excellence, perspectives and challenges. Today, on day 2, we are here with the technical session 3. The focus of this session, as you know, is New Age Quality Vocational Education System, Challenges and Perspectives. As I understand, the expectation is that after this session, through paper presentations by our enlightened speakers and through insightful discussions, we should be able to visualize and arrive at a system of vocational education which will be suitable for the new age on the one hand, and on the other hand, quality has to be woven into each aspect or component of this system so that our students, our learners, they become productive, they become competent, and they become bearers of sustainable development. As you know, the new age is characterized by open, globalized, and competitive market economy. There is, in a very big way, digital technology which has come and need for empowerment on this. There are online virtual classrooms along with e-learning and e-business. There is need for adaptable, flexible, and trainable global workforce. We have to see that our children are self-directed and they they are ready for lifelong learning. We have to develop in them the qualities of entrepreneurship, leadership, critical and creative thinking, good interpersonal relationships, strong communication, numeracy skills, etc. Interdependence among the countries, interdependence among the regions within the country, and collaboration and networking are the characteristics of this new age. In this new age, service sector is booming. Automation and high-tech orientation is being talked about. Rapidly changing world of work and technologies are bringing lot of challenges. There is necessity of sustainability of the man and environment. And we are seeing the growth of small-scale enterprises, employment in them. And of course, we are talking of multi-skilling and more of female employment. On the quality front, we find quality consciousness has to be woven into each point of the system. May it be curriculum and its transaction. It may be use of information and communication technology, the student support system, collaboration with the industry and business. In the last presentation, they talked of the collaboration, which is a very difficult aspect of vocational education, but it has to be done. And then apprenticeship and on-the-job training, quality has to be built into them. Teaching, learning in the classroom and the shop floor. Again, we need quality to be introduced there. And finally, the infrastructural facilities and training of teachers. Because basically what we want is to enhance the competency of the learners, to increase the productivity of the learners, and to see that they invent and innovate, and they have better marketing and distribution system. So this would require, I think, this is my suggestion, this would require formulation of a new accreditation framework for vocational education institutions encompassing all components, all aspects, and skill areas. So in this session, we have 4 presentations, each of 10 minutes duration. I would request our friends, our speakers, to kindly stick to the limit of the time so that we are able to take up if there are any questions, and we can also summarize the whole thing. So the first presenter is Dr. Nilesh Khare, who will be speaking on quality assurance measures for TBET. Dr. Khare, sir.
So good morning, everyone. And I hope you can view my PowerPoint as well. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Let me just ensure that this is visible in a way that I would like. All right, I think. All right, so first of all, thank you so much for having me here. At the very outset, let me share the context or the vantage point that I come to these conversations from. I would be the first one to admit that it's an honor to be here at the conference where I can only see around me the TVET experts and stalwarts. I have to admit that I'm in no way a TVET expert. I come to academia from higher academia and consulting background. I have been a user of TVET. I do a lot of consulting with manufacturing organizations where I see the produce of the TVET world getting employed. I have lived in many countries, and I've seen the kind of workforce that I have seen, and the curiosity has led me to talk to some of these people. I also have friends and colleagues who either teach or have been a producer of the TVET world. So I think I would come from that perspective. I thought it's essential that I create a context so that everybody understands what I'm going for here. All right. quality assurance measures for Tibet. That's the topic. So let me actually focus on a specific aspect of the quality assurance. I think world over, we have recognized in academia that one of the important ways you can assure quality of education is through assessment of learning outcomes. Learning outcomes are student-centric outcomes. We are trying to assess in an assured way that our assessment of learning outcomes as assessed by observing or by putting the learners through their tests or looking at their work products, we can assure some level of outcome achievements. I have a caveat down on the slide. I would want to read that my emphasis is that the assessment of learning outcome should be treated as the means to an end. And then end is improving the quality of education or creating continuous quality culture in an organization. However, the experience suggests world over that when assessment of learning outcome becomes the end in itself, it has invariably led to the great inflation or inflated declaration or presentations of outcomes. So I think with that caveat, I have today 3 major points that I want to talk about. Framework for Tibet, but then more importantly than the framework is the engagement aspect. And some of these things are not just relevant to Tibet. It's actually largely relevant to any assessment of learning outcome framework that you want to design and implement. And then I would want to leave a thought with evolution of the framework itself. All right. So my first point is, I was actually looking at the measures for the assessment, and then I realized that there's no point in reinventing the wheel. You all are stalwarts here. I'm just amazed looking at the UNESCO UNVOC as well. They're one of the participants. The effort that have actually happened in the European Union, the significant material in terms of the measures, the framework at various levels of conversation. So if you want to create a system at the body that supervises various academic institutions, you can have a kind of a framework that's available for that body to follow. If you are an academic institution or Tibet institution where you are providing education and you want to assess the learning outcomes, there is a framework that's already in place, the measures are in place. And then there are several academic papers out there. I have provided some references here. But my first point is, this is a fantastic thing. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. You can build on what you already have. So what is the general takeaway if you actually look across the learning outcome frameworks? What do you find? Here is what I found, and I would want to also provoke some of my Tibet colleagues here. The first thing I found is that assessment scope, the scope of assessment itself revolves around 2 major components: knowledge and skills and competencies. I think for knowledge, assessment of learning and the Bloom's taxonomy is very well established. That can be adapted to Tibet world. Where Tibet world becomes more challenging, in traditional academic setup, you have only laboratories or some of the practical assignments where you actually get to see people demonstrate their skills. But then in the Tibet world, it's a lot about the skills and the outcomes that those skills produce. Now, Bloom's taxonomy is not something that you can readily transfer to competencies world. So I think one of the challenge is that adaptations of a structure of learning outcomes, looking at the various level of skill demonstration of skills and achievement of the output. I think, but what has been missed and has not been in communication as frequently is the behavior part. One thing that I have found in my experience across the world, so I have looked at the developed world, some developed Europe or the Western American world where I lived several years. Then I can look at some of the world that has been able to adapt very efficiently to that. I'm stopping because I think there is this background noise that's coming. My request is that if you can mute yourself. Mr. Virendra Sharma.
Please mute yourself. There's a lot of noise.
Yeah, or if I can request the organizers if they can mute Mr. Virendra Sharma. Mr. Virendra Sharma.
There is some problem.
Sir, I request you to please mute yourself. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So I was talking about the general takeaways. I think where I see frameworks are lacking in terms of the assessing the behavior of the TVET students. But we need to understand that each one of us are service provider of some sort. And it's important that other than our knowledge and skills, our interpersonal relationships and the behavior as demonstrated to colleagues, to other stakeholders, including the clients. How do we behave when we make the service calls? How do we behave when we make the service calls within organizations or outside to individuals? I think that's very important, and that's kind of gets missed out. So that's one thing. The second point that I want to make in general takeaway for framework is ambition. It's very important to understand what's minimum. I see several times the institution come up without any regard to what should they deliver minimum on the knowledge, skills, and behavior when they would, before they would graduate a student. I can understand that there are different kind of educational institutions, whether TVET world or otherwise. Not every graduate from every school is born equal. Some schools have much higher achievement rates versus others. I can understand that you can't start at the very top. Not all are alike. But then we must not compromise with what's minimum. So I think there is a necessity for establishing what's minimum and ensuring that no educational institute can cross that. Competence-based assessment framework, I shouldn't be commenting on that. I'm sure that everybody is well versed with that. I think I would want to emphasize on continuous assessment during learning process. So it's important that we create a portfolio approach where a lot of things that are getting demonstrated during a duration of a coursework, and that's accumulating over a period of time, so that while there test for skills, there is a work products of portfolio, so portfolio work product that's getting assessed. So I think that's something that's kind of comes out as a benchmark, a decent benchmark to assure quality. Let me move on to the engagement. I said that as much as the framework is important, designing a framework that looks very appealing on a piece of paper is easier. What is more difficult is the implementing it, and implementing requires engagement of all stakeholders. I cannot overemphasize the need for training the teachers or the faculty for the TVET, or for that matter, any ALO expectations. Understanding the differences in learning outcomes. My experience suggests, and there are several studies as well that corroborate that faculty themselves have a very superficial understanding of the level of learning outcomes. If they themselves do not understand that fully well, the structure of learning outcomes, what has been the progression of a student within the course and across the courses in the program, if that appreciation is not there, people would not be able to institutionalize it or execute it very well. And then the connections between the learning outcomes, what you teach, how do you assess, what component of assessment map directly onto the learning outcomes, and then the CLOs and then program learning outcomes and the mapping, therefore assuring that the course learning outcomes have been assessed fully well, and then the program learning outcomes, so that when the graduates from a particular program, they are assured of a certain quality. The other thing that I would want to assure, and then I want to emphasize, and I have seen some of the developing countries that are trying to assure the quality or achieve the quality, which have become the hallmark or kind of taken for granted in the developed world, are the resources. We often do not provide enough resources. So kind of resources that I would want to emphasize. a repository of learning outcomes, so that people don't have to reinvent the wheel in the learning outcomes. If they can see some samples, I can see that the people have actually been able to articulate learning outcomes or adapt once they see the examples of it. The question banks or the assessment tools, the level of different assessment, the books providers, so if there are manuals that can be created with the different kind of question banks or skills assessment, that what is the question that you need to ask to assess the skills. Then assessment rubrics. So different kind of rubrics where what level of demonstration, what would you look for, communicating that well to the students and the faculty. That's very important. And then Excel automation, where everything, learning outcomes, question bank, assessment rubric, and the assessment that you've done, that's getting recorded so that people don't have to do too much of things. Just the data entry merely by faculty would allow them to save time and still service the needs of the information and data that ends up becoming the major, the foundation for the assessment, communication, and assessment assurance. Personnel, it often requires that you have a dedicated person within an organization, every academic institution, who actually collects the data, works with faculty, analyzes, and provides the feedback on every course and assessment. Evaluation, closing the loop. You have done it, but then the analysis of that, what learning outcomes have you been able to achieve, why you have not been able to achieve something, what you have achieved consistently, where you have excelled. Do we need to improve the learning outcome levels? Do you need to bring it down because they are too high for our kind of learners? Do we need to change the way we teach? Do we need to change the kind of content that we have in a coursework? Nothing works without incentives. So the 4 point that's often missed out in incentive. So one thing that I would want to definitely say, world over, there has been an experience. If you make faculty members responsible for achieving learning outcomes, higher learning outcomes, it only results in grade inflation. They have the assessment mechanism, the grades go up, not the learning outcomes per se. So the idea is that to make them responsible for process, not the outcome. So for example, have you followed the process well? Have you communicated? Have you had the rubric? Have you communicated a rubric to the students well? Have you included the assessment component in your exams or quizzes or the practical demonstration? So on and so forth. So measuring them on that and not necessarily on the outcomes of the students. It's students' external success. So one of the ways in which you want to make faculty responsible is giving them the stake in the students' external success. Have they been, so formal placement, final placement, feedback from the employers, and that getting into the incentives of the faculty, that would work. Okay. And last thought that I would want to leave the audience here with is the evolution. We design a system at one point in time. You may start with what's minimum, that's acceptable. Where you are today, it may be more than the minimum, but you are not at the very peak. If you want to evolve as an academic institution and improve quality over a period of time, what kind of students come to you? What kind of faculty do you have? What's their level of expertise in delivering what they deliver? What kind of context or syllabus or content you have? What kind of a skills level you want to impart to people? That all this evolves over a period of time. I have seen several examples where same kind of students, who, in terms of who used to come in, over a period of time as the context evolved, as the faculty expertise evolved, the same students were put to a academic environment which led to a greater achievements for the students in terms of the quality of education. So the ecosystem with the context and faculty, it's possible to improve the outcomes even if you get the same kind of students at the input. So I think there are various different models of evolution. Some organizations or some academic institutions go through a radical transformations, or they're born at the top. They suddenly decide to change, put in a lot of resources and transform themselves. But more often than not, I think periodic small jumps are possible. You are at a level quality of level 1. So you provide assured quality of some level. You want to move to the next level of quality. You can make some incremental jumps in between and then take a periodic non-linear jump where you put your change your context, curriculum designs, and then you decidedly go for the next level through partnerships and other kinds of things. So that could be the, and as you make these progress and as you make these jumps, you have to go back to designing incentives and engagement. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A very energetic and very impressive presentation from Dr. Nilesh Khare. He has very rightly given the three things: the framework of TVET, the engagement, and the evolution. We will discuss the some of the things when we summarize the whole thing. Let us now, and the question answer also we will take at the end. Let me request our next presenter, Dr. Deepak Mehrotra, who is going to talk on new age vocational education system. Dr. Deepak Mehrotra, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sen Gupta, for introducing me as a doctor, which I am not. So first of all, let me just de-escalate myself. I am not a doctor. I'm sorry that Dr. Deepak Satwalarkar also introduced me as a doctor. I am, I hope I would have been, but I'm not. But that's my introduction. So I'm not a doctor. I'm just Deepak Mehrotra for you, although an MBA postgraduate, but not a doctor. Okay, so taking on this very important topic of new age vocational education system in the 21st century, I'm very thankful to Dr. Khare for making my life a little easier, because he talked about a very new acronym that I learned today. It's ALO, and new to me. I'm sure it must be in currency everywhere else. And I will be talking about that a lot, in that small presentation that I'll be making. My founder president spoke yesterday, Dr. Stephen McKee. I represent a company called LabTech International, which is an Indonesia-based Tibet organization, working in the area of Tibet for the last 30 years. And we have, in fact, taken a take on the 3I network, 3I framework from a US body, basically into Tibet. And there are three aspects which Dr. Steve also spoke about: having a basic infrastructure, things like hardware, integration, support, connection, bandwidth, so that we are able to digitize the Tibet delivery. We need infrastructure, which typically means the right kind of software, the digital content, the LMS platform, the CMS platform, and the assessment. The assessment, which is one of the most important aspects of understanding how the child is progressing, from one stage to another. But sometimes we forget, and the third thing, which is the info culture, is probably one of the most critical. And a Tibet teacher, or any teacher actually, is one of the most important, link in delivering education, and in this case, Tibet education. So, and they bring to table the right curriculum. They have to be capacity built and certified to be able to train. And when we are using digital, teaching as a method of teaching, we need to help them change from the traditional ways of teaching to the digital ways of teaching. So there is change management involved, and this needs a lot of investment of time and energy. The info culture, the third aspect. Now, let me just tell you a little more about my company, which this company called LabTech International. We are essentially focused on certain technology areas. One of the largest in the RAC HVAC area. Electronics, including medical electronics, IT, hardware, networking, automotive, including automotive electronics, green technology, and electrical technology. We work with the institutions at one end, and at the other end, we work with the leaders in these technology areas. For example, when we work with automotive, we work with the Asian car manufacturers like Hyundai, like Toyota, and Nissan, and others at one end, and with the institutions at the other end. Largely in the Southeast Asian framework, and try to devise a training system which delivers Tibet best to the students, and is convenient for the teachers to teach. So when we work with the institutions, we understand the limitations that teachers have in terms of teaching and learning. So we build technology which is easy to use by the teachers of Tibet. There is a little thing that I want to talk about when we are developing this digital medium of education in terms of TVET. Most of the people think, and which is right, that the skills is a psychomotor skill which has to be done by hands, and so therefore, it has to be done largely in a laboratory, which is right. But every TVET subject also has a theory aspect to it. So the concepts have to be understood. This is a little framework that I want to talk about, which is an NTL Institute of Applied Sciences in the US, which is actually for all education, but very specifically, we have taken it for the TVET education, is that there is a large amount of time which the teacher spends, almost 30 to 50% of his time, the teacher spends in explaining the theory to the student. What we have tried to do is to reduce this time so that we are able to bring that lecture or reading or the audiovisual straight away to an experiential framework, which typically means that we have turbocharged the training and assessment of the TVET subjects in a way that it becomes interesting. We have made it game-based, and we have a thing called learning loops, which is basically a formative assessment. And we use AI, extensively to assess from the very beginning where the kid is, what all does he know and what all does he not know. So therefore, we present those questions to him first, which help him learn that what he does not know or that he's not aware of at all. There is this framework which Dr. Steve also mentioned, but since I'm from the same company, I'm using the same slide to be able to figure out that while there is a large part of training of TVET which happens in the laboratory, there is a large part which can actually be transformed digitally. And we are trying to increase that from 20 to 30 to 40 to in fact coming up to about 50% of the total. If the entire education was 100%, almost 50% of that could be delivered digitally to help the teacher free up his time so that he can do lots of hands-on, which is so critically required for a TVET subject. Why do we have a virtual TVET, and why are we focusing on it? We use realistic 3D advanced gaming technologies for teaching and learning. We use interactive 3D animations and simulations to visualize the technical processes. We deliver with standard 2D PCs, tablets. They are the sort of the hardware on which we develop. Content is delivered through a standard learning management system, which can provide student performance to teachers so that they are able to assess the performance and direct their teaching to the right direction. And they, especially in the time of Corona, also do a lot of off-campus teaching. This is an example of what is achievable today in terms of photorealistic objects. This is not a machine. This is a picture and actually a photorealistic object. We are using these photorealistic objects to create our content. This content helps in improving comprehension, so targeting the areas that students have difficulty in understanding, because we use visualization as one big method of teaching. We free up teachers' time because the student can self-learn. He can learn at his own pace, using these digital methods. We'll be surprised that the teacher may think that the student knows lesser than him in digital, adaptability, but the student who is actually a digital immigrant, a digital native, he already is born with a phone in his hand, or at least an exposure to technology. He is able to deal with technology far easier than the teacher himself, probably most of the time. There is a pre-lab preparation. Once we do digital education through visualization, and then we take the kid to the lab, he's far more prepared to deal with subjects, better in the lab. We reduce the workshop time because there are some aspects which normally the teacher would have taught in a workshop. Now they are taught digitally. These are some of the things that we teach. This is a Toyota Prius car, and we are doing some work very closely with Toyota, and this is how we train. So there is a functional animation. You can take apart each part. You can rotate and see it. You can see the functional animation. You can see the connection between various things, how a hybrid battery is powering a car and the various aspects. Why I've given an automotive example, one is a very largely an employment generating sector, and a large number of people are employed here. And we are fairly focused on on the edge of technology. So we are developing a lot of in the electrical vehicle area, in the hybrid area, and all this is digitized. So the student at their own pace can learn. For example, on your right, you can see, you can power this particular animation. You can go to the various drive options, and you can see how the engine behaves in that. So it helps you in visualizing and understanding the technology much better, than if you were to doing on a chalk and talk method. It's another thing is that it also developed the tacit knowledge, what goes behind, the theory behind it, the physics behind it. And we also train the kid in the physics behind those technology areas. So it is easy for the child and for the teacher to teach, because he's able to teach with medium, which is far more easy to understand, visualize. What is the benefit? It of course lowers the cost. You do not invest so much on the lab itself. You will invest much little, probably 1/10 on the digital resources. It's faster to implement, because you don't have to create the lab, physical lab. The teacher gets a support, because otherwise he would have read through a textbook and taught through chalk and talk method. Now he has a very solid visual method of teaching. The curriculum can be upgraded quickly, because we are able to work on the edge of technology far quicker. It's very difficult to change a training system which you have bought now, because technology changes fairly quickly. You have up-to-date material, and you can do performance monitoring through a very good classroom management and an LMS system. One more thing that I wanted to talk about is that we will, as we go forward in teaching the TVET subjects, they do not remain the realm of one specific area. Actually, there are various areas now talking to each other. For example, today's car is not just not a mechanical engine. It's a mechanical engine, it's electrical, it's electronic, a lot of it is IT. So therefore, the student has to be exposed to all these aspects. So there is a lot of cross-training is required. And therefore, the teacher has to be prepared to do cross-training. The teacher who's coming from a mechanical engineering background will have to learn electronics and IT to be able to teach automobile, or let's say refrigeration, air conditioning to the kid. When we do digital training, it's self-paced. I heard Dr. Khare talk about self-directed learning and lifelong learning as two very great aspects. It helps the student to access this digital medium at his own pace as many times as he wants. It enhances it quicker and makes the deeper and quicker learning. You can recognize prior learning, because you do a pre-assessment to understand where he is, and you can direct the learning in a way that you present that which he does not know or he's unaware. There is the flexible learning. There are new pathways that you can design. It strengthens the fundamental concept, because it is far more visual. We have heard from very many practitioners who are using the Aptay Academy, our academy, which is online academy, that if they had this available, let's say 10 years, 15 years before, when they were studying the subject, they would be far better professionals today. Then it helps in cross-training, as I just mentioned. There are very good formative assessment tools with learning loops. I'll take a minute and start explaining what a learning loop is. If you do a formative assessment, if you do it wrong, it will take you to a point where you will learn that concept, and you come back to it and make it correct this time. So you cannot move forward till the time you have correct understanding of that particular concept. That's a learning loop. And learning on demand, so you can learn anywhere. You can learn on your mobile phone, you can learn on your computer, whichever way you want. Or if you do not have access, then an institution can have a computer center where you can do that. And then this is very similar to the world of work. We have brought the similarities so clear and distinct that you can easily sort of migrate to the world of work after having learned through the digital medium. However, there are large challenges. This slide I saw some time back, and I thought it would be an interesting thing, that very few people have access to digital education. So how do you make it accessible? So we have some little solutions which I will talk about making this digital education available to teachers and to students, where hitherto probably they do not have access to technology or even network or a Wi-Fi. But I'm quite sure that since we are moving into 5G pretty quickly, these things will become history very soon. But till the time that happens, we have certain solutions. There is a teacher-led solution. That means you give the digital content to a teacher, and he teaches through his own computer. And what it limits is that the students cannot learn using this this machine. So therefore, they're teacher dependent. But it's far better than not having digital content. Then there is a mobile classroom. There's a trolley concept. You have 20 tablets which are given, or 40 tablets are given to students. They can learn, they can do the assessment, and the teacher can direct that learning. Then there could be a school-wide network. Then as you migrate further, you can have a cluster of schools. You can have a center of excellence and various schools which can have digital learning, and they can be directed from the center of excellence, which could also have the hardware for these people to experience, also experiment on the labs. Last but not the least is the cloud-based thing which we have, which is basically the Laptop Academy, which helps teacher and students, if they have good connectivity, to teach directly using the online methodology. This is a picture of how we have supplied these this is a trolley which goes into the it makes a classroom and a smart classroom almost instantaneously. This is basically a network of schools which we have done recently for Bhutan and for Pakistan, where we are working very closely with the NVTTC in Pakistan and the TTI framework in Bhutan, where the digital network is accessed from a center of excellence to various schools, and they're far more better monitored. And the teacher, and we do a lot of teacher training in terms of subject matter, in terms of using digital technology, and we are moving towards helping the teachers use digital technology, far easier, far simpler in these nations. This academy which we have, which is an online academy, Laptop Academy, can be used by students and apprenticeship within the industry. It is a part of lifelong learning. These are learning elements can be learned for lifelong learning. They are very good for teacher upgradation of new technology areas. We have found that a lot of new teachers do not very regularly upgrade their knowledge. For example, automotive, they may not be aware about automotive electronics and IT frameworks that are now available in each car. So they need to upgrade their knowledge. These methods are very easy and very, very simple for them to go ahead and upgrade the knowledge, for industry to upgrade their staff, and for upskilling and reskilling of those out of work. Thanks for your time. You can reach out to me at deepak@laptec.org. We'll be very happy to answer any questions that we may have on this aspect. I hope I've kept to time.
So friends, you will agree with me. It was a very impressive talk by Shri Deepak Mehrotra ji, where he has focused on the teacher and the teacher training, and as well as on digitalization of the teaching learning process. Can we now move on to Shri Chiranjeev Guha sir, who will be talking to us on assuring quality in BET in India, perspective and challenges. Shri Chiranjeev Guha sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sengupta, and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I am very much grateful and thankful to PSSCIB for inviting me in such an August gathering and giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. So, of course, I have been listening to the session since yesterday, and I'll try to restrict myself by not repeating the points which have been already deliberated upon. But still, just pardon me, because there are few of the points which are major and pretty pertinent in nature, which may come in my session during the next 5 to 10 minutes time. I'll try to restrict myself within the time frame as already requested by you. So first of all, let me start with congratulating all of you, because we all are a part of a system wherein we have been working day and night for the success of TVET ecosystem in the country. So far, we have achieved a lot. We have learned a lot. And now, honestly speaking, it's high time to stitch the things what we have already learned, rather than reinventing or recreating something by investing more. So let's invest more time rather than looking upon to the government money or the public sector funding. That's what I would urge to all the attendees or panelists today. So I'll try to cover few of the major pain points within the country for the TVET ecosystem, and we'll try to come up with some possible solutions also as well. So first thing first, in NSDC ecosystem, I represent an organization called National Skill Development Corporation, which is a public-private partnership, wherein 49% stake is of Government of India and 51% stake is from 10 different industry associations with 5.1% stake each. So nevertheless, the first thing that we all understand that what is the aspirational value, because this is something which is this TVET ecosystem, as in the vocational education and training, has been so far envisaged to be for those students who are actually not academically proficient, but at the same point of time, they are really eager to look forward to earn something in their lives just by doing something which is meaningful to the industry. So yes, we have to just ensure that this is not the right thing or this is not the proper thing, because vocational education and training, employability skills, these are all essential for anyone and everyone in the ecosystem. It's not related to your academic performance so far. That is something which we have to ensure. The second thing which I find as a challenge is basically the smooth transition from the school to higher education system. Now we all understand that UGC and Department of Higher Education, AICT, everyone has been notifying that yes, whosoever is having along with their academic subjects a vocational education subject, that person can be equated, as in the equivalence can be provided for the further higher education mobility. But so far, we have not seen so much of effort or so much of initiative from the higher education ecosystem, wherein the students are getting a smooth transition and they can actually switch back to the mainstream education. But given the fact, along with this, we have to also understand that what we are offering to the children at the school level, they should be continuing with that, because as per our understanding, whatever is meaningful to them, it's not about their mainstreaming of education or vocationalization of education or vocational education for that matter. But at the same point of time, we have to understand that yes, like say suppose a student is getting, if we understand that a student is being offered with a retail sales associate kind of a course, they can switch from one particular sector to another sector, maybe in the same subsector or related trades, but not to medical, or say suppose in engineering, right? So that kind of an harmony has to be maintained all across. The third thing which I wanted to highlight is related to the infrastructure. I think a lot of speakers have already highlighted upon that. But please, let's remember this part, that creating further infrastructure is not going to help, because as per NSDC's study, since last 10 years of NSDC's existence, I think we have, through this ecosystem, we have actually trained more than 2.8 crore students, which is a decent enough number. So that essentially means we are not in lack of infrastructure, but we need to understand what is the optimum utilization and how to optimally utilize those infra by involving the industry more, depending more towards the private sectors, because they are the futures and they actually drive the economy of the country. At the same point of time, another thing which comes in my mind is basically the awareness. Now, awareness is something, now in a typical country like India or its subcontinent region, if you ask me, then considering the socio-economic conditions, we are a degree-driven country, wherein if you don't have that degree, you're not eligible for that kind of a marriage. Right. So on a lighter note, of course, but yes, this is something which drives our entire education as well as the professional lives. So in that case, let's remember one thing, that whatever we are doing today is going to decide our future. It's not related to our marriage or the family only, but yes, at the same point of time, the greater economy of the country as well. So in that case, if we are providing an informed choice to the student, so that essentially means that whatever we are deciding by sitting in Delhi or the capitals of the different states, that yes, these are the sectors or these are the competencies that the students need to learn. But at least at the end of the day, before offering something to the students, we really need to understand that what is the aspirational value or what are the abilities of the students. So that essentially talks about, or that essentially demands the psychometric analysis and the counseling of the students as well as parents. because parents are someone who are actually deciding the future of the students, because the students are pretty young, as in the school students, if you ask me, they are pretty much young to decide upon their future course of action, you can say. Okay, so at the same point of time, another thing which comes in my mind is basically we talk a lot about industry-driven things and involving industry. Now, what is industry? Now, industry has become a misnomer for all of us, because what we see is that if we are talking about a specific industry or an organization, that organization has to have a 10-story building, that has to be green building in nature with a lot of tools and equipment. No, that's not the thing, because I think in India, in a country like India, the economy has actually been driven by the unorganized sectors more, wherein you cannot actually expect that kind of an infra. So in that case, likewise, the NEP is also focusing upon the local artisans and the unorganized involvement of unorganized sectors. Now, yesterday I was just listening to Madam Gauri Kalra, who was representing Ministry of Education. She had actually pointed out a very appropriate point that yes, to drive these things, whatever is practically feasible. Now, if I am training a student in automotive service technician, I cannot expect a person who is coming suited, booted to the school as a guest lecturer. In that case, what we have to do, what we have to ensure that a mechanic who has been actually working in this particular domain since long, he has a decent amount of experience, he or she, then in that case, that person can be actually introduced or invited as a guest lecturer. These are the things which are really going to drive the quality of the vocational education system, as I believe strongly. Last but not the least, of course, the trainers and the assessors. So what we have understood till this point of time, as we are talking today, I was just looking into the database that NSDC is maintaining on the Skill India portal. So as on date, we are having somewhere around 54,502 certified trainers. And to be very specific, some 35,415 assessors who are certified by the sector skill councils across various sectors. But still we are at a dearth of finding quality trainers and assessors. So this is something which we need to understand, that where are these trainers going? Because if we consider the total number of training centers or total number of courses which are going on, that those are much lesser than that. So we actually conducted a study through British Council and identified that these trainers and assessors, they are more employable in nature. They are having more confidence within themselves to deliver whatever they were supposed to do. And maybe within 2 to 3 years time, they are actually switching their career, maybe in the same sector, but not further working as trainers and assessors. So that's the reason, as NSDC, what we had actually tried to do, or what we had initiated to do, is involving the industry as trainers or mentors. Now we need to understand one thing. If we are talking about trainers, they will be basically coming, the typical mindset is whosoever is actually, again, likewise, as I said, the vocational education is not so aspirational as in comparison to regular education. Similarly, trainer or teacher profession is also has been seen so far historically in the country as not so aspirational thing. Whosoever is unable to get into a corporate ecosystem, that person is coming to the trainer ecosystem. But that's not the right thing, which I must say, because you need to be technically sound, you need to be sound in the pedagogy and andragogy part also as well. And I think they are more to be encouraged as mentors rather than trainers in the ecosystem. So in that case, what we strongly urge upon, as in over here, that if we are talking about involving good trainers who are actually going to decide the future of the country, by training the students in the TVET ecosystem, then we have to handhold them. We have to do the capacity building of those particular trainers as well as assessors. For this, NSDC, along with under the guidance of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, is working with various other ministries. I think some 26 other ministries, wherein all have been provided with some targets in the vocational education and skill development area, wherein we have been working day and night through our sector skill councils and other awarding bodies in terms of enhancing the quality of trainers. So in that case, there should be longer engagement. It's not a 10-day program that is going to decide the quality of the trainer. That's the reason we have tied up with Singapore Polytechnic and Temasek Foundation to devise the various pedagogical factors and ensure that on-the-job training is not restricted for the students only. it's actually important for the trainers also as well, that after the 10-day program, what you are actually going to do on ground, that has to be properly monitored and mentored by your master trainer, so that you can actually deliver a better program on ground. So with this, I wanted to keep it pretty short and simple so that we can save some time for the question and answer and further interaction session. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Guha, you have given, I think, a very informative talk and touched very important points. Comprehensively, you have touched very important points, which we almost discuss every day. Let us go to our friend, Dr. B.S. Mehrotra, who is a well-known figure in vocational education. We will be talking to us on models of vocational education and training. Dr. Mehrotra, please.
Namaskar, and thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity that you have given me and you have talked about me. Now, I'm going to present on a topic which is models of vocational education and training. I'll be talking mainly about these three major models, but then also would be discussing on the e-apprenticeship and community-based model. But these models are very prevalent in these countries, as you can see. Occupation-driven BET model, which is prevalent in Germany, Austria, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway. Straight-driven BET model in France, China, Spain, Portugal, and Poland. Market-driven VT model in United Kingdom, United States, Ireland, and Japan. So let's see what are these different models and how we can adopt these models. I'll also be briefly discussing on the mapping of the recommendations of the National Education Policy 2020 with these models at the end of my presentation. So if you look at the occupation-driven BET model, which is very prevalent in Germany. So after 9 to 10 years of compulsory general education, there's a school-based vocational education training for 1 to 2 days, coupled with the company or enterprise or firm-based training, which is for 3 to 4 days. There's a work or training contract between the apprenticeship or the apprentice who would be taking that kind of training and the company. So this is mainly driven by the company or the enterprise or the firm. And there's a strong foundation of vocational education training, which takes place in the school. So this is about occupation-based training. So just to give a brief overview of the dual system of VT in Germany, which is quite prevalent in other countries like Switzerland. Many other countries have actually adapted, not basically adopted this particular model, but they have adapted this model and has proved to be a very successful models wherever industries are there. So if you look at the German dual system, there's a vocational training act, and we also need to think of bringing in some kind of vocational training act for certain regulations in the training system. Just like we have apprenticeship training act, we need to also have vocational training act. National legal framework is there for different traditional training paths in the trades and industry and commerce. The Ministry of Education and Research is responsible for VET policies. And they work closely with the Federal Institute for Vocational Education Training. The federal states are responsible for the implementation of the school VT program, school-based VT program at upper secondary level, which is equivalent to the European qualification framework for level 2 to 4. Then there's a post-secondary and tertiary level, such as the advanced vocational training, EQF 6. Then there are trade unions who work together with government support to develop occupational profiles for initial and upgrading training programs. So this is about the dual system of training. So this is an overview. You can have a look at this figure, which implies that the students or the trainees have to apply for the training places at the companies. They have to sign a work contract. Then there are employers and businesses who assess the application of the trainees and they sign work contract. There's a development of the occupational qualifications and curriculum, certified skills that are relevant to employers and portable in labor market. And they also, the government actually prepares the legal framework for ensuring access, inclusivity, and quality of VT. It coordinates and delegates the responsibilities to the industry, chambers, labor unions, and other stakeholders. And they monitor the process and development of VT. Monitoring is a very important aspect which the government should take it, like in our country, wherein we can see that the central government runs this centrally sponsored scheme of vocationalization of secondary education under the Samagra Shiksha. Similarly, the state governments are also having Samagra Shiksha under the Department of School Education. So the government has a very important role in regulating and monitoring the implementation of the vocational education training. So other partners, which definitely we don't have that kind of involvement in our country, includes labor union and chambers, which help in development of curricula, skill standards, and training according to the needs of the industry and the policy. So there's need to work with these labor unions and chambers to get out with that kind of social stigma that is there and to bring about greater awareness of the importance of vocational education. So coming to the state-driven VT models, this is mainly school-based VT, and there are boards or committees or an observatory which actually oversees the implementation of the school-based vocational education training programs. These are, so if you look at this, the involvement of the social partners, it is very less or limited in case of school-based vocational education training program or the state-driven VT models. And we have seen in our country also that very few social partners are involved in the promotion of the vocational education training program. So the challenge is how to enhance the involvement of these social partners in the vocational education training. So these are mainly state-regulated school-based vocational education training. They include experts in various fields, government bodies, non-government organizations, schools, researchers, and corporate world. Social partners are not involved as formal actors, hence they have no formal role, enabling them to articulate their interests and perspectives integrated in the feedback mechanism. So there could be majorly two types of state-regulated VT model. Planning and management of VT in school is done by the state government, does not necessarily take account of the labor market needs. And this has been a major problem in our school education system, where although we have been talking about the skill mapping, skill gap analysis, and all those things, but very less work has been done in reducing that kind of skill gaps and also mapping with the industry demands, particularly when it comes to the schools. So this is another major challenge before us, how we enhance the involvement of the labor market or the industries or social partners into this vocational education training. So enterprises do not have institutionalized role in VT system, but serve as an internship places. The other type where involvement of social partners in VT policy is a legal necessity. And we can see with the model of the CSR, corporate social responsibility, now taking over. So a lot of organizations are involved. For example, Vadwani Foundation, which is very closely working with us. So there are a couple of other organizations, prominent organizations, which are involved in the skill development. So social partner involvement in implementing VT decisions, such as the development of curricula and qualifications, is extensive. and they are involved in VET implementation at local company or workplace level, in adapting curricula to meet the labor market needs in the selection and allocation of training subjects, and then also undertaking the analysis of training. Now this is happening actually in our country with the involvement of the sector skill councils. But still much more work is to be done in order to see that the industries are very well represented through these sector skill councils. So there's another challenge before us, that how we strengthen these sector skill councils to see that major industries in that sector, they are participating in the vocational education training programs. Social partners, they play a very important role in interviewing and selecting apprentices and trainees. And the state regulated workplace model offers solutions better suited to the labor market needs than the state regulated school model. So there's another model which I talked about, is the market driven VT model, wherein vocational training takes place mainly in the workplace. And we also have this kind of model in our country, where industries have taken the onus of preparing the workforce. So individual companies, based on their firm's specific skills demands, they prepare the workers. So this is a liberal market economy VT model, which is characterized by low firm involvement in most of the countries, including India's, because there are very few industries which take this kind of responsibility. So there's another challenge before here, that we need to rope in all these industries, making them more responsible in terms of providing vocational education training, taking that onus, and seeing that standards are being implemented at their level. So it is also characterized by weak government regulations, and the curriculum and content is developed by the private partners. Community-based vocational education is another thing that we need to look at, because there are like community colleges in USA. We also have in India community colleges like Madras Community College, which are the pioneers in terms of the community colleges. So these actually community-based vocational education institutions are designed for providing work experience training to students in community work settings. Students participate in work sites during the school day. A work coordinator, like we have vocational coordinators in schools now, they are assigned to supervise the sites and provide resources for the job coaches. Participation is for vocational exploration, assessment, or training in a community-based work setting under general supervision of public school personnel. Students learn and develop through active participation in organized activities or useful work to meet the needs of the community, and school activities are coordinated with the community. It provides students with an opportunity to use academic knowledge and skills in real life situations in their communities. They receive credits for participation based on evaluations which measure specific work related behaviors and outcomes. Mr. Nilesh Khareji has talked about that learning outcomes. So we need to also focus largely on these learning outcomes, because it's very important aspect, and we have been working as part of the curriculum development, focusing on learning outcomes now. Hub and spoke model of VT. So hubs are the learning centers and spokes are the skill and knowledge providers, and a very good example which has been set up by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, that is the School for Vocational Studies of TIS, on this particular model. So I have given that in this slide, where TIS has appointed partners, and these partners are actually serving as learning centers and SKPs. And these learning centers, they mobilize and select students. They provide theoretical training in classrooms. They identify and register SKPs. They assess students through written and Viva examinations. And they also assist in placement of the trainees. Whereas the SKPs, they are the industry partners. For example, Lava Mobile Company that they have tied up, facilitate practical and on-the-job training, and they assess students on the vocational skills, and then they provide certificates. So this is a very good example which can be adapted in the school space too, So coming to the e-apprenticeship model, which is quite relevant now with the corona pandemic or COVID-19 pandemic. So we have done some work in this kind of domain, that is e-learning. I'll be talking about that, showing some slides on that. So e-learning encompasses computer-based asynchronous and synchronous online training, which can be either internet or intranet based and can incorporate mixed delivery training. So it enables continuity and safety during COVID-19 pandemic. That's the major advantage now with this. E-apprenticeship models, they reduces transportation costs and minimizes training related travel during working hours. And apprentice can spend a minimum of 20% of the employed time during the off-the-job training through this e-apprenticeship training. There's a consistency in training across geographical locations. They provide more flexibility, and it improves diversity and inclusion so that students based in rural areas can also get involved through this kind of training. But the condition, as Mr. Deepak Mehrotra was talking about, that only 8.5% of the children, they have access to the internet. So that's another challenge before us, how to reduce this digital divide between the various stakeholders, I would say, not just children, but even the adults. There are many people who don't have that kind of access. Another reason is the data speed that we are facing, which he mentioned that there's a, now we will be having 5G internet connections. Now coming to the work done by the PSSCIV in this direction, particularly looking at the corona pandemic, we have come out with a lot of digital resources, more than 100 films, video films we have developed both for pre-vocational and vocational education programs. So you can get access to these digital resources on our website, sector-wise. For example, for employability skills, we have developed all the PowerPoint presentations and video films, apparel, made up, electronics, retail, agriculture, automotive. So likewise, we are doing it for other sectors. It is a continuous process which we are following. We have a team of dedicated people who are working throughout day and night, I would also say, with this production of the digital resources. Now, coming to this eSkill India, which is a very good platform, and I would recommend that all the viewers or the listeners of this conference, I would request them to please visit this site because it has a lot of resources available now, particularly when we are facing this pandemic. Now, there are platforms like Integrated Government Online Training, FICCI's platform, Wadhwani's platform. Then there are a whole lot of other university, Med University Online, International, ILO's site is there. Sector skill councils are also working, and they are providing this material in different languages. So Indian Plumbing Sector Skill Council, for example, they talk about safety and health guidelines for the plumbing workforce. Similarly, Beauty and Wellness Sector Skill Council, they have also developed digital resources on the similar lines like Indian Plumbing Sector Skill Council. Now coming to the mapping the recommendations of NEP on vocational education with VT model. As we are all aware that NEP talks about the fun-based courses or fun courses during grades 6 to 8, then 10 backless days period sometimes during grades 6 to 8, and also for giving periodic exposure to activities outside school. So here we can definitely implement this kind of community-based VT model that I have talked about in my presentation. Coming to the next is, it also talks about the holistic education in higher education institutions, particularly providing internship opportunities with local industry, businesses, artists, and craftspersons and all. Here again, we can have a community-based VT model implemented to ensure that this kind of linkages are established with the artisans and craftspersons. Then it talks about detailing of the national skill qualifications framework. And now you might be also aware that National Higher education qualification framework is being developed by the UGC, which is again another recommendation of the NEP 2020. So we have to also look at the international standard classifications of occupation, recognition of prior learning, credit-based framework, and also here we can think of implementing occupation-driven VT model. When we talk of this NCIVE, that is National Committee for the Integration of Vocational Education, then we need to focus more on the this state-driven VET model, because this committee would actually oversees the implementations of the state-driven VET models, so that some kind of regulations can be, or monitoring system can be implemented in the states. So there's also a recommendation by the NEP 2020 with regard to setting up of skill labs and creating a hub and spoke model, which will allow other schools to use the facility. So we can implement hub and spoke model here. Virtual labs, which has been in detail talked about by Mr. Deepak Mehrotra. So we can use these existing e-learning platforms, which are already there. You might be aware about e-Pathshala, Diksha, Swam Prabha and all. We can also, they can be leveraged for creating virtual labs so that all students have equal access to quality, practical and hands-on experiment-based learning experiences. So we can think of implementing this e-apprenticeship model as part of this exercise. So thank you very much for the patient hearing, and I think the time is over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehrotra. You have
the chairperson.
You have very
Gupta ji.
You have very
Sir, I have finished
given
my
a very
presentation.
informative talk, and you have covered the different type of models, different types of models, and I think you have also taken up the national education
unmute
policy.
yourself, sir.
Yes.
Unmute yourself.
Can you listen me? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. I
So
can.
all of us can listen to you.
Now,
Listen to you. No
now
problem.
we can
Is
listen.
it
Now we
all
can
right?
listen. Yeah.
So, Dr. Mehrotra, you have touched some very important points and given a very analysis of different models and what can we do as far as our country is concerned. You have touched the national education policy as well. My problem is I see that we have already, I think, consumed the time given to us, but at the same time, we have to do justice to the session, and therefore I will very quickly summarize the thing that has been done. Dr. Nilesh Khare has very nicely converted his talk into framework and engagement and evolution, and he has given almost a focus to the evaluation, the assessment aspect of learning outcomes, where quality culture has to come. And he has very rightly said that assessment of behavior is the most important, most difficult, and interpersonal relationships, of course, and therefore somewhere we have to think in terms of minimum levels of achievement. He has also talked about competency-based assessment and continuous and comprehensive assessment, and product outcomes. Because on the one end, we have the digital thing also coming up, almost 50%. And then the practical side is also there. Should the teacher evaluate? Should the instructor evaluate? Or should there be a group of people evaluating where employers are also within there? If you can just give a quick answer, who should evaluate, where they can evaluate all the three dimensions. Dr. Khare, please.
Can you repeat your question, please, but there's some internet problem.
What I mean is, very quick answer, who should evaluate? Because on the one hand, we have the digital thing, we have the practical side, we have the behavior side. So whether the teacher should evaluate or there should be a group of people who should evaluate the TVET.
Yeah, so I think my simple answer to the question is that I am a firm believer of empowering the faculty member who examines it. I have seen that if we allow the experts to teach, and if we assess and recruit them well, then there is no reservation that we should have in giving them an opportunity to evaluate. Now, the person who is teaching, he should also be an expert. So I'll just contrast the US system and then the Indian system in terms of my understanding of higher education. We have such a huge emphasis on calling externals on everything. While in the US universities, several universities actually give the teacher the power to design their own curriculum and assessment methods and tools that they deem fit. So that's where my answer is. I would go for training faculty and letting them do it. I understand that it would also be sensitive to the kind of faculty that we have.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. And later, Dr. Sri Deepak Mehrotra ji, he gave a very strong focus to the teachers, the most important component in his view, and the digital learning also he has focused very well, in which he says that blended learning will be necessary, and this tacit knowledge has to be developed in the students. And he has also talked of flexible learning pathways, and we can try taking the cluster of schools as far as the digital resources are concerned, because digital support will be required. Now, my question is, how do you train this teacher? Whether it should be through a pre-service training, or should it be by taking the teachers from the industry and then bringing them into the education fold and giving them training in pedagogy? What should be the mode of training, the best mode of training of these teachers? A digital thing also has to be brought in somewhere.
Yeah, I will answer that question, sir.
Please.
We have an example of TESDA in the Philippines, which is something like the NSDC here, or a combined of NSDC and Ministry of Skill Development. And there we have been using LabTech Academy fairly extensively to teach the teachers first on the subject matter, and also to migrate them from the traditional ways of teaching to digital ways of teaching. So there are pre-service teachers, there are in-service teachers, and there are administrators of schools. So administrators also have to be trained on the use of technology, so that, since traditionally they have not used it, so they have to be, trained. And we have online teaching, online programs. For example, there is an 8-hour program for administrators. There's a 2-day program for teachers to migrate them from the traditional way of teaching to be able to effectively use a digital. Then we have longer term training on the subject matter, when you're using a digital resource to be able to assess them formatively and summatively, and to be able to take them forward in their learning process. So my answer to your question is both pre-service teachers, the in-service teachers, as well as the administrators of schools. And in case the industry is directly taking upon the responsibility through their academies to teach the industry professionals, then those teachers also need to be inducted to be able to use technology effectively. So everybody.
I think very rightly you have said we have to try a different number of strategies there to train this teacher. Sri Chiranjeev Guha has again given a very nice peep into the activities of NSDC, and he has taken infrastructure and informed choice of the students, counseling of the students, bringing in local artisans into the VET program, and he also talked of quality trainers. Very lucidly, he has touched on very important points. And one point we have touched very rightly is vertical mobility, higher education. The question comes in, why is it that higher education institutions are not bringing in such type of courses which can be directly, students can get an access to higher specialized or advanced type of courses in their own fields of specializations. There are in higher education some courses, but then they are not directly giving vertical mobility to our students. How we can think in those terms, as you have said, maybe something related to subsector, for example, poultry. Now that is self-contained in higher secondary. Now at the higher education side, what will be taught in that area? Maybe, as you have rightly said, related subsector can be taken up. So how to motivate the higher education organization and how they can give this mobility to our students, sir?
First of all, thank you for your question, Dr. Gupta. I think it's a pretty pertinent concern that we are having. But at the same point of time, I would like to highlight that yes, just by saying that they are not offering good courses, that's not a right statement to make over here. But yes, they are providing something which are maybe divergent from what we are actually offering in the school ecosystem.
Yeah.
So just to let you know, I think a month back, Dr. Mehrotra is also there from CIV. He would agree that we have actually jointly done an exercise with the sector scale councils for mapping, let's say, suppose almost 700 qualification packs. So basically, through that mapping, this is the first time ever this kind of a mapping has been done from school to higher education system in the country, and that product is being actually submitted to PSSCAV for further review and deliberation with the higher education system. So there, what we have tried to do, as you have rightly mentioned, that starting from the informed choice, which I had highlighted, till the time when the student is actually going to higher education system for these kind of opportunities.
No sound. There's some problem.
Kiranji sir.
There's some problem.
Your sound is not
some problem
audible.
Sound.
Yeah, he's got a bad internet.
Yeah.
Now it's all right. Yeah. So can we go to
Dr. Mehrotra? Yes.
Can we move to Dr. Mehrotra?
Yeah.
Dr. B.S. Mehrotra, he has again given a insight into the different models: occupation-driven model, state-driven model, market-driven model, and dual system that are existing. And in our country, as you have very rightly said, maybe there is a need for Vocational Training Act. And the challenge that you have posed is how to bring the social partners, how to bring in the industries into the institutions, into the schools. There are sporadic success stories, of course, in our country, but we have yet not been able to establish that linkage which we actually want to do. I think that is a challenge that we have to face. Can you give a bit elaboration on Vocational Training Act and for what purpose?
I am really sorry, Dr.
Before I
Sengupta.
start,
I think there was some problem in the
Joint
connection.
Director, sir, is.
Sir, I'm sorry to intervene.
Yeah.
Our next panel is already on the line.
Oh,
could we quickly conclude? We are already short up by 40 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
Yeah, please. Sorry about it.
Just 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. I'll be quickly answering this question because seeing the time constraint. We definitely, I think we need this kind of vocational training act in order to regulate the standards. That is one thing. The second is we also need to have a very uniform curriculum across all these institutions so that we are able to bring out that kind of standardization that we are looking through from our curriculum, as well as the resource material that we are providing to the states or any other stakeholders. This will help us in assuring the quality that we have been talking about for years together now, and also seeing that the social partners are with us in the implementation of vocational education and training.
Right. Thank you very much, sir.
So we have to really deliberate upon the need for this vocational education and training.
Right.
There might be different schools of thought. That is why we have not been able to come out with this kind of vocational education training act, although we have Apprentices Act. And what has been the
Dr. Mehrotra,
with the
please excuse me.
With that and discuss on that.
Please excuse me as the time is very short.
Recommendation on
thank
having
you very
this
much.
vocational education training act. Thank you.
Thank you. I must say that it was a real privilege to have been the chairperson of this particular session. I am extremely grateful to.
Sir, your sound.
We are extremely grateful to Dr. Nayak, Dr. Deepak Shuddalwar, and our speakers, Dr. Nilesh Khare, Deepak Mehrotra ji, Chiranjeev Guha sir, and Dr. Mehrotra. I am extremely grateful to you for your very valuable things that you have given today to the national seminar, national conference. Extremely grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I will thanks to everybody for this session. Dr. Senap, Manjesh Sengupta sir, and all 4 speakers and our joint director. So moving to the next technical session. Actually, time is already over. So as suggested by our JD sir, we will move to the next technical session. Thank you very much.
Hello, Viraya ji.
Dr.
दीपक वीरैया जी वहाँ है क्या?
Yeah.
Viraya ji hai. You can talk to Dr. Mehrotra sir. मेरे को भेजना है.
So
Mehrotra ji.
We are going to start.
I think all the speakers and Dr. Aswa ji has already joined for this session. So should we start this session?
Yeah, please. So this technical session 4 is on new education policy 2020 strategic priorities for VT system in India, which is being chaired by Dr. Asfa Yassin. The rapporteur is Dr. Pinky Khanna. So I request Dr. Pinky Khanna to kindly take over.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Mehrotra. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this 4th technical session of this national conference. The theme for this session is New Education Policy 2020, Strategic Priorities for Vocational Education and Training System in India. The session would be chaired by Dr. Asfa M. Yassin, former professor and head, Center for International Relationship, PSSCIV Bhopal. I am Professor Pinky Khanna, joining this session as rapporteur. So on behalf of PSSCIV, I heartily welcome Professor Asfa M. Yassin in this session. We are so happy that she is chairing this session, as we always consider her a very senior and knowledgeable member of PSSCIV team. Welcome to this session, Dr. Asfa ji. Dr. Asfa. Hello, Dr. Asfa. Welcome to this session.
Thank you.
We have 3 eminent speakers for this technical session. First speaker is Mr. Manish Joshi. He is TVET and Higher Education Specialist, UNESCO, New Delhi. He has been a part of the education sector team at UNESCO, New Delhi, cluster office for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Manish served as the Deputy Head of International Collaboration at NSDC. He also served as Head of Overseas Labor Mobility Programs and as an Assistant Director at the Indus Entrepreneurs. The second speaker of this session is Dr. Leena Chandran Wadia. She is Senior Fellow at the Observer Researcher Foundation, Mumbai. Dr. Leena has been engaged in research and policy advocacy in education, also in other areas such as renewable energy, public health, and sustainable agriculture. She has contributed to the preparation of Draft National Education Policy 2019 as a member of Technical Secretariat to the Kasturi Rangan Committee and as a member of Drafting Committee of the policy. The third speaker for this session is Mr. Rajat Khawas. Mr. Rajat Khawas is Principal Consultant, Joint Policy Advisory Group, New Delhi. He is TVET enthusiast as an entrepreneurial mindset contributing to the skill ecosystem globally. And he was the founding member for the Joint Policy Advisory Group, which was initiated to help policymakers to get evidence-based inputs to facilitate actionable steps. So, I welcome you all to this session. We feel proud that very senior, experienced, and renowned experts of TVET have joined as speakers to this session. So once again, I welcome you all to this session. I welcome all the distinguished guests, enlightened speakers, and my friends who are joining this session. So before Dr. Aswaji, chairperson of this session, introduce the theme, I would like to present her academic achievements and experience. Dr. Asfa M. Yassin served PSS CIV for 22 years as professor and head Department of Agriculture and Center for International Relationship. She has contributed for the development of about 150 vocational documents like curricula, books, instructional modules. She has in her credit about 130 publications in the form of research papers, chapters, and concept papers. She has participated in many international and national programs in different capacities. She also has in her credit many international publications. She also has high-ranking publications of different categories. She is honored with the award of Leading Professional of the World in the Arena of TVET by London Biographical Society, England. She is also a recipient of the award for contribution in the area of education of minorities by the Education Promotion Education Council. Presently, she is acting as Director, KGN School of Excellence, Bhopal. So now I think I should hand over the session to the chairperson, Dr. Aswaji, for further proceedings. Dr. Aswaji, please.
Good afternoon, all the eminent speakers and the participants of this national conference. First of all, I think I must once again introduce this is technical session 4 on new education policy 2020, which is strategic priorities for VET system in India. So this is the very important aspect because already the policy is in our hands now, and I must first of all I'll be interested that eminent speakers are with us today, and we are very proud of this of the organizers to have these eminent speakers in this conference. Since we are having constraint of time, I will not take much time in the introduction of this because we already know the objectives of the conference and the session which we are going to have. I will now, I think, request our speakers to start their presentation, and I wish to request each one of them that please take into consideration the time constraint that we are able to give 10 minutes plus 2 for their presentation, and so that we can have some time for question answer session. So we'll start with Mr. Manish Joshi. He is going to talk about TVET in higher education. He's a specialist in TVET in higher education, specialist in UNESCO, and he is going to talk about UNESCO State of the Education Report for India 2020. priorities for excellence in VET. So we look forward, Mr. Manish, that we are going to have something very interesting about India, which is you are going to present in your presentation. Welcome again to this national conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I think we are running short on time, so I will try and just open up the discussion by highlighting some of the things that we are talking about in our latest TVET report. Can you see my screen, the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So just quickly, before I begin, I wanted to spend a minute on UNESCO, its mandate, and the role it plays when it comes to education. As many of you are already aware that UNESCO works in the areas of education, science, and culture. With regards to education, it serves as the custodian, if I can, of Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is essentially to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning. I'm sure many in the audience are aware of the various targets. So SDG 4 is a big umbrella. It spans from primary, secondary education to access to technical and vocational education, universal literacy, education for sustainable development, and so on and so forth. So there are various aspects of SDG 4. And UNESCO, of course, works with member states to build their capacity to reach these SDG 4 goals. A quick look at the focus areas here in the cluster office that I'm part of, which is UNESCO New Delhi. It's based in New Delhi, but it covers for 5 other countries in the sub-region. Here these are some of our focus areas. So we are focused on inclusive education, where we work with the national governments to ensure that equity, gender, and special need aspects are taken care of. Universal access to education, non-formal ways of learning, as of course, and universal literacy. Higher education, UNESCO is the only agency that has a mandate in higher education, and we work on a few specific aspects. I don't have time to go into details. Teachers, I think a lot has been said about vocational teachers already. And I think development of teacher policies to increase the supply of qualified and motivated teachers is a priority for us. We work in that area, of course, not only for vocational teachers, but teachers across this education spectrum. Health and well-being, I think, again, very important. And here we support national agencies to, for example, last year we came up with publications to promote safe online learning for students, because due to COVID, a lot more time is being spent online. We are working on social and mental health issues, of course, TVET, and we support in policy and planning. So last year, we came up with 2 specific publications, one of which I will go a little bit more in depth. One is we focused on digital credentials, and second is our flagship report, which is called Vocational Education First. And here by name, and of course, we are looking at our report that we published as a reference tool for a range of stakeholders to begin their understanding and to see what has happened in the past decade or decade and a half in India, and what are some of those elements that need to be strengthened if India needs to achieve excellence in VET. Here, by name itself, I just wanted to say that vocational education is the focus, where we're not making a comparison, but clearly the long-term vision is to have a focus on vocational education delivered in schools and colleges, moving away from a model which is currently more short-term and driven by short-term courses for specific jobs and occupations. So I think in the longer run, this is critical. And NEP already actually advocates and has a range of points that are trying to revamp vocational education. I think we'll hear more about that. So the State of the Education report is a comprehensive document. Like I said, I'll leave the link. It's about 150 odd pages, and I'd encourage all of you to read it. But it essentially, the summary of it comes down to 10 recommendations that span, very broad 10 elements that we feel are very critical if we are to revamp and to orient our TVET system for excellence. So let's quickly go through. This is my last slide, actually, and I just wanted to go through some of these so I can bring the focus and maybe we can have a discussion. So first and foremost, we are emphasizing in our recommendation the learner-centered approach. It's really the need of the hour, and it's only possible to do so if there are scientific and objective ways to recognize the natural talents of learners. And this essentially means that we can help learners make better informed decisions about their careers and to help them see the pathways. I think that's very critical. We cannot expect them to make better decisions which are in line with their interests and aspirations if we don't give them that guidance and support. So that's what this is all about. And this becomes even more important because NEP is, of course, emphasizing vocational education from grade 6 onwards, right? I don't want to spend more time on this because I know my colleague Lina will go in depth into this aspect. So, you know, we'll hear more from Lina. Lina, as you know, is also the co-author of the UNESCO TVET report. So I'll leave that for her to cover. Really, I'm looking forward to that. Second recommendation is on support for teachers, trainers, and assessors. I think this is, again, I cannot emphasize more. Without the right teachers and trainers and assessors, our vocational system, the TVET system, cannot grow. And this includes in the report a range of factors, from the motivation of teachers, their pay, their benefits, their contracts, their training, and the way they can be provided a career path. All of these are issues. And I think, of course, right now the vocational education part is being done in conjunction. So we have trainers from the private sector also coming in, but perhaps we need a dedicated cadre of vocational teachers in schools. Third recommendation is around upskilling, reskilling, and lifelong learning. And I think this goes well. Maybe I can take two of these recommendations together. There is another one on digitalization, and I think they go hand in hand. And clearly, more than ever, COVID has shown us the need and the requirement for us to continuously upgrade skills, not only for young learners, but also for adult learners. And I think if we are able to digitalize the entire value chain, this does not only mean creation of online content, etc., where many agencies have already started to work. And we heard yesterday that TVET programs are inherently difficult to deliver entirely online, right? Because there are practical aspects. But still, work is on. PSSCIV is working on it already. But when I say the entire value chain, it's not only the content, the delivery mechanism, but I think connecting the entire chain, supporting e-recruitments, having digital credentials. So it becomes easier and easier in an entirely digital environment to not only learn, to capture your learning, to connect with employers, and then to capture the outcome of this entire process. So I think the entire TVET value chain needs to be massively digitized. Supporting local communities, again, very important. Here, it's, I think, very, very important that the TVET programs are actually aligned to support local communities to generate livelihoods. In many cases, this is not happening. And I think we have a perfect backdrop. India provides we have such a tremendous treasure of cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, that this can be used. By that, I mean, there are so many heritage sites, a lot of job roles that are to do with maintenance, upkeep of these sites can then be embedded into the grant funded training programs, and local communities can be prepared who already have a stake in actually taking care of those sites. But it goes beyond art, craft, culture. All of those aspects are included here. And I think when you extend this further, it essentially also means that the outcome of programs need to be linked with entrepreneurial outcomes more and more, given that jobs are already under pressure because of the pandemic. We need to have more local employment opportunities, which are in many cases self-employment or entrepreneurial. Second, expanding the research base. And I think our ecosystem still does not have robust data points, does not have enough evidence. And we need to generate that if we are to ensure that we can actually help better policy planning and better monitoring. So what does it mean? I think we have to make data sets more, I think we have to make data more widely available. Government has to make this data available to the research community. And first of all, we need a network of dedicated researchers and institutions to, in that sense, target their guns on the real issues of the TVET ecosystem, right? So there are a lot of talented researchers who come from, and TVET is a sector that needs a multidisciplinary research approach. So I will not go into the kind of issues or questions that can be that are ripe for more research. I think it spans the entire spectrum, from motivation of students to outcomes to quality. But we need to provide better data, make it available, and of course have a community of these researchers who are constantly being given the input by the TVET community on what the serious issues are, so they can actually start focusing on those research issues. Then, of course, alignment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I think this goes without saying. The awareness for environmental and sustainability issues is increasing. And I think, the way TVET forced everybody to change their lifestyles made everybody rethink. And here what we're saying is that the focus on achieving targets associated with SDGs can become the central effort for the TVET provision, which means, and that UNESCO has been promoting the concept of education for sustainable development. This goes hand in hand. So can we, for example, have a greater focus on climate change and on greening the TVET systems, and then from there deriving the green jobs and the green requirements of the economy, and actually aligning our TVET ecosystem to train and to work on those green jobs. So green jobs are, of course, already exploding. ILO report talks about some amazing numbers. And in India, industry is already moving in that direction. We have electric vehicles, we have solar, so many other renewable energy related job roles, but not only. I think sustainable consumption, the life cycle approach, there's every aspect of industry is becoming more green. And so if we are able to align our TVET ecosystem better with greening agenda, then we can address these green jobs much better. And again, I'm not going into detail because I want at some level all of you to go back and read that report. Second last point, innovative financing models. I think, again, we've seen that there's a lot of pressure on governments and employers around the world on, due to COVID, of course, on the public funding that's available. And of course, employers, what they can do with their funds available. And I think here, essentially, it means that we cannot rely entirely on 100% grant-based programs that the government will continue to fund. The pressure is increasing. At the same time, the ability for learners to pay for their courses is also under pressure because there's a loss of livelihood, and those who don't pay for their learning, I mean, essentially young learners have to rely on parents, etc., to fund their programs. This is also difficult to do, which means we need newer, more innovative financing models. We've captured some in the report. Development impact bonds are one way, which is essentially funding is tied to outcomes. And it's a much more efficient way to bring in a sort of a tripartite approach towards achieving outcomes. And some pilots have been done already by NSDC. They've just been launched. Another one where we are actually combining microcredit and financial inclusion and asset creation. So for example, for rickshaw pullers, how can you have a model where they end up owning an asset, which then will continue to generate livelihoods for them, which is something also we've captured. It's a model by the American India Foundation. We've spoken about that in the report. So, and finally, of course, shared infrastructure, which is important because a lot of times, given the economics of the TVET programs, if government does not come in and finance the infrastructure and the fixed component, it becomes unviable. So there are some approaches already, common service centers, the skill parks, the community skill parks program of Government of Kerala. All of these are essentially helping the delivery by the government taking up some of the risk to own the infrastructure, and then of course letting the private operators to run training programs, and then finding a common ground, a revenue share model that generates those returns. Instead of, if this entire responsibility is put onto the training provider, it becomes, of course, unviable. So we need certainly more innovative financing. And finally, I think better interministerial collaboration. I think this sounds always very simple, but I think is good to emphasize because we've often heard about the challenge of coordination. But why is it so important? Because true integration of skills and education, these two systems need to come together, and that cannot be done until ministries work together. We are already seeing the vision to expand vocational education, and for that we have to come together and work as one. And of course, we already know that skilling is a shared responsibility, right? So between state and central governments, policies schemes may be launched centrally, but the implementation happens at a local level. That's important, because if that is true, then success cannot be achieved until these two are in sync. So we are not only saying vertical coordination between various levels of the government or the ministry, but also horizontal interministerial, right? And of course, relevant ministry inputs are critical, because a lot of times TVET programs are domain specific, which means the line ministries, the regulators, etc., for that domain need to have a say, and these need to be concurrent with what the skill ministry is saying. So take healthcare, for example. It's a regulated trade. You cannot launch or run programs unless you have the necessary regulators on board. So I think it's very important that that interministerial collaboration is focused upon. NEP is also proposing several mechanisms. We already heard NCI, VE, etc., which are all steps, hopefully, in that direction. So yeah, I will stop there. Thank you so much. I think we are already short on time, but I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Very good presentation, and I think there ought to be some questions on this presentation. So we can have some questions.
Perhaps we can go through, and I'm happy to take it in the end, because we are already running short of time. So maybe we can proceed if that's okay.
All right. So thank you once again, and we'll be definitely touching on some issues raised by you. And so I invite the next speaker with us, Dr. Leena Chandran. Ma'am, you are welcome here in this national conference at PSSCIV. Kindly start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very nice to be following after Manish. Like he said, we collaborated on the UNESCO Vocational Education First report. So I will try to complement what he said, because I also had the good fortune to work on the preparing the draft national education policy with Dr. Kasturi Rangan and all the committee members, and many other people, hundreds of people were consulted. So as we all know, the National Education Policy 2020 says that all educational institutions need to integrate vocational education into their offerings. And the target is a very ambitious one. It says we will try to provide vocational exposure, and I'll come to that in a minute, to 50% of students, of all students by 2025, which is sort of 5 years from now, actually. So, but for us as educators, it is very, very critical to remember that the policy is addressing two distinct groups of students. One is the students who will enter the world of work after grade 12, because as we all know, GER in India is 26%. So if 100 kids start in grade 1, 26 go to higher education. So, and some drop out, and the remaining actually start work after grade 10 or grade 12, or sometimes even grade 8. So these are the students who are planning to enter the world of work. So they have to have enough training to start working in the world of work. And then there are students who will continue into higher education, but who are interested in different vocations because they are trying to figure out what it is that they want to become in their lives. And so those students are also to be looked after. So both groups need to be offered courses at various NSQF levels, 1 to 4. The way NSQF has been set up, it is, seems to be aligned with different years of schooling and higher education. So BVOC, for example, is NSQF levels 5, 6, and 7. So as of now, what the vocational education we have in this country caters only to the first group. We have, let's say largely to the first group, because we have vocationalization of school education in Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, which focuses on grade 11 and 12, and some states have started including grades 9 and 10. So yeah. So if we look at the targets that we had in the past, we have consistently missed them. Kothari Commission wanted 50% of students to take up vocational higher secondary students to take up vocational education. It's not achieved till today. NEP 1986 set much more modest goals, set 10% in 95 and 20% by year 2000. Even that is not achieved today. So we have over 10,000 schools and 1.2 million students in Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, which is much less than 20%. And what NEP is trying to do is to try to reimagine Tibet. And what it's trying to do is to help to achieve the country's skill development goals by bringing in educational institutions as training providers. So, we had said we want 100 million trained by 2022. And at the moment, we are doing about 10 million a year. So that's just not enough, And so if you bring in the secondary schools, we have 280,000 secondary schools in the country as training providers, then we can not only catch the students when they are captive in schools, and very much able to leverage the maximum out of vocational education. The NEP also tries to leverage, like I said, the benefits of integration of vocational education. And to use that to improve overall quality of education. What do we mean by integration? What we mean is that you show the student the connections between all the subjects. And I'll give you an example of that in a minute through vocational education. And of course, NEP is also is putting very high demands on all the adults in the system, not the children, not the students, not the youth, but the adults in the system, government functionaries, managements of institutions, researchers, teachers, industry and businesses, saying we need to change the system on its head and plan and deliver quality practical work experience to student. The theory parts can be done in school very easily, we know that, but we need them to get hands-on work experience. And of course, the NEP has made some provisions to help with this. The adoption of the NSQF associated with a credit framework, which is very, very important. And the academic bank of credits, which allows students to accumulate credits that will help them become lifelong learners. So let's begin with what we know first, which is vocationalization in the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. I know that March 16 and 17, there was a discussion meeting at PSS-CIVE to discuss this. So I'm sure some of these things some of the things I'm going to say were discussed there. But what I want to say is that, what is being done today is a very hands-off approach. Where NSDC training partners are doing curriculum delivery and sector skills councils are participating, and they are doing certification, and training partners are providing assistance with placements. What I mean by hands-off is that the school is not involved. The teachers are not involved. They're not talking to the students about what they learned in their workplace or what they learned from the training partners. And that is it's not integrative at all. So a more integrative approach that is also scalable would be for schools and colleges to take ownership of vocational education. And what they can do is that, of course, Dr. Gauri Kalra said yesterday that there isn't enough money to put machinery in every school. Obviously not, but Manish also referred to the fact that we can have centrally shared models. ITIs and polytechnics can share their equipment, community skill parks, the CSCs, all of those can be shared for practical training for kids who are going to the world of work after school. And also, you see, we are not talking enough about the fact that for India, the opportunity is really the IT opportunity, and IT and IT-enabled services. Government has identified a $2 trillion opportunity in IT for India. And this work must begin in secondary schools in the 280,000 secondary schools we have. And for that, what you need is generic computational hardware, which every school must have. And you can onboard engineers as faculty, which will, and there is research from Himachal and Haryana to show that when you bring in engineers as, whatever you want to call them, faculty or coordinators, better faculty, they kind of help with running the labs and everything, and there is much better outcome all over. So the approach to integration is about teaching in a multidisciplinary, teaching the theoretical aspects in a multidisciplinary framework. And of course, the national curriculum framework will have to support this. The multidisciplinarity will have to be supported. And I just want to say one last thing about vocationalization, that, the SSCs, yesterday also there was a lot of conversation about SSCs. SSCs certification is important for those who need it. So it can be made an optional certification. And in fact, someone asked who should evaluate. The schools and the people who provide the practical training should evaluate, like in the TIS-SVE model that Dr. Vinay Mehrotra talked about. So vocational exposure, this is the most important part, that, what we are trying to do is to bring back the culture of learning by doing, by, introducing students to the economy of the communities around them, and by going and visiting. And the Prime Minister put this the best. In September, when he was talking about the NEP, he said, if there's a railway station in your village, please take the children to the railway station. When the train comes, walk along the length of the train and discuss it. Now, if you think about it, through watching a train, you can teach them, science and technology because of the development of the engines, but you can teach them environmental technology because you have to you can talk to them about the pollution of coal-based versus electric engines, or you can talk to them about the economy or the jobs it creates, or from the tracks, metallurgy and engineering. So that is the spirit that the Prime Minister actually expressed so beautifully, that vocational education is supposed to capture, or vocational exposure is supposed to capture. So we want students to have their vocational training connected not just to science and technology, but also the sociological and economic aspects, and then have managers and teachers coordinate among themselves for this purpose. So the science teacher can discuss the science and technology part, but maybe the economics teacher can discuss something else, and the social science teacher can discuss something else. That's what we are aiming for through this policy, actually, because to give students an all-round understanding. So if you look at the profile of our labor force, this is the panel. You see, we talk about entrepreneurs all the time, but entrepreneurs are like 2% of our labor force. 34% are self-employed people. This is our micro, small, medium enterprises, where all our arts and crafts and, 1 member, 2 member, 3 member companies, 63 million enterprises employing about 120 million people. And for these people, what you need to do is to make sure that they don't just have literacy and numeracy, but they also have scientific literacy, but more importantly, and ICT literacy, but also financial literacy and civic and cultural literacy, which will tell them what products the society needs. And as part of the 21st century skills, this is a document that I got out of World Economic Forum. There's a reference at the end. We talk also about all the competencies, but we also need to focus on personality characteristic, grit and persistence and leadership, so that these self-employed people can actually stand on their own feet. I don't have time, so I will skip this. This is a different way of talking about the same thing. So what we are doing really, and I will talk about only 2 lines in this slide, is that academia has been entrusted with the responsibility of partnering with industry to deliver vocational education, and academia needs to step up to this task, actually. And if they do that, then they can get involved in seeding research in vocational education, allow more fine-tuned mapping of skills gaps that exist in the country, and then help with the standardization of practical training during apprenticeships, which Dr. Vinay Mehrotra also referred to. So this is the challenge to academia. We need to involve all the teachers in schools, and we need to integrate vocational trainers into schools and give them the respect they need to be able to function. And like I said, I'm just checking the time. I'm almost out of it, so I will skip this. We have talked about NSQF and the Academic Bank of Credits. So all I want to say, this is my last slide, is that Dr. Mehrotra mentioned the NCIVE. It needs to be set up very quickly because it has many responsibilities, which is that you need to create multi-stakeholder groups that can select and design courses and curriculum. And then we need to gather feedback and data continuously during early implementation so that we can improve outcomes and share best practices across all secondary schools. There are 300,000. We are at the moment in 10,000 schools. We need to go one order of magnitude. We need to ensure interaction between groups of stakeholders and also introduce high-value courses. You see, at the moment, a lot of the short-term courses are not very high-value courses. If academia takes over training of young people, then industry can focus its attention on high-value courses for lifelong learners, like in Industry 4.0, blockchain and AI and so on, the kind of things that companies like Upgrad and all are doing. And Manish already mentioned this, that we need to focus on sustainable development goals and green jobs, because there are jobs in green sector. There are no jobs in most other places. So I'll stop here and we can discuss more at question time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leena. You have put a very beautiful picture, and all the issues you have covered in your presentation need discussion at length. And this is not the matter, we are just giving 10 minutes and 12 minutes for such important issues here. It's not justice done. So anyway, this I would we have to hear bide with the time here which is given. But that was wonderful presentation, and that is the issues which you have touched. They are very important. So we'll take definitely some questions. So I think they're definitely going to have some questions on that. So at the moment, thank you very much. But we'll see you in the question answer session. Thanks again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I invite our next speaker, Mr. Rajat Khawas. Mr. Rajat Khawas, I think he's there.
He is there.
Yeah. I welcome you, Mr. Rajat Khawas. Kindly, in keeping time constraint in view, I just request you to start your presentation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Am I audible, and is my presentation visible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Please continue. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Manish and Dr. Leena. I think there are a few points which you mentioned in your presentations. Maybe I will try to take a quick peek at that. So, straight away to start with giving a background. Wanted to start my discussion before with one of the very good study which has been done by ILO, World Bank, and UNESCO in terms of looking at how Tibet, thinks the new normal is at current stage, which means there has been challenges both in terms of because of the pandemic, the business have closed down. Tibet being skill-based, hence work-based skills, hands-on skills are at challenge, whereas the other challenges were almost 1.6 billion students were out of their school. The good thing has happened from the upside was organizations have tried to make through innovations, has been trying to make changes in which they are able to look at different ways to deliver through digital platforms or distance. To give you a little bit of data on this, if you see from the left-hand side, prior to COVID, the digital usage country-wise, if you see, Asia Pacific was one of the largest segment, which was around close to 32%, whereas if you look at the least was Africa at about around 5% of usage of digital, which they were using for the distance learning. And through the COVID, as organizations and the country and the different initiatives have kicked in, these are the different areas which the organizations are now focusing on to help take this digital learning through. So areas which they're looking at and focusing on is now video conference, which has been a maximum as a percentage terms, using of YouTube, like for example, this forum, which we are looking through Zoom and YouTube, developing of videos, because video has become one of the key resource of teaching and training methodologies, creating virtual learning platforms, developing new written resources, using TV, and some of this. So this is a percentage which gives you an idea about how before the pandemic where the use of digital resource was to where it currently is. Hence, what are the key messages which we brought? There is a definitely there is a difficulty imparting practical skills by remote learning, but then there are been options of where to look around things from that. For many TVET providers, to switch to remote learning has been a process of as we do, so we learn. The COVID-19 pandemic has also accelerated many changes. For example, the digitalization, both Manish and Dr. Lina mentioned about it. And also the need to rapid response to schools closures, how the school closed, went into the online platform. So this all has led to what one thing very clearly that lot of amount of strengthening of partnerships has to evolve, both at government to government level, G2G, where is business to government, civil society, NGO, or the combinations. And despite brilliant stakeholder involvement, there has been substantial constraint in terms of the quality of debate because of funding, as well as two groups have come up, the haves and the have-nots. So those groups which are haves has been able to do this, manage this pandemic better in terms of learning, using of resources, investing. But those who are the have-nots has become what do you call? They got unlearned much more faster. So what are the recommendations we are looking at? We are looking at it. How do we increase investment in digital technologies? And this is not only for the people all across, but also for the institutions, different stakeholders at all, so that it is critical, and it is also for the resilience to build it. Because we have learned right now through this pandemic, the new strains are coming in. What happens if we have to extend it for another year or so, or there is a new pandemic comes in? So we need to right now build in more resilient systems, ensure partnerships and learnings of disadvantages from this remote learning of the students. And the other part of understanding was that how do we look at imparting practical skills through this digital mode? So that's something what we are looking at. To understand this, I thought that maybe there will be a good way to look at is more at a national or a global level, how countries have been able to perform in this pandemic. So this is a study which Harvard Business Review and Tufts University has done very recently, and they looked at 90 economies, 90 countries, and they brought it out into 4 areas, which we're talking about. They talk about standout economies or stall-out economies, and the breakout economies, the fallout economies, which means they're talking about countries which already had digital capability earlier, prior to pandemic, and how they have now built up momentum. So by this slide we're talking about, we see the country has been bifurcated into standout on the right side, and the stall out is the left side. So Singapore by far across globally has stand out itself in terms of the digital infrastructure which it had prior to COVID, and then how it has brought in the momentum to it. And then United States, Hong Kong, this is South Korea, Israel, United Arab Emirates, are the few other countries which really stand out. Whereas if you see very interestingly, most of the European countries, whereas the UK, New Zealand, Australia, who had Japan, who had quite good quality digital infrastructures, were not able to bring in a momentum post-COVID. The second part of it is the breakout, where you find out China, India, Indonesia, Bangladesh. So these are the countries which means they have in the last 5 years had created digital architectures, but the momentum has now been increased much faster, and they've been able to do much better based on the post-COVID area. Whereas if you look at the left-hand side, where you find Pakistan or Cambodia, Nigeria, Mexico, Sri Lanka, these are what which has got the watch out, which means they need to actually build on both the parameters, architecture as well as the move out part. So this gives us the understanding that, okay, fine, when you're looking at partnerships between countries, as we look at pandemic, as we look at Tibet, how do we bring digitalizations, which are the countries where we should be looking up to in terms of the best practices and to learn from. The second part was both, I think a lot of speakers have mentioned today as well as earlier, that all we're talking about how do we really bring in business or the industry together. I was part of the yesterday's launch, which happened by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WCSD. Now, this is an initiative which has been done for a Vision 2050, which means there are 40 key large global corporates have come together, and they've created a vision for how the world will look like, both in terms of the sustainability development part, which has skills as an integral component to it, which means they're talking about connectivity empowers everyone. Getting people ready to work with the new technologies, which both we talks about upskilling and reskilling. It talks about how to support the government and the school system to identify new and priority roles, as well as internally mandating on communicating to their own organizations that how the companies need to engage and empower with workforce. Now, this is very, very critical and important because as a country, we as well as the this Southeast Asia region, as well as Asia region, if you can really dovetail into this organizations. I'll give you some of the snapshots. If you look at it, is almost like who's who are the top big organizations globally. You talk about, you name them, most of them are there, and a lot of people are joining. So which means they are clearly given on the vision in terms of, so hence probably this can be a push in terms of where we are able to get the corporates, large big corporates bringing together and able to create that mobility part. Another interesting study which was done by the Amazon Web Services is a 6-country ASEAN report where they're talking about what are the digital skills which we require by 2025. So between this, there are 7 new digital skills which has been identified, and the calculation which goes up, which talks about almost just between these ASEAN countries, 5.7 billion digital skills training needs to require within the next 4 years right now, which means it's a huge, huge opportunity in a way, as well as a challenge. And India on this on this side is one of the highest, where out of this, you talk about almost out of the 5.7, 39 million plus jobs are from the India alone. So this study of a study of the Amazon Web Services, which focuses on Singapore and India a lot, it talks about 1.2 million digital skills for Singapore, and this will be not for than 4 areas. India is talking about the 12% of the population, whereas the Singapore is talking about 1.2 million. The focus for this upskilling and reskilling is on these 4 areas. Currently digital skill workers, currently non-digital skill workers, future workers, and the disenfranchised, which means when you're talking about, as we talking about that we need to do the upskilling, reskilling, or fresh skilling, these are the 4 target areas that we need to look at in terms of the digital skills. And this is also really mapped to the evolution of the industry, the 4.0, where we are looking at the industry 4.0 technology pillars. And these are the 5 areas which that the report focuses on, where we're talking about the future the skills will be, which is access to computing power anytime, anywhere. This talks about equitable distribution, whether it's internet, electricity across, be it villages, rural, or urban, or rural-urban. Collaboration of technologies, ability to collaborate with anyone in real time, ability to digitally simulate reality and to integrate digital and physical world, because this is very important, because as we say digital, a lot of skills which are for the manufacturing sector, which needs hands-on, and hence extended reality will become much facilitating for this. Artificial intelligence and blockchain. Now, how do we build the partnership model approach? OECD has suggested a very good model of going digital policy framework, which talks about access, use, innovation, job, society, trust, market. Put together, if you're looking at when you create a engagement policy framework based on this, it becomes more inclusive. Now, for example, we'll give you an example of what Singapore has done as Singapore National Employees Federation, SNEF, has a very well-established training unit and which offers, founded in 1980, it has got 3,500 corporates. Now, how does it help? How did it help in pandemic? How does it help in helping its employees? It helps in the people of Singapore. It has what is called My Skill Future. It's a portal, and they offer a skill future credit. This is eligible for all Singapore citizens to acquire new skills or enhancing the existing one, which means what exactly we're talking about: upskilling, reskilling. And they're talking about, since 2016, Singapore citizens who turn 25 will receive an open credit of 500 Singapore dollars, and in addition to this, a 500 credit top up. Now the idea is that they they are registered into this, and then they are accessible through various corporates as well as the training partner providers. So hence, creating an ecosystem where every Singapore can have an access, immediate fund, whether they have personal or not, they are able to access it. Something like Sri Lanka, which has done, for example, they have what they have launched with the support of ILO is called a skill passport. Now this is it's a dedicated online portal, and the card links up to the multiple stakeholders, including employees, employers, labor market intermediaries, and politics. So something I think as from an Indian perspective, we should definitely look at these models which can really help up. So because one thing has happened post-COVID is based on the digitization, data is available. Second, as because data is there, it is more evidence-based. So earlier, because of the more lack of digital paperworks, evidence was not there. So which has now become more evidence-based, and hence we are able to bring in financial institutions, investments, and create models. The other thought was that why don't we make the digital content as UNESCO talks about, OECD talks about, open education resource. No more content is the king. How you apply it, how you use it, and how you learn the skills and use it in your business is more important than on the content side. So can we create an open digital resource for that? And there are different objectives for it, where you're talking about open textbooks, lecture notes, multimedia, animations, apart from this. Quickly to give you, now as we're talking about the Asian countries, Nepal has it started late, but it has now started with its digital Nepal framework, which is talking about initiatives based on environment. The digital framework encompasses 1 nation and 80 sectors. So hence, there is a lot of cooperation between the countries, organizations, as well as the companies. Lastly, I talked a brief mention about Bangladesh. Bangladesh is quickly evolving as a large, young, digital savvy workforce, and they have been focusing on the intelligent enterprise, digital trust, cybersecurity, and the social media mobility part. That's it from my side. I think I wanted to give you a perspective in terms of the strategy as well as and how the collaboration come both from a corporate perspective, as a country perspective, government, and the intermediary. Thank you. Happy to take up any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajat. There's a very good presentation, and now I think, Dr. We have questions from in chat now. What from Dr. Thanika Chalam. Yes. So we can start with the question answer session from from questions from her.
Dr. Thanika Chalam, are you there? Okay. So if he's not there, I'll just read 1 or 2 questions from him. There's many poor students drop their school programs and join mechanics to learn repairing of motorcycles, painting, construction, etc. The NEP has not considered the vocational courses. I think Dr. Leena, can you take this question?
Sure. I think that it's not, the NEP has not ignored either the students who drop out or vocational courses. The students drop out for economic reasons. If you look at the data from MHRD about why students drop out, there was a survey in 2015-16. Nearly 60% of men and 60% of women drop out for economic reasons. So it's natural that they will go and look for work, but then they will be working in very poorly paid jobs if they go like this, and they will not have career prospects. So NEP actually talks about bringing all of them back to school, keeping them in school till 12th grade. And that is where the responsibility of teachers and managements of schools come, that we have to deliver value to these students while they are at school. So we must train them at a very high level in a very flexible manner so that they can deal with their changing work environment. And the NEP has provisions for both. So I would not agree with your question your statement that NEP does not consider vocational courses.
Madam, another
there's a whole chapter devoted to it.
that he has made is that NEP 2020 did not focus on industrial training institutes. who are developing excellent skilled workers, and also didn't focus on the polytechnics who undertake middle-level jobs in the shop floor.
So, the ITIs and the polytechnics are doing very good work. They had bad patches, but I think now they are being revived and in wonderful ways. Only 2,000 odd ITIs are run by government, but there are a total of well over 14,000 ITIs run by private sector, and they are doing a good job. And what the NEP has tried to do is to bring them into the mainstream by announcing compatibility frameworks. You see, in the past, in the earlier NEP framework, there was there were not enough provisions for student mobility into higher education. The polytechnic students got into engineering, but what happens to the ITI students? What do they qualify for? Do they get government jobs? Can they join the army? You know, all kinds of questions, which there was a question about the army raised yesterday. So these situations where students find themselves in disadvantaged situations after vocational education has been addressed by the policy, and the intermingling of the national skills qualification framework with the national higher education framework and the academic bank of credits will make sure that whatever education the student has had is not wasted. The credits for those will contribute towards a larger degree at whatever time the student is ready to complete the credits. So the NEP has not ignored ITIs and polytechnics per se. I mean, at all, actually, yeah. So we've had many such statements about the NEP that, you know, we haven't talked about the Montessori or things like that. But the NEP is a very flexible document, flexible approach to education. All the good things that are going on are not going to be stopped at all. They will be encouraged and they will be strengthened, and they will be, students from there will be helped to join the mainstream, which will make it much more attractive to go to ITIs and polytechnics.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leena. This was actually very rightly said that there is this policy 2020 is very much VET friendly and has taken care of all the section of people and students. So this is actually learner centered, and we have been seeing, and through your presentations also, that every section of people they have taken care of. But here are also, I think, some of the questions, but since we have very much less time, so we conclude the session now. We are not able to take more questions in this session, and we hope that in some future time, that sometime that you and Mr. Joshi and Mr. Rajat can have these presentations in detail. These are the issues which have to be addressed very well. So once again, thank you all three of you, and we look forward to have you again here. I wish to just...
Thank you. I just wanted to mention there was a question asking about the presentations. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. There was a question on the chat box asking about the presentations. I think Dr. Kambayat has already said that the presentations will be shared with the participants. And my presentation also has a list of references that people can use for this purpose. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
So very quickly, I wish to just mention few points which are to be taken care of. One thing that from the presentation of Mr. Manish Joshi, he is one of the most important things which I have noted down here is innovative funding models. This is very much required because we do take care of and we do suggest strategies for sharing infrastructure and taking help from industries, but still these funding models have to be developed, and we would request you all to kindly help us in making some strategies for it. So this is one thing which I want to focus. And then he mentioned about interministerial arrangements for skilling shared responsibilities. So this is also very important, that like in our country, there's a ministry for skill development and entrepreneurship, and also the whole vocational program in the schools is being taken care of by the Ministry of Education. So there should be a very good linkage and coordination between the two industries. So this is a very important issue which has been raised. and we have to look forward for this. And there is vertical, horizontal linkages he has talked about. So all these things are, these are very important issues. They cannot be all your presentation. There are so many issues and so many important things to be discussed here. We cannot, we are not able to cover them in this short time. But then these are the very important things which you all three of us you have raised. So all your presentations are with us. We'll be definitely sharing these presentations with all our participants of the conference. So in the end, I just congratulate each one of you to give us beautiful presentations and very issue-based presentation it was, all of them. And so we cannot have more time on my remarks as well. So I am also limiting my time here by saying that education policy to NEP 2020, it is well taken, and all the players in this field have been, very much involved in this, and they have taken out time to, analyze it and suggest strategies for vocational education as a new transformation in the country, which is a need of the hour. So this is, and then I think there is a statement that your journey is impossible when it is not begin. The journey is impossible when we say journey is impossible when it is not begin. So we have already begun our journey here at PSSCIV, and we look forward a very beautiful and very good future of VET in the entire country. Thanks again one to all, and all the participants of the conference of this session and the speakers as well. Thank you very much. And I wish to extend gratefulness to the Joint Director PSSCIV and all the organizers here to invite me, to give me this opportunity to hear all these, to see these presentations and be the part of this national conference. So thank you once again to our Joint Director, Professor Khambayat, to Dr. Pinky Khanna and Dr. V.S. Mehrotra and the entire team. Thanks again.
I would like to thank Dr. Sir Khambayat, sir, please.
Only few seconds.
Ji.
First of all, ma'am, our apology for being a bit late in this particular session. Otherwise, we have been trying to maintain the time. Anyway, but most importantly, I would like to personally thank both of you, Madam Lina, and first time I am meeting, rather connecting with Dr. Rajat Khawas. It was a pleasure to have both of you on this particular planning. Very engaging session, I would say. All of you three. Manish has to leave because of some urgent meeting. He just texted me. But that's the beginning. We want your guidance and support. We have just started our journey, and we look forward to have you in our campus very soon in this year. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pinky ma'am, you can announce for the lunch break and then.
Yeah. Ji, sir. Hello. Asfa ji, am I audible?
Yes.
Viraya ji, I just want to thank our chairperson, Dr. Asfa ji, for sparing the time and be with us to chair this session. Once again, I wish to thank you. A very big thanks from the PSSCIV family. And I would like to thank all the enlightening speakers and the audience, all my friends, for joining this session. Thanks to one and all. Thank you very much. And now this is the time for lunch. So we will again meeting after this lunch session.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, we sharply meet. Okay.
Thanks very much, Pinky.
Thank you so much, madam. चलो लंच के लिए
माइक्रोफोन बंद करिए, लाइव चल रहा है।
बोले सर
है ना बेटे
टेस्टिंग
रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है अभी रिकॉर्डिंग है अच्छा पॉज कर दिए बट यूट्यूब पे है लाइव है
हेलो
सर आप बात करना चाह रहे थे रानीवेल सर
हाँ सर
म्यूट
कैन
आप
यू हियर
बात
मी
करना चाह रहे थे चावला हूँ
हाँ कैन यू हियर मी सर
नहीं यू वांटेड टू टॉक टू मी आई
आवाज आ
no
रही
no
है
just I wanted to check the audio and video
अच्छा देख लिया ओके
हाँ
ठीक है सर
okay can you hear
राइट
me
सर
sir no
हाँ फर्स्ट क्लास
okay good sir
राइट सर
ओके
थैंक
सर
यू
थैंक यू
okay sir
इट्स अ स्वीट वॉइस
good thank you
ओके सर मल्होत्रा साहब भी आ गए मल्होत्रा साहब भी आ गए
सर नमस्कार नमस्कार
सर कैसे हैं
बस बढ़िया आप सर अच्छे हैं वहां पे अकेले बहुत बोर हो रहे होंगे आप तो
नहीं बोर तो नहीं हो रहे एक्चुअली माय सन्स फैमिली इज हियर
हाँ हाँ हाँ
तो दैट्स द रीजन ऑफ माय स्टेइंग बैक नहीं तो फ्लाइट्स यहाँ से वापस तो जा रही हैं आने नहीं दे रहे nobody is allowing to enter Australia
ओके
and then I got myself involved in fact till day before I have already delivered 50 webinars to various power sector people
oh that's great
on this draft electricity amendment act
oh that's
तो
wonderful I mean
50
you are so
सेमिनार
active sir at this age
सर
maybe you are doing so much I mean
ऐसे ही है
you are an inspiration for all of us
ऐसे ही है सर कुछ तो बिजी रखना ही है
हेलो हाँ नहीं बहुत अच्छी बात है सर ये तो
पीछे एक इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार में बोला था उसका लीडरशिप इन क्राइसिस दैट मींस व्हाट हैपेंड ड्यूरिंग कोविड एंड क्राइसिस इन लीडरशिप तो वो सब किन लोगों ने फेल किया तो आई हैव कंपेयर्ड ऑस्ट्रेलिया वर्सेस इंडिया बिग कंपनीज एंड स्मॉल कंपनीज लाइक टू लाइक
राइट
तो ऐसे ही कुछ करता रहता हूँ
दैट्स वंडरफुल
एक अभी कोई बुक छप रही है ऑन वाईफाई एक्चुअली वाईफाई फॉर आईटी सेक्टर पर मैंने कहा यार अभी वाईफाई फॉर पावर भी शुरू हो रही है पावर विल बी ट्रांसमिटेड विदाउट यूज ऑफ कंडक्टर्स
वेरी गुड
आई मीन
that's
बल्क
amazing
पावर
yeah
तो वो मैंने पेपर लिखा दैट इज गोइंग इनटू द बुक तो सर कुछ टाइम काट रहे हैं ऐसे लिख ला के
आपने तो इतना कुछ कर लिया अचीव कर लिया आई रिमेम्बर
सर
व्हेन
वो
यू वर डूइंग पीएचडी कितना आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट था उसमें
पापा मम्मी कहते थे बेटे पढ़ ले लिख ले तब तो सुना नहीं आप लिखते हैं लिख भी रहे हैं पढ़ भी रहे हैं सर कैसे सर गुजारा कर रहे हैं सर एक्चुअली आई गॉट इन्वॉल्व इन सम 2-3 ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एक तो लाइन क्लब में आई एम जनरल सेक्रेटरी देयर इज अनदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कॉल्ड आशा व्हिच इज 30 year plus onwards to elders तो वो फिर उनके कुछ मंथ में 4 प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं so keep on doing something for them ऐसे ही है सर
बढ़िया है So I think it's now 2 o'clock. We should start.
It's 2 o'clock. मैंने दोनों घड़ियां रखी हुई हैं, India time and Australia time.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Let us begin this technical session 5, which is on building VT excellence through partnership and networking. And I now invite my colleague, Shri A. Palnivelji, who is an associate professor at the Department of Business and Commerce of PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education. So I've been told like Professor Heather won't be able to join, but he'll be joining us at the institute. So he'll take some time. Mr. Basab Banerjee. Basab ji, are you there?
He said that he will come on like 2 o'clock. Maybe 2 minutes wait kar lenge.
Okay. So he'll be joining after some time. Then Dr. V. Thanika Chalam. He's a ex-professor of National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chennai. Dr. Thanika Chalam, are you there? So Dr. Chawla is already there. So I think Dr. Chawla, can we wait for another 5 or 10 minutes till
no
the
problem,
others? Yeah, you are already there. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we'll wait for some time and then
Sure.
resume this session. Yeah.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Mehrotra.
Sir.
Can we start?
Actually, we started. Only Dr. Chawla was there. So Mr. Basab Banerjee was having some problem in joining. And then Dr. Thanika Chalam also didn't join.
है ना अभी वो तो ऑनलाइन दिख रहे हैं
अभी आए हैं पहले नहीं थे उस समय he was not there.
And Haider sir will be coming maybe after 10-15 minutes.
तो मुझे लगता है शुरू तो कर दे पहला सेशन फिर बीच में चाहे तो क्वेश्चन आंसर लेके फिर आगे कंटिन्यू कर लेंगे
First we start with Mr.
We'll start.
ठीक है ना
Okay, yeah. We'll start.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the technical session number 5. The topic of the session is building VET excellence through partnership and networking. To discuss about this topic, and we have the chairperson, Professor V.S. Mehrotra from PSSCV Bhopal. He is working in this institute for more than 20 years. And even though his basic area is agriculture, but his specialization is in vocational education and training. He is the professor and head of Curriculum Development and Evaluation Center and Center for International Relationship at PSSCIV. He is the coordinator of Univoc Network Center at PSSCIV Bhopal. He has been actively involved with the Ministry of Education in the development and implementation of National Skill Qualifications Framework. He has attended vocational education and training conferences and visited several TVET institutions in Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand, Philippines, Thailand, Germany, and South Korea. He has also contributed a lot for so many reports now set up by Government of India. And also he has done a lot of research work on the vocational education and training in different states and UTs of India. And welcome Professor Merotraji for this session. And we have four speakers for this session. The first speaker is Professor S.Z. Haider. He's going to deal with the vocational education and training system, a future perspective. Professor Haider was a ex-joint director, PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education and Training, Bhopal. And he was also a professor at National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Bhopal, and a senior education officer at Federal Advanced Teachers College, Nigeria. He was invited for focus group meeting on TVET by UNESCO Univoc International Institute of Vocational Education, Bonn, Germany. And also he has attended many conferences and seminars in different countries. And also he contributed a lot in the research and also different books on vocational education and training. And he will be joining after 5 to 10 minutes because due to some other reasons he could not join now. And the second speaker is Mr. Basap Banerjee. His topic is making Indian youth ready for international markets. Mr. Basapji, he began his career in the Indian Army. He is specialized in supply chain management. He is a TVET expert, leadership coach, and team building facilitator with more than 3 decades of diverse experience in armed forces, supply chain management, operations, telecom, ITES, retail, and public-private partnerships. He was an advisor to the Asian Development Bank on skills and worked on projects in various states in India and also in Bangladesh. He was working with National Skill Development Corporation as a head of standards and quality assurance and set up 31 sector skill councils. He has a very vast experience in the vocational education and development training and also the skill development areas. And welcome, sir, for this technical session. And we have the other expert, the speaker, Dr. Tanika Chalam Vedantari. He was a professor and HOD for Center for International Affairs at National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research Institute, Chennai. He was a nodal officer for World Bank assisted projects in technician education. He has been a part of many development projects under Asian Development Bank, GIZ, SIDA, UNDP, UNESCO, USAID, and the World Bank. Even though he is retired from the service, he actively involves in various training programs and conferences and seminars, and he is contributing a lot for the journals. And welcome, sir, for these technical sessions. Over to chairperson.
Thank you, Alivelji, for that introduction. So before we start this session, I'll just give an overview of this session, which is on building vocational education training excellence through partnership and networking. So the session is on how we can build excellence in vocational education training. And there have been many initiatives in vocational education training. So we have to see some of the case studies or the best practices that we have in vocational education training. So this session will highlight the strategies and approaches for ensuring the quality of graduates and the qualifications secure mobility of these students. We have very eminent speakers in this session. So I now invite, because Professor Heather would be joining after some time, I invite Mr. Basap Banerjee to speak on making Indian youth ready for international markets. So I would request all the speakers to kindly adhere to the time, which is just 10 minutes. So they have to speak on their topic for 10 minutes, and in the end, we'll have the question answer session. So I request Mr. Basap Banerjee to kindly begin his presentation on making Indian youth ready for international markets. Mr. Basap, are you there? I think there's some networking issues. I would request the next speaker, Dr. V. Thanikachalam, to speak on transforming Indian TVET programs for Industry 4.0. Dr. Thanikachalam. Dr. Thanikachalam, are you there? Yeah, he has started screen sharing. Okay, fine.
Hello.
Yeah. So we can listen.
Chennai.
Yeah.
Click join the meeting, join a meeting.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Thanikachalam, we can hear you.
What you want, madam? You want to share your presentation?
Yes, I will do that.
So you just close this window, Zoom Cloud meeting.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you minimize the Zoom one? We can see your presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, now
Actually,
you
she's
can.
sharing this entire screen. Instead,
That's fantastic. Do you mind sharing it?
just open your presentation, then share.
It will be done now.
Yeah.
You are clicking very old one, 26.
Let me give more about curriculum design process for problem based.
Go for full screen, man.
In education and also IT.
I think your internet speed is slow, man. Voice is also not clear.
Dr. Thanikachalam, we cannot hear you properly.
Are you able to see this?
Yeah.
PowerPoint?
So you have to press F5. Yeah, now it is okay.
Okay, I'll go to the next level. We can see the students' behavior progressively mirrors that of teachers. About the way in which I am going to do the work, I am going to take a challenge, they will closely observe what the faculty is doing. We are interested in developing them to meet the challenges of the industry. Both the teachers and students are learning a new situation in the case of new activities and industries. Let us see, active student active and student directed, peer and tutor monitored. In the case of learning, goes like that. Second, learning the context assists students to organize their long-term memory and retrievals. So this is the one we want to do that one. Communication skills, respect to various views of others, critical faculty, their satisfaction of contributing to the group, ability to give and take, criticism without offense being cast. So in the case of make the student to see the real industrial situation, put them there, try to develop them so that they will be able to understand how to take the theory, what they learned in the classroom, to real life situation. We are trying to fill the gap between what we teach in the classroom, what they do in the lab, take everything to the field. There's a big excitement of self-discovery in the students. They really feel happy how they really become one of the professionals. Let us see the self-assessment and its impact. Developing a learning habit comes. Next comes the definition, a pedagogical strategy for posing significant contextualized real-world situations and providing resources, guidance, and instruction to learners as they develop content knowledge and problem-solving skills. This is what many people say. Now this method has gone from engineering also to medicine, also to every field. So we have to really consider how to make our students more stronger to take a field challenges. Let us see learner's role. In a problem-based learning, students collaborate to study the issues of a problem as they try to create visible situations, visible solutions. So they really have to consider how best they can take a solution and also a decision, complete the project. This is a challenging one. We try to bring that later life during education itself so that they become more stronger. Learning in problem-based situation normally occurs within small discussion groups of students facilitated by the faculty instructor. Let us see what is the role of the instructor or faculty or the lecturer or professor. He is able to bring the students work together, exchange information, try to solve it. Let us see what is the role of the instructor. He is a subject matter expert, resource guide, take group consultant, task group consultant, encouraging learner participation, provides appropriate information, assume the role of fellow teacher, fellow learner, avoid negative feedback. The last one is the most important. Never give a negative feedback. If you consider these things, students will be having a more challenging situation. They'll be trying to solve the problem in the real life, which we don't do in the classroom or laboratory in the workshop. So this is the one where they have to get more confidence to solve the problem. Let us see the advantages. Task group process information. The group of 3 or 4 students, when they join, they try to work together. Competency to solve the problem increases. They develop flexibility, develop cognitive strategies, helps to analyze anticipated, ill-structured situation. Is the one problem is different from our classroom. They have to really consider something occurs in the field. They must really feel how to solve it. Problem solving is a must. Produces meaningful solution. So once we train the student to meet field, work in the field, taking a new problem, then they will feel the strength of their thinking, working together. Let us see the method. Information on knowledge and rules, situation-specific, well-defined problem parameters, predetermined outcomes with one correct answer. Focus on instruction is to solve predetermined problem, does not prepare learners to solve real life complicated problems. Ineffective transferring the learning to new situations. This is what we try to do in the classroom, but there are all shortcomings. Let us see, when they take a real life problem in a workshop, in a field, seldom parallel to a well-structured problem, because they have to really understand how to solve the problem. Demand critical thinking skills. Learners need to interact with the life beyond classroom walls. This 246 is a very simple one. 2 represents the curriculum, page 1 to 100. We'll assume 4 means 4 walls of the classroom. 6 means 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening. So we always feel all our learning limited to the curriculum, limited to what we learn in the 4 walls of the classroom, limited to 6 hours in a day. Now, when they go to the field, they may start the work even at 6 o'clock. They have to analyze, they have to understand, they have to discuss among themselves, use appropriate tools, appropriate materials, and design, manufacture, or assemble. So this one is a real life situation. Here, demand problem solving skills is the most important thing. They have to grow to a higher level. Let us see what students learn in the problem-based learning. How they should learn. These two are the 2 important things. Is something more they have to understand and do this. Let us see the problems. Usually written cases derived from field experiences. Stimulate active learning based on the curriculum. Integrated approach, investigation, planning, design, testing, manufacturing, and also refining. This is the one that we have to really consider. We have make them to meet the challenges. This is the one of the important things for all professional program, engineering, medicine, agriculture, all other things. Let us see the advantages or problems in the problem-based learning. Less lecturing. Teacher has to really allow them to think. More learner contact. Self-directed learning. Relevant materials is practical, clearly related to the objectives for teaching. So this is the one pushing them to real field coming up. Let us see the focus of the problem-based learning. Encourages learners to work on real problems. Integrates experiences. Recalls previous knowledge. Network skills and procedures. This is the one they learn more in a real life situation, in a workshop, in the field. Let us see the problem-based learning steps. Clarify the terms and concepts which are not clear. Define the problem. Analyze the problem. Brainstorm. List possible outcomes. Formulate learning objectives and set priorities. Look for additional information outside the group. Report back, synthesize, and test decisions. So in this process, the students become leaders also. They will try to put all the things. This experience is much more needed for a field work. Let us see another aspect.
Dr. Thanika Chalam.
The responsibility for the...
Dr. Thanika Chalam, may I intervene in between? So may I request you to kindly wrap up your presentation because we have another 3 presentations to go. If you can conclude.
Silent
1 second.
Yeah.
Right. Places responsibility for learning in the hands of the students. Previously, we can say we are the teachers, we are teaching them all the things. Today, once we put them, they have to really think, get the information from the group. Maybe as faculty, we can provide additional information. Very useful teaching strategy for integrated undergraduate programs, vocational program, ITA program, polytechnic, all the things. Provides exposure to learning in the real life situations. Good starting point for shared learning. learning from case analysis and material seen by learners themselves, uses videotape or multimedia packages. So we can give additional information in the form of videotapes or even multimedia where they can really see how they can get additional information. Let us see, students learn and analyze given field problem. Students work in tutorial groups, recording key areas for learning. Learning is active and student directed. Self-directed learning skills are developed and enhanced. Teachers guide to facilitate rather than direct. Discovery and application of knowledge emphasized over recall. So these are the things that we have to provide a situation where the group of students can work together, provide a solution. Come.
Yeah,
We can
thank you.
also monitor,
Yeah.
provide additional information for them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thanika Chalam, for that presentation. Can you go to your first slide, please?
I'll finish in few minutes.
We don't have time because there are other three presenters waiting. So if you can conclude, it will be very good for us.
Assessment focus on final product design, reasoning, and self-directed learning, as well as recognizing of facts. These are things which are more useful in a real-life situation. Let us see the assumptions of problem-based learning. Students are assumed to be better able to learn and recall information through activation of prior knowledge, what they studied in a book, classroom, elaboration of newly acquired knowledge, and contextual learning. This is the one which really makes them to solve the problem in a situation which is different from what we do in the classroom. Classroom problems have one solution, whereas in the real life, there may be a number of solutions, but they have to come to the level which is the best which can be done. Let us say preliminary discussion, small groups, students mobilize available knowledge,
Dr.
concept,
Thanika Chalam,
explanatory
may I
models
request you
based.
to kindly conclude? Please. Because
Yes,
we have other presenters waiting and we'll run out of time. They won't be able to get the
Finish in 1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
please do that. Now conclude you, please. Please
We will just go to the another important aspects.
No.
We
Please
have to
conclude.
really consider
So,
how
yeah, thank
best
you.
this can be used in vocational education, other education. We have to take them, put them in the field. They will able to analyze, develop, modify, and also come with more important information. Let us do this. This is not a tough job. Only thing you must have a linkages with the industry. Give a problem of the industry, which is based on our classroom discussion. So if these things are done, we'll able to really make them to take a challenge in the field situation. So we have to review the finding, fine tune the case files based on the performance of the learners, recycle them for next batch.
Thank you.
Every
Thank you very
faculty
much.
can make use
Yeah.
of it. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. I now request Dr. YP Chawla, a research fellow, Australian Graduate School of Leadership and ex-advisor, Joint Electricity Regulatory Board, who has been very active and has worked with the Ministry of Power, Government of India, as a visiting faculty of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth Institute of Marketing and Research, New Delhi. And he received his PhD from IGNOU, and he holds BTech MBA from Delhi University, export management course from Oxford. And he's done his chartered engineering from the Engineers India and Indian Institution of Plant Engineers. So thank you, Dr. Chawla, for joining us. He has been very actively involved with PSSCIV in implementation of various aspects of vocational education training program with regard to the power sector. So thank you very much for joining. Dr. Thanika Chalam, may I request you to remove your presentation from sharing?
Because I'm not able to load.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So Dr. Chawla.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Is it full screen? Is it? No, it's not full screen. Right, sir. Sir, thank you very much, Mehrotra Saab and the entire team of PSSP for accommodating me into your program. Very frankly, till yesterday, I was thinking it is a vocational education because I'm on a vacation. So today morning, since I'm hearing all this, then I learned it is vocation. So if I do any mistake, kindly. So the topic, when I talk about future of technical vocation, not that I am afraid of, but what happened during this period, when COVID came, we all started worrying that how we are going to deliver our education, and then how it will be taken up further. So that's the reason why I chose like that, because I have been thinking about this subject on various areas. So this is my presentation. I must thank two of my guides. One is my guide in IGNO, Dr. R.S.P. Singh, and Dr. Ramzi, who has allowed me to be because I cannot work, I am still on a tourist visa. So he has allowed me to work with Australian University. So I am thankful to them. Sir, when I was here, I was researching on various subjects. And every subject was what happens post COVID. And whether it is future of work, future of talent, future of skill requirement, etc., anything. It's all about future, how it is we will be delivering the transmission and how lifelong learning will be going on. So with this background, I will start. The pace of change during COVID has gone far exceeding speed than pre-COVID years. Damage or good, both have happened at a far a bigger speed, and it has affected the delivery of knowledge, learning, living. Learning has gone flexible, but how will it take us further for the future? That's what is analysis. And one major thing when we are talking about our health and all that, now everybody has seen a blue sky, clean air. So everybody is looking for new technologies in power sector, which will give a clean air. In addition, geopolitics has changed. Trump was still going in for coal-fired power station. Joe Biden has come back to Paris Accord. China has been getting backlash. International investments and technologies are now moving towards India. Supply chains are disrupt. All this makes us be ready with TVT. And TVT, we have to match with our entrepreneurial system because we want to be self-sustained India. So that is where our TET role has to expand. And government has, in addition, announced production link incentives, etc., etc., etc. So, all these things make us.
Although net zero emissions targets seem high.
So we are looking towards zero emission, and total process has changed.
Dr. Chawla, your slide is not moving.
Now it is not moving?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I think It is paused. Okay. I'll come back again on why it has. Where is that share screen? Sorry. And while I am loading it, let me, share one thing that we all are now to think of something new, whether it is our delivery of education and what more is coming in our industry. I think now is it okay? Okay, sir?
Now it's okay.
It's okay. Okay.
Sir, one thing which helps us to understand that delivery of education online has proved success in massive open online courses, Coursera courses, so much. And then our TBT is little different. The reason is it is not only teaching theoretically, it is to be trained practically also. It has to be blended learning. And blending is to be done. In fact, very frankly, I had made one more survey while sitting here. How many corporates have gone in for online courses? And they have told that they are expanding the existing workforce to additional knowledges, and they are expanding their breadth of skills and depth of skills. And I will try to skip this because time will be tight. In the morning session, Dr. Mehrotra has already shared with us which countries are doing what. So I will not be focusing on this. But in the meanwhile, because I was interacting with power sector people, I could do one analysis online, and that says, yes, it is possible to deliver it on time. And this was done. But while I am doing this, sir, when we talk of TAT, we talk of one electrician, one plumber working in a workshop at one fixed location. But when I see, these are all the pictures of mobile TBT force, multi-skilled, agile, flexible. One man goes to a particular place and does the full job. So why can't we train our people? This video is gone. Anyway, no, never mind. So that means we need hybrid, multi-skilled workforce. Organizations have to be agile. We have to be competitive when the session is about international, making our people international ready. So there are many sectors which have changed during this period. Sir, can you imagine transferring bulk power, transmission lines without power conductors? Yes. BHEL is today talking of the technology with New Zealand, where this project has been already proved. So regional hubs have to be done. The whole area is like this, that talent for tomorrow has to start working today only. And there has to be a big boost in the economy. In fact, hydrogen power has also come. So that means TVT has to align with corporate growth and the mechanics behind this strategy. Sir, keeping respect to the time, we have to shift our economic growth center from anywhere else to India. India got into the driver's seat, and we have to press the gas pedal. TBT requires handling in a mission mode. वो बसब साहब हमें बताएंगे क्योंकि he has already been associated with NSDC. So we have to adopt fast delivery of these smart technologies. This economic growth is algorithm of so many unconnected dots, and of which one is TVT. So we have to work for balanced economic growth, job creation, trusted chain partner. Everybody is looking for China plus one, any alternative to China. The whole world today is in VUCA mode. VUCA mode means, oh, why I think I came on, sorry, okay, it was not PPT, it was Adobe. Okay, never mind. India has to come out of this mess and resolve. So hydrogen is a new technology. People have started working on it. I am leaving this presentation here. There are many more slides, but because time is not there, so I will, how these are connected cannot be covered in 10 minutes. So with this, sir, I'd like to thank you very much, giving me time and attention. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chawla, for that presentation. I think we'll take this further after we have all other presentations completed.
Okay,
I now request my friend, Mr. Basab Banerjee, to make a presentation on making Indian youth ready for international markets. Basab, I think your mic is on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. Vinay, are you going to show the presentation or do I need to show it?
So you have to show, right? Because.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you open up the presentation from the back end? I've shared my presentation with your team. Is it possible?
Yeah, we'll do that. Presentation. Technical session fit. So we are doing that. You
Okay,
can
thank you.
begin your, yeah.
Yeah.
Begin.
So thanks a lot for giving me a slot with such eminent speakers. Good afternoon, listeners. We are going to, if my presentation is up, then we will go through a very interesting and exciting journey on a new facet. Dr. Chawla talked about how COVID has impacted everything, including Tibet. So wanted to give all the listeners and viewers an interesting facet on how our youth can be ready for international skills. So I represent a company called Magic Billion. And as the name suggests, this is name is because we want to sell the magic of 1 billion Indians to global employers. I'm waiting for.
Yeah, we are sharing. We are
Yes.
sharing.
Thank you so much.
Just a moment. Thank you.
Sometimes the slides make you speak.
Yeah.
And that's the case here.
Okay, you can start. I think you can.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you make it full screen?
Full screen.
Let's look at the next slide.
Next one. F5. So there's, I think there's some problem with the full screen. You can continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go to the next screen. Next slide.
Next slide.
Yeah. So, you know, in 2014, our Honorable Prime Minister made a famous statement saying, make India the skill capital of the world. And in order to make it the skill capital of the world, we need to do two things. A, we need to make our youth compliant in Tibet to global standards. But the more interesting part is, go to the next slide, please.
Next.
To be able to understand the opportunity. And that's the first part of my agenda. For about 3 minutes, we'll talk about the opportunity. And then how we've been able to close this gap, you know, to build talent in India to global standards, and then on the other side, how to get the global employers excited about the Indian talent. So go to slide 4, please.
Slide 4.
Thank you. Now, this is really the very interesting part. A lot of us don't know that there are the employers who are employing from 50 to 500 people. They are ignorant of India. So if you look at Europe, you will be surprised to know that the talent shortages that they have over there are met by talent from Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Tunisia. So it's either the African region or it is the East Asian region. There's very little talent flowing from South Asia. And interestingly, this talent requirement is across multiple job segments. So you need to be agnostic to talent flowing into any sector. And of course, on the other side in blue, you're seeing there is with the coming of age of Tibet in our country, we've got skilled and certified labor, which is excess of 350 million. Next slide.
Next.
And so what do you do? So let's say there's a company like Magic Billion and many others like us, and we are, with a fishing net, we are going to fish for opportunities globally. Now you look at Japan, 89% of the employers are saying they're short of talent. Similarly, Hungary, United States, Germany relies on an apprenticeship or a dual education system to source workers into their workforce. They are short of 1 million apprentices. So that's the kind of talent shortage which is there in the world. And in our country, there is, there are just not any employers who are willing to take skilled people, but global scenario is different. So what Magic Billion does and companies like us does, which you must know as the practitioners and leaders of Tibet, is that there are organizations like us which are opening up opportunities for the people that you're trained. So there is a synergy between what you do and what we do. Now you look at the middle part of this slide, the only people who are having visibility to global opportunities are recruitment agencies, but they are so much used to Gulf countries that they don't understand the mix of quality and quantities. So for them, it's a quantity game. Whereas when you're looking at industrialized nations, it's more a quality game. And the third part is, of course, that this 350 million people who are trained, they lack visibility to jobs. So these are the three areas in which we are focusing. Next slide, please. And so when you go to global employers, they are looking for a 360-degree talent solution. They are not interested that you are just going to provide them people. Then what? How do they get visas from this side? So all the regulatory aspects need to be covered. So it's a long life cycle which you need to do. But companies like us, which are nimble, which are private sector companies, we are being reasonably successful because there's so much of gold which is available. You just dig below the surface, there are opportunities available. Next slide. So we, depending upon the employers, we provide any kind of talent which is required. So it could be a pure play hire. That means you just, so there are some CNC operators in India. There is a Romanian employer who's looking at CNC operators. You do a competency mapping and you find a 90% fit. You do the 10% upskilling and you send them over there. And the other part is, which we are doing in very large numbers, for example, for Germany, Sweden, Bulgaria, many other countries, Japan, is that we get people to be selected, a conditional offer letter given by overseas clients, then we upskill them. And so we've got these world-class training centers in which we do the training. Then they are tested again and they go off to their destination country. As we are talking today, there are a large number of youth of India who are getting trained by us to go to Germany. And then, of course, last is the hire and train model. Next. So in all of 3 years, we have changed the lives of 1,800 Indians. Now, when a candidate goes from India to the Gulf, his salary grows by 3x. when they go from India to industrialized countries in Europe or in North America, their salaries grow by 9x. So it's a quantum jump to the kind of money they earn, to the quality of work that they do, and it is so satisfying to see the transformation that happens in their lives and in the social fabric to which they are linked. Next.
Basab, can I request you to please wrap up because we have
Yes,
another
yes.
presenter with us.
Okay.
So if you can just please
On my watch, I am at 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So hope you'll give me my 3 more minutes
Another
of
3
time.
minutes.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Please
So this is a very interesting slide. You will see a small company like Magic Billion. Look at the kind of reach that we have been able to get, and reputation spreads. So gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that globally there are huge opportunities. So Tibet is the machine, is the platform which India and you practitioners of Tibet must bring to global scale, because there are huge opportunities. We are hearing from Russia that then requiring 2,000 welders and fitters for just one shipbuilding unit. That's the kind of volume. So look at the transformation you can create. So think big and look at what the world can give you. Next. We can skip this. A lot of clients have said a lot of good things about us. Next. There's an institutional framework which the government has created. It's called the India International Skills Center. 93 of us are members of this club, and we work with the government to send people to legitimate jobs overseas. Next. There's a lot of support from the government. You can see here our honorable member of parliament is with the batch behind. This is just about 15 days back. All these people in white are all young boys and girls who are 12th pass or a diploma pass, and they're all going to Germany in September of this year, and they're going to earn upwards of 80,000 rupees as apprentices. Next. I still got 1 minute. So there are a lot of opportunities for TVET institutions to collaborate with organizations like us. Please come to us if you want to do placement of your TVET candidates, if you want to participate in training, if you have got world-class infrastructure, or if you want to just brand your organizations for international placement. Next. These are some, the next 2-3 slides tell you what kind of diversity of opportunities. This is for a McDonald's chain in Germany. Next. Teachers for the USA, middle school teachers, we are hiring middle school teachers, an opportunity for them to earn $50,000 every year. Next. And you won't believe, guys who will run poultry farms in US. So look at the diversity of jobs. Then of course there are welders, fitters, construction workers, you name it. There are opportunities for everybody. We are happy to collaborate with you. My last slide, please. Next. These are our contact details. You can take a screenshot and save it, or you can connect with me. Thank you very much, Vinay.
Thank you, Basab. Thank you so much for that presentation. I think it's been a wonderful presentation, giving an overview of how we can make our youth ready and also prepare them for the global opportunities that are so diversified. Now I would request our Professor S.Z. Heather, who has been the Joint Director of PSSCIV. He is with us. I would request him to rather rather than making a presentation, just speak to us, because we look forward to his wisdom, which we always used to get when he was there as head of the institution. So may I request you to thoda, you can, yes.
Thank you, Dr.
Paper on and it is. Hi. Are you good? Thank you, Dr. Malhotra, for inviting me to present a paper or present my ideas in this very important international seminar that the CIV is organizing. I must say I'm sorry that during this 1 year I was locked down and therefore was not able to contact any person either from my earlier institution, CIV, or any other person. We were practically locked down at home. So last moment, I got this information that I have to be present a paper on Zoom. I failed to adopt that technology, and finally, Dr. Malhotra and Palanivel were kind enough to call me here and say a few words at this moment. My thinking of having gone through the papers which were sent to me, objectives and otherwise, was slightly different than what was proposed actually. And this was more affected because of the lockdown situation happened in March 2020, when large number of migrant laborers moved from different states to their hometowns. The number was becoming about between 4 to 6 crores, 40 to 60 million people, they were saying. Some say it is 11 million. It is 110 million people who were migrated. That gave me an idea that in spite of an IOS and National Skill Development Program going on, those people who were migrating from different states to their hometowns, practically none of them had the skills provided under National Skill Development Program actually. That gave me an open idea that if such a large number of people are migrating from their hometown to different states within the country, and they have such a type of a problem when they come back to their homes actually, it is very important that we must try to ensure that these people get proper skills so that they can work within their hometowns also, within their states also, rather than moving from one state to another state in search of a job, leaving their family at their home in villages. That was the idea. So I went to the numbers actually. My number is that 47 crore people, that 470 million people are the workforce. 5% of them are only having some formal vocational education. Every year, 2%, every year, the population is growing at the rate of, say, simply by 1.3%, which makes about 130 crore, 130 million children every year adding to our population. Now, the government's Ministry of Human Development earlier and Ministry of Education now says that they will provide higher education and professional education to about 33 million people actually. 30 lakhs, 3 million people in higher and professional education. I will say that they will not be able to provide higher education, academic education to about 10 million people in any case, minimum 10 million people. हिंदी में मैं कहूँ तो 1 करोड़ लोगों के लिए हमारे पास हायर एजुकेशन का कोई प्रोविजन नहीं होगा. And out of these 1 crore people and 10 million people, majority of them will be living in rural areas because the population of India is such that 60% people are still living in rural areas. Therefore, out of this 1 crore people, 10 million people, a large number will be in the rural areas. And these are the children who will not have proper education. These are the children for whom no proper vocational training education has been provided. These are the people who have no interaction with the big industries which are thinking of providing skilled labor for international market and so on. So my concern is that when we are looking in terms of vocational education and training, in terms of the future perspective, then the focus should also come that we must see that instead of looking in terms of the interest of the industries and the corporate sector, we also look in the interest of the people who need vocational training so that they become employed or they become self-employed. They remain at their own hometowns. They generate some job for them there. They live with dignity. They live with some self-respect, and they don't leave their families actually and
and then run back to their homes when there is a catastrophe like last time that it happened. So that is the way we should look at it. Now we have a large experience of vocational education program in India actually. We have done at +2 level. We have done at pre-vocational courses. We have been talking about work education in the school system. And we have a feedback over the last more than 25 years that if vocational courses are offered in a school system, they will never acquire proper skills to undertake any decent work and become employed actually. There is a difficulty because in a school system, the principals, the director of education, they are more concerned with the academic courses. If I am not mistaken, and Dr. Malhotra will forgive me if I say that at CIV we have prepared more than 100 vocational courses, books and materials. But because NCRT was involved, was more interested in academic courses, they were publishing school education books and material. We could not get all those more than 100 vocational books published by NCRT because the priority was not given to them. It is from that point of view I am thinking that if we have to think about 1 crore people, 10 million students who need some type of vocational training so that they can live with dignity, they can live with self-respect, they should be able to earn better living for them, better resources for their family, and they should also provide quality services to the community in which they are living by providing health services, by providing restaurant services and other such electronics maintenance and so on and so forth. Then we can create, because this vocational education program, I am thinking, has to be India specific, country specific. So if we create such a large number of vocationally trained persons within the country, which covers a large number of the people, at the, may I mention that about 30 crores of people, of young people are in the age of under 15 years. If 30 crore people are under the age of 15 years, they need some type of a vocational education. So where is the mechanism for providing this type of it? We can talk about 1 lakh, we can talk about 2 lakh, we can talk about 5,000, but where is the mechanism for providing? This is not for 1 year. This is a perpetual and sustainable program for developing vocationally trained manpower among these students, these young children who will always be coming in the country actually. So for that we have been proposing, and we are still thinking that there should be a very planned system of vocational education and training parallel to the academic courses, where it should be considered that vocational education and training will not be anything inferior to the academic courses. We don't consider in the National Skill Development Program, they said that they will be catering to the needs of the workers, and they will also cater to the needs of the dropouts from schools. Some of us academicians, we feel very, very affected when somebody says that they are dropouts, because they are not dropouts. They leave school education because they don't find this academic education in school of any particular interest, attitude, as per their aspiration and as per their needs. So they leave it and they walk out from the school system in search of a better job opportunity. Unfortunately, there is no way for them to acquire employable skills through any system, except that they go and join the existing workshops in the unorganized sector with certain masters, and they start learning on their own. And that's why we have a working force of skilled and semi-skilled person of 470 million people still working and creating employment, creating economic development in the country actually. It is they who are contributing towards the employment and income generation in the country actually. So that has happened earlier, but now since we are already concerned with, and Prime Minister is already concerned with the Atmanirbharta, he is talking about Skill India, then we must develop a mechanism for developing a vocationally trained manpower from east to west, from north to south. What I mean is that in the northeastern states, in the southern state, in the northern state, in the western state, all states there are people who will be needing vocational education training. Another issue is that the demands at each state and demand within the within the states and demand between within the district itself are of a different nature. So we have to develop a large number of vocational courses, a decentralized approach, so that we can prepare manpower as per the local needs of the area where the people are living. We can also use this type of a mechanism to prepare manpower for international labor market also. I'm not saying we should not, but that percentage which will be going for international global employment will be hardly cater to the needs of the manpower, cater to the large number of the people needing vocational education and training. So I have suggested a 3 or 4 level of vocational educational program in the country. Vocational Education and Training Institute at the block level, vocational education and training at the district level, vocational education and training at the state level. We can name them colleges of vocational education. We can call them advanced vocational education and training institute. And recently, I think the Ministry of Labor and Skill Development, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in collaboration with certain corporate sectors have established Indian Institute of Skills at Ahmedabad and Kanpur. That gave me an idea that we can think about starting vocational universities and advanced vocational institute also at different places actually. These higher level institutions can use modern technology, use modern skills to prepare global manpower. But as far as because when we talk of vocational, it is not only higher skills. We need from traditional trades to modern trades where modern technology can be used also. So that is the whole idea. I will leave it here so that if you can raise any questions, I am ready to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Heather, sir. I think you have raised many very important issues that we need to address, particularly with regard to providing vocational education training to the rural youth, to children who drop out from the schools. And as you rightly say, they just leave the schools because they are not able to cope up with the academics. So we have, as VT providers, we have the responsibility of seeing that these children do not leave the school. So we need to provide a lot of courses, vocational courses, and choices in terms of flexibility. And that is why national education policy has very aptly emphasized on the credit-based system that we need to implement in our schools so that students can go in for certain credits in terms of choice, much more choices, both for academics as well as vocational courses. The points which have been raised during this session by Dr. Chawla, Mr. Basab Banerjee, since time is short, I'm not going to take everybody's presentation one by one and conclude on that. But nevertheless, in this session, we have definitely come out with the importance of building VT excellence through partnership and networking. And that will really help us in bringing more stakeholders into the ambit of providing vocational education and training to all. And that is, I think, the main focus of Professor Heather is that we need to more collaborate, do a lot of networking, use technologies to enhance the outreach and bring more access to these vocational courses with the help of the stakeholders in vocational education training. So your point is very well taken. Dr. Chawla, thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Basap Energy, thank you very much for your presentation on the need for preparing the workforce for the global platform. I would also like to thank Dr. V. Thanika Chalam for focusing on the curriculum design and problem solving approach. Now we'll move on to the next session, which is again the technical session 4 on good practices and lessons learned in VT. We have states presentation during this session by Mr. Rajneesh Sharma from Haryana, then Shri Ratnaya, then Shrimati Manjula R, Shri Lata K, then Mr. Suresh Thakur and Shri Viren Sharma. I hope they are all there. Mr. Partha Das, Shri Divyendu Chaudhary, and Shri Sudeep De. If they have joined, please open your video so that we can see you. Okay. So we are actually waiting for Dr. A.K. Sacheti, who was with us as head of the Department of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, and also joint director in charge for quite some time. We look forward to him for joining this national conference. So meanwhile, I would like to mention the other names of the presenters: Dr. Mini E.R. From Kerala, Dr. Shambhu Gadi and Mr. Bharat Nayak from Goa, and Miss Sangamitra Das and Miss Abhijita Kalita from Assam. I hope you all have joined. Yes, I can see the faces now. Thank you very much for joining, and we'll be starting this technical session, which is on good practices and lesson learned. We all know that the vocational education program under Samagra Shiksha is being implemented in more than 27 states and UTs. And there have been certain issues and problems, especially with regard to the vocational education teachers. There are a lot of salary issues, permanency issues, and all. We are well aware of that, and we are trying to resolve all these issues at the best. But as we all know, we need to focus on the development of the competencies of the students. That should be our focus, because the next generation who is looking at us for providing this kind of quality vocational education and training, they can't wait, because that we have a huge population to cater to, and everyone has to work hard, I would say day and night, to make that happen. So quality vocational education can be provided through by implementing best practices or good practices. And we need to also learn from the lessons from other states, not just from our own state, but from other states. So we develop an understanding of how we can resolve all those issues. So it's a great platform that we all have today in this national conference, where states would be sharing their good practices, and we can have a lot of discussion. So I would request all the presenters to be very brief, because we have had state presentations earlier, and I'm sure most of the viewers must have listened to you all. But what we want you that you focus on those practices, particularly with regard to the school industry linkages, because that's the most important aspect where we need to focus when we talk of competencies, employability skills, critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, social skills, teamwork skills. All these can come if we place our students in the industry or the workplace, so that they can get hands-on training. So we'll be focusing on this. I would now request our reporter, Dr. Poonam Viraiya and Dr. V.K. Jain, to kindly take over this session and start the session. Dr. Viraiya, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Hello. Are you listen my voice?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Professor Sacheti sir, the former professor of our PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education, Bhopal, and all our beloved SPDs, state in charges, those who are actually the run this vocational education program. We are all the teacher educators. We are providing services to them, but actually they only implement this vocational education program in the states and union territories. That is a very appreciable job. We will be seen from them. I request our AK Sacheti sir. Sacheti sir is online. Sacheti sir. Ah, the, uh, before starting the session, it is the proud to say to introduce uh, the uh, the sessional chairman and as well as the those who are presenters from the states and union territories. We will be introduced. First, I proud to introduce the chairman, Dr. Avant Kumar Sacheti, and he as the former he has joined NCRT New Delhi as a reader in agriculture in the Department of the Vocationalization of Education during 1977. Still, the 1977, he worked as a the teacher in this vocational field, and they conducted lot of training programs and a lot of he developed a lot of textbooks for the vocational education program in the area of the agriculture. And he also developed a lot of guidelines and the conducting orientation programs for the nation. Uh, he was intentionally involved in monitoring and implementing of work experience, pre-vocational education and vocational education program for the entire country. In July 1993, he was posted as a PSS CIV Bhopal as Professor of Vocational Education along with four colleagues from the SOL department for setting up the institute that is PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education Bhopal. During his stay at NCRT for 28 years, he made the significant contribution by way of research, development, and extension activities in the field of work experience and vocational education and pre-vocational education, owing to which he has substantial number of publications at his credit in the field. He has also participated in several national, international, UNESCO-sponsored the workshops and seminars worldwide. Additionally, he has worked as a member of several committees and working groups constituted by the Ministry of Human Resource Development and Government of India. After his superannuous from NCRT in 2005, he served as a project the advisor to Rajasthan Skill and Livelihoods Development Corporation, government of Rajasthan, Jaipur for 11 years. During this period, he was responsible for planning, development, and implementation and monitoring of the short duration skill development programs for the school dropouts in the
state. I really appreciate his services, entire services for the in the vocational education program, and we are all learn a lot of things from the Professor A.K. Sacheti sir. That's why we the request him to chair this session in this national conference. I also take the opportunity to briefly introduce the panelist speakers. First, I take the opportunity to introduce Mr. Rajnish Sharma. Mr. Rajnish Sharma has more than 20 years of diversified experience and wide range of experience in the field of special inclusive education. He worked as a president of NGO and Saksharam Rehabilitation Society consultant in the Haryana Prathamik Shiksha Prayojana Parishad. Worked as a special educator in Sadhana and worked as a special educator in Anachi. He is awardee of state award in the category of best institutional for working for children with special needs. We really appreciate to you, sir. You are worked for the specially the physically handicapped children. That you done very good job in your career. I take the opportunity to introduce the Mr. Virendra Sharma, HPAS, Himachal Pradesh Administrative Services, and he recently appointed as a state project director in the Himachal Pradesh state. After taking the charge, he will be enthusiastically involved in this vocational education field, and he emphasize the more vocational education program will be increased in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Along with him, Mr. Suresh Thakur is also right hand for the Sharma sir for implementing this vocational education program in the Himachal Pradesh state. Now I take the opportunity to introduce about the Partha Das sir. The engineer Partha Das is the presently a senior lecturer, Department of Civil Engineering and Janan Chandra Ghosh Polytechnic, Kolkata, under development of technical education, training and skill development, and Government of West Bengal. Presently, the engineer Das is deputed as officer on special duty at Directorate of Vocational Education and Training, Government of West Bengal. He is very kind enough person. I really appreciate him for his the talent, and he is increased wide the vocational education program in the West Bengal. We really appreciate in the implementation process. He actively involved, and every small corner also he visited he take the every person's pains, and he will be providing very good services to the teachers and principals that we need in the country for motivating the principals and teachers. I very kind enough, sir. And I really take the opportunity to introduce the Mini Madam, Dr. Mini Madam, Assistant Director Curriculum, VHSE Thiruvananthapuram, Assistant Director Curriculum, Directorate of General Education, and VHC Wing, Kerala. In Kerala, she served as 11 years as a Assistant Director in Vocational Higher Secondary. Kerala, 3 years was as a Deputy Director Vocational Higher Secondary work. She is also very the active personality to involved in the vocational education program for implementing this vocational education program in a successive manner in the Kerala. I really appreciate her for the actively involving to implement this vocational education program in the Kerala. I now ready to introduce Dr. Shambhu Gadi sir, Deputy Director of Education and the Nodal Officer for Samagra Shiksha Secondary Education. He worked in different capacity like Zonal Officer, Vocational Section and Planning, Administration from 2014 to 2020, dealing with the special schools and vocational schools in the vocational education program. We really appreciate Shambhu sir and his team of three the coordinators. They are successfully implementing this vocational education program in the Goa state. Now, I introduce the Miss Sangamitra Das from Assam, Skill Education Officer, the Officer Skill Education, London, India, and she is providing very good services for the Assam state for expanding the vocational education program in the Assam, and very systematically they will be run this vocational education program in the Assam state. These are the six the key stakeholders and state representatives. They the involved in this session, and they will be presenting very good presentations on the good practices and lessons learned in VET. What are the good practices they are done for the society and nation and country, but we will be seen soon. Sacheti sir. Sacheti sir. Hello. Sacheti sir is online.
Yes.
Sacheti sir. Actually, Sacheti sir is the Bhishma Pitamaha of this vocational education. He worked the about 37 years in the vocational field, and I learned a lot from the Sacheti sir. His discipline, his the talent in the vocational education program. Now I handed over to the chairman sir, Professor A.K. Sacheti, former the professor of this PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education. Sir.
Hello.
Over to you, sir. Sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khambat and Dr. Viraya and my fellow colleagues in PSSCIV. And I could hear Dr. Heather also, who was present there.
Sir.
So I'm.
He's here, sir. He is here only.
What happened? Whether I'm audible or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Audible? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Audible, sir.
Okay.
Audible, sir.
Audible. Okay, then. What I'm saying that we have seen implementation of vocational education program for last 40 years in the country, and we struggled earlier also because of what Dr. Heather has said, that the education department becomes so heavy in implementation of vocational education, and that is the main problem in education system. We are not able to achieve the target what we wanted to achieve. But now again the NEP has come, and we have a feeling that with the help of this national education policy, we will be able to implement the new program where we have started pre-vocational education at elementary level, and we have started vocational education from 9th, 10th, and these programs have been linked with National Vocational Qualification Framework, where at 9th, 10th we start preparing level 3 and level 4 programs, job roles based training. So that is something good, because at least two things have been linked now, which was not there earlier. And then we have also opened the path for their mobility in higher education institutions. So that will boost the vocational education program at the school level. Although there are a number of issues at the school level, because I have seen the program in Rajasthan, how it was going on and what were the problems, and even the payment was not made, the teachers were not taking interest, and the entire school system was using these teachers, the trainers, for different purposes. So these are the still problems are there, and we have to take care of these problems. So I'll be very brief because the time is very short.
and therefore I'll request the first state, because the list has not been provided to me, but I think the coordinator will take care of it, that we request the first state to make presentation to start with. So the coordinator can take care of the which state is coming first.
Now I request, with the permission of chair, I request the Haryana state to the Rajneesh Sharma sir is presenting the presentation, sir. Good practices on vocational education lesson. Rajneesh Sharma.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for providing an opportunity to speak with such esteemed delegates. I am Mahendra Singh Verma, Coordinator NSQ, speaking on behalf of Shri Rajneesh Sharma ji, because he is busy in some meeting. Sir, as you are aware, NSQ has been running in Haryana from 2012 onwards as a pilot with 40 schools and 4 skills: IT, security, automobile and retail, with 4,000 number of students enrolled. As of now, today, Haryana, almost 1,074 schools are covered under vocational education with intake capacity of 1,47,108 number of students. And skill introduced are beauty and wellness, patient care assistant, physical education and sports, agriculture, media, travel and tourism, healthcare, apparel and banking. Healthcare vision technician skill will be completely phased out from the next academic session as per NSDA guidelines. And State Haryana has implemented 2 years pattern as per MHRD guidelines from 2018 onwards, and 4-year pattern will completely be phased out from the next academic session. Coming back to our good practices followed in vocational education in Haryana, the first one is the establishment of incubation centers. So as per the new education policy 2020, skill labs are to be established and created in the schools in a hub and spoke model, which should be allowed to other schools to use the facility. Depending upon this concept, Haryana has decided to establish the incubation centers, which would be state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities where availability of advanced tools and functional machinery will be ensured and practical skill training will be imparted to the students. These centers are a stepping stone for the student pursuing skill education for becoming a successful entrepreneur. Intending to impart employment-oriented training to the youth of Haryana in their hometown, 44 incubation centers in hub and spoke model will be established in 44 schools. Apart from this, 6 centers will be established in Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence started in 2014-15 in Haryana with 7 skills introduced. Currently, a large part of the population is not able to get involved in economic activities due to skill versus job requirement. This not only affects the economy but is also going to have serious consequences for society at large. Thus, this initiative of the school education department will prove to be milestone in making students Atmanirbhar. So initially we have selected 9 skills: agriculture, automobile, beauty and wellness, IT, ITS, media, PCA, retail, security and travel and tourism, to establish 50 incubation centers, and the nearby schools of the same skills, about 5 schools will be mapped with these incubation centers so that they can be taught about the entrepreneurship skills apart from the vocational skills. And for that we have decided to hire resource persons from vocational training providers who will be giving the proper hand holding to the students, and they will be helping them out in establishing their own ventures if needed in future. Like Mudra loan, they will be making them aware about the Mudra loan and other government facilities which they can utilize for this purpose. Apart from that, sir, procurement of lab equipment has been done through GEM portal. Haryana has taken this initiative. In the current academic session, 2,260 labs we have ensured to supply the raw material through GEM portal. So far as the procurement of tools and equipment is concerned, the procurement has almost been done through GEM portal for 10 sectors. Those are non-IT sectors, and 2 sectors, those are IT sectors like IT and media. We have placed the order with Hartron. And sir, coming to our the next good initiative, skill subjects to be replacement of compulsory subject. state has decided for considering skill subjects as replacement of compulsory subjects. Those are maths, science and social science in past formula of secondary class, giving the importance to skill subject. And apart from this, Haryana Skill Development Mission Portal has been launched by the Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana during last month, and student details of about 1,47,108 students enrolled under vocational education in Haryana stands shared with them. This would give an opportunity to these children to avail advanced courses in skilling. Apart from this, Haryana has also developed its own portal dedicated for vocational education for vocational tracking purpose, in which the details of students, vocational teachers, vocational training providers, industries, school nearby industries, guest lecturers being delivered by the guest lecturers in the schools, details of those are updated. Apart from this, sir, there is another very good initiative has been taken by Haryana for the convergence of inclusive education for disabled children. Those are children with special needs. We are going to converge IED, SS with vocational education, so that in the upcoming session, and accordingly detailed action plan and guidelines have been issued to these schools in the month of Feb 2021, with the objective to increase opportunities for persons with disabilities in the workforce, to develop the skill of persons with disability as per industry needs, which can help them to gainfully employed and contribute to India's growing economy, to remove barriers in social inclusion for persons with disabilities. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajni ji. Thank you, friend. On behalf of Rajni Sharma, you present very well. And the last, on the completion of all the presentations, we will be asked the question and answers. Okay? Thank you. Now I request the Virendra Sharma sir, the HPAS SPD from Samagra Shiksha, Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Vijay, sir.
Okay. Suresh Thakur ji. Okay. Okay.
Audible, please.
Audible, sir.
Thank you. Highly thankful to you all.
Okay,
And respected, may I start, sir? Dr. Saab, may I start?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected Dr. Session Chair, Dr. A.K. Sancheti, sir, and Dr. Poonam Viraiya, sir, और पैसिव भोपाल जॉइंट डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर खम्बियास सर and all faculty members of पैसिव भोपाल and representative from different states and delegates. On behalf of Himachal Pradesh Samagra Shiksha, body state project director Sahab, due to unavailable and deputed somewhere in governmental affairs, being Suresh Thakur is presenting in front of you. First of all, I'm highly thankful Passive Bhopal to give me such kind of a very good opportunity in the national conference, sir. Now, I just want to, in keeping you of a shortage of time, I just want to take you in the sphere of Himachal Pradesh in vocational education, sir. I have a little bit slides, and would you like to, sir, are you visible to see my slide, please? Dr. Viraiya, sir.
Not coming, sir.
Okay, just a while, sir, please.
Otherwise, you present, sir. Now coming.
Okay. Visual my slide, sir.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. Welcome
Carry
from
on.
Himachal Pradesh Vocational Education, Dr. A.K. Sancheti, sir. हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन सेंटर स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम फॉर वोकेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन है, सर. It is being run in the state of Himachal Pradesh since 2013-14 to onwards, sir. As for concerned vocational education in the states, sir, we are running with the specific objectives in the state, sir. First of all, to prepare educated, employable and competitive human resources for various sectors of economy and global markets. हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे जो एजुकेशन से हमारे वोकेशनल स्टूडेंट्स निकले, दे मस्ट बी एम्प्लॉयबल, competitive human resources should be there for various sector and economical in a global market. To enhance the employability to youth through demand-driven and competency-based vocational education. हमने सबसे पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव लिया है सर हिमाचल प्रदेश में कि सभी बच्चों को हम एम्प्लॉयबल बनाएं आफ्टर डूइंग वोकेशनल एजुकेशन 9th onward +2 in Himachal Pradesh. As concerned, next objective of the state to bridge the gap between academic and applied learning. हमारा सबसे पहला मकसद है कि हम एकेडमिक के साथ साथ अप्लाइड लर्निंग पे भी एम्फेसाइज करें इन वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, द एकेडमिक सेशन ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, टू रिड्यूस द ड्रॉप आउट रेट एट सेकेंडरी लेवल. सबसे बड़ी बात है हिमाचल प्रदेश में फार फ्लंग एरियाज आर देयर, तो कुछ एक स्टूडेंट्स हमारे आफ्टर 10th पासिंग ड्रॉप आउट हो जाते हैं ड्यू टू नॉन प्रॉपर फैकल्टी इन ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एटसेट्रा. सो फॉर दैट इन कीपिंग ऑफ वोकेशनल एजुकेशन हमारा ये रहता है कि सबसे पहले जब 9th ऑनवर्ड हमारी एजुकेशन शुरू होगी हिमाचल में, तो जो बच्चे 10th पास होंगे तो वो थोड़े से अट्रैक्टिव हो गए, मोटिवेशन हो गए, और सो फॉर दैट हमारा ड्रॉप आउट रेट कम हो जाएगा, डिक्रीज होगा डे बाय डे. तो ये सबसे बड़ा ऑब्जेक्टिव है हमारे हिमाचल में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन का. हमने देखा भी, आई ट्राई टू सी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, कि हमारा किस तरह से रेशियो हिमाचल प्रदेश में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन की स्ट्रेंथ का बढ़ रहा है ऑनवर्ड 2013-14 अप. नेक्स्ट facilitate student in school to work transition. First of all, in the academic session schools हमारे बच्चे एकेडमिकली जुड़े रहते हैं, लेकिन वो वर्क ट्रांजिशन नहीं हो पाता, उनको प्रैक्टिकली नॉलेज नहीं हो पाता. लेकिन ड्यू टू वोकेशनल एजुकेशन सर हमारे हिमाचल में जैसे 10th पास बच्चा एनी हाउ स्कूल अपनी एजुकेशन कंटिन्यू कर पाता है, नहीं कर पाता है, तो वो वोकेशनलाइज भी हो सकता है, कोई प्राइवेट बिजनेस चला सकता है, या छोटी छोटी इंडस्ट्रीज में मेगा मार्ट्स वगैरह में इन थ्रू प्रॉपर चैनल ही और शी कैन अवेल ए गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी देयर. नेक्स्ट, हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन 15 सेक्टर्स में रनिंग कर रहा है. नंबर 1 है एग्रीकल्चर, अपैरल, नीड अप्स एंड होम फर्निशिंग, ऑटोमोटिव, ब्यूटी एंड वेलनेस, banking, financial service and insurance, electronics, healthcare, IT, ITS, media and entertainment, physical education, plumbing, retail, private security, telecom and tourism. In the 15 sectors, Himachal is running with vocational education, different job roles such as prescribed by passive Bhopal. Status of vocational education in Himachal Pradesh since 2013 onwards. Number of school covered under vocational education till now 953, which were running with vocational education. They were all senior secondary schools in a government section. Number of sector implemented, as I said, they are only 15 sectors. We are running vocational education in these sectors. They are 15 only, as we discussed later. Number of school approved in 2021, and they are only 50 schools. And they are under process to implementation of vocational education in the
सर टाइम ज्यादा नहीं है सर, थोड़ा
number of students enrolled
बता देना.
now, and today only 59 schools are and 9 students are enrolled in vocational education in the state. Number of VTPs are there 17 only. The session wise enrollment status of the Himachal Pradesh in enrollment 2013-14, 2014-15, 21 and 500, 15-16, 35,000 nearby, and 2016-17 nearby 55,000. Similarly, 17-18, 73,649, and 18-19 nearby 83,000, and 90-20 84,000. Similarly, this year we due to COVID-19 situation, we couldn't enhance our enrollment so much. It is nowadays 85,000. And quality initiative and innovations. In a COVID-19, due to COVID-19, we start our education through online process. Har Ghar Pathshala and Him Shiksha Vocational. It was run through the vocational trainers who were appointed at native schools. Even a state faculty only emphasized them and outerly supported them, sir. And as per the mandate of Government of India, Ministry of Education, online induction training were implemented for new 20 trainers for 3 days, and online service in service at TOT were implemented for 5 days with the kind support Passive Bhopal faculty. I am highly thankful Passive Bhopal who were imparted at TOT for 5 days in a different sector. I am highly thankful Passive Bhopal faculty for that. Online guest lecture were delivered by guest faculty, achieved target as per Ministry of Education, Government of India prescribed, sir. Quality initiative and innovations in our continue process. Long pending certificates were lying in the state, and very shortly all the students will get these certificates as session 2013 onwards. Practical assessment has been implemented as per schedule offline. Nowadays we are doing this job in a perfect manner, sir. Competitive wise school funds as raw material, guest lecture, contingency fund, lab equipment grants were distributed as per approved from Ministry of Education. And first and foremost duties to implement the NEP 2020. In this session, we will start with pre-vocational education class 6th to 8th onwards. Quality initiative and innovations as we started web portal in Himachal Pradesh. और हिमाचल प्रदेश में सर सबसे बड़ी बात है जितना भी वेब पोर्टल में डाटा है हमारा एक क्लिक में पूरे स्टेट का डाटा कहीं भी बैठकर हमारी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश हमारी फैकल्टीज समग्र शिक्षा की पूरी एक क्लिक में कितने वीडियोस काम करे कितने सेक्टर्स काम कर रहे डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स में कितने बच्चे एनरोल है सब कुछ हमने एक वेब पोर्टल स्टेट लेवल पे बनाया है और वो स्कूल में डाइट्स में गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे हायर की पे सेक्टर एजुकेशन लेवल पे एक क्लिक है इवन देन यू कैन गो देयर आपको हमने वेब लिखाया है कभी भी आप भी हमारे हिमाचल का पूरा स्टेट वोकेशनल एजुकेशन का इस वेब पोर्टल से देख सकते हैं इससे बहुत अच्छी फैसिलिटी मिली है हमको मतलब ऑनलाइन क्लासेस के लिए भी हमने हर घर पाठशाला में एक पोर्टल बनाया है इवन स्टेट फैकल्टी
ठाकुर साहब कंक्लूड कर देना
थैंक यू सर
ठाकुर
थैंक यू
साहब हाँ
जी जी
फटाफट दिखा के कंक्लूड कर देना
ओके सर थैंक यू और हमने ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग का भी बहुत प्रावधान किया है इसमें स्किल डे सेलिब्रेशन भी हर साल हिमाचल प्रदेश में मनाया जाता है वर्ल्ड स्किल डे और जॉब फेयर प्लेसमेंट ड्राइव भी चलाते हैं हम स्किल ऑन व्हील लाही के सौजन्य से हमने पूरे प्रदेश में पूरी डाइट्स में घुमाए हैं ऑनलाइन गेस्ट लेक्चर्स भी आज भी हम दे रहे हैं एज पर मैंडेट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन और अप्रेंटिसशिप में भी इस साल हम काम करेंगे जो नैप्स में आया सारे बच्चे हम एनरोल किए हैं इसमें अभी तक जितने वोकेशनल के स्टूडेंट है नियर बाय 85,000 वी हैव एनरोल्ड इन अ नैप्स और we'll start with this apprenticeship and career counseling guidelines और ऑनलाइन इंडस्ट्री विजिट भी एज पर नॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के तहत हमने ऑनलाइन उनको भी इंडस्ट्री विजिट का टारगेट दिया है स्कूल्स में सर थोड़ी सी ग्लिम्पसेस बताएंगे जो वेब पोर्टल है हमने डेवलप किया इसी तरह ऑनरेबल एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ने ऑन वर्ल्ड स्किल डे पे इसको प्रारंभ किया था इनॉग्रेट किया था ये आज बली बांधी चल रहा है और हर घर पाठशाला एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जब कोविड-19 में हमारे बच्चे पैक हो गए थे टीचर्स घरों में पैक हो रहे थे उस दौरान भी हमने हर घर पाठशाला के दौरान ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन इनको इम्पार्ट की थी सर ये थोड़ी सी हिमाचल की ग्लिम्पसेस है रिगार्डिंग ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग इसमें भी हमने ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग में हम बच्चे जाते हैं बाहर घूमते हैं सारा कुछ देख के ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट देते हैं सर ये प्लेसमेंट की ड्राइव्स है कुछ हमारा ग्लिम्पसेस है छोटे छोटे हर सेक्टर में हम प्लेसमेंट का पूरा ड्राइव चलाते हैं और हर साल वर्ल्ड स्किल डे सेलिब्रेशन हम वोकेशनल एजुकेशन और बाकी मास मीडिया में फैलाते हैं ड्यू टू शॉर्टेज ऑफ टाइम वी आर जस्ट इन रनिंग पोजीशन वेरी सॉरी फॉर दैट ऑल ऑफ यू विल पार्डन मी और एक्टिविटी इन स्कूल लेवल आप यू आर सीइंग इन शॉर्ट ग्लिम्पसेस विभिन्न सेक्टर्स में हमारी एक्टिविटीज इस तरह से होती है जैसे आप देख रहे हैं हर सेक्टर में और स्किल ऑन व्हील ड्राइव हमने एक हमारे पास एनजीओ से लाई नॉन प्रॉफिट मेकिंग के लाई के सौजन्य से हमने पूरे स्टेट में पूरी डाइट्स में पूरे स्कूल्स में पूरी मीडिया को अवेयर कराया है विद एक बहुत बड़ी किट के साथ सभी आदमी इसको एंजॉय किए एंड शॉर्टेज ऑफ टाइम आई एम हाईली थैंकफुल पैसिव भोपाल की मुझे आपने एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी एज वेल एज चेयर सेशन है डॉक्टर AK सचेती से सर आई एम हाईली थैंकफुल ऑल ऑफ यू सर with the
Thank you very much.
shortage of time. बहुत कुछ बोलना चाह रहे थे लेकिन नहीं बोल पा रहे. We have a limited bit time allowed by Dr. P. Viraya sir. Highly thankful from Himachal Pradesh, and all the best for vocational education. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Next state.
Next state is West Bengal, Partha Das. Partha Das, sir, West Bengal.
Okay.
Suresh, sir, kindly remove your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. It is really a great pleasure to me for getting this opportunity to be a panelist in this national conference forum. I am really grateful and thankful to PSSCIB entire team, particularly Professor Khambayat, Professor Mehretta, Professor Viraya, and also session chair Dr. Sachiti. Now, from West Bengal perspective, almost Haryana has given a good presentation, undoubtedly. But I am just saying that in our state, since 2013, the vocational education under Samogra Shiksha Abhiyan is started. I want to show you a presentation. Is it visible to all of you?
Visible, sir. Visible, sir.
Yes, yes. Just as a background, the vocational education in our state was started in the year 2006. Presently, there are 3 verticals. Number 1, short-term vocational training program that is implemented for class 8 dropout students. And about 2275 vocational training centers are running this program of 6 months duration with 43 vocational courses and with 1 lakh annual outturn. And higher secondary vocational education, it is exclusively for class 11 and 12. About 1,309 vocational training centers are running this program of 2 years duration with 20 vocational courses and 33,000 annual outturn. And thirdly, what we are actually discussing here, that is the mainstream vocational education that was also implemented in our state in the year 2013 as a pilot state with Haryana, and almost we have reached 676 schools with total annual enrollment of 93,363. This is the present scenario. Almost 23 districts of our states have been covered under this program. Approved schools 726, functional schools 676, and upcoming schools 50. Total sectors 13, service sectors out of 13, service sector 6, engineering sector 6, and agriculture 1. And about 31 training providers and 13 sector skill councils are closely working with us. And about 1,430 vocational trainers and as well as 216 lab attendants are now in position. This slide actually shows the women empowerment in students enrollment, as we are considering it is one of the good practices. And this is a diagram that how we have increased the women empowerment in students enrollment under Samogra Shiksha vocational education. This year about we have reached 45.13% of total enrollment, 93,363. Not only this, we are also focused to provide vocational education to our all aspirational districts so that they can be benefited. And these are the good practices. One by one, setting up of laboratories, linkage with academic institutes, industries, online guest lectures and virtual industry visits, awareness program and capacity building program, model from home, promotion of e-learning activities with development of e-learning contents, conduction of different webinars, virtual summit, as well as digital summer camp, institutional development through ICT tools. This is a diagram setting up of laboratories, particularly with the objective hands-on skill, 100% hands-on skilling to the students in schools. This figure, actually, we have achieved almost 70% of laboratory setup, and definitely some of them are state-of-art laboratory we have developed in different sectors. This is one breakup for different sector-wise. Number of schools have completed laboratory setup, workshops, and those who are in progress also. Linkage with academic institutes, particularly for quality intervention, we have tied up with different institutes at both from central government and state government. NITTTR Kolkata, we are closely attached or linked with this institute. IHM Kolkata, Government of College of Textile Engineering, Srirampur. Obviously, above all, PSSCIB Bhopal, CSTRI Kolkata, Government ITI Gorihat Kolkata, and different polytechnics, ITIs, and engineering colleges. We are being tied up for quality intervention for this education. And about 2,500 trainers from this pool have been trained and certified from all of these premier institutes till date. This slide actually shows the guest lectures on physical mode and guest lectures on online mode. Before pandemic, we have achieved almost 5,136 guest lectures during last couple of years, and for online it has been achieved 842 guest lecture sessions we have conducted in different sectors from automotive to agriculture. Few glimpses are here.
Sir, I request to conclude.
Yes.
Sir.
Definitely. This is also for industry visits under CSS VSE. About 4,136 industry visits already been conducted in offline mode, and in online mode it also 570 figure. And the most focused sectors were automotive, IT, ITS, retail, and construction. This is our different program awareness for the mentors of the students, district sensitization, guardians awareness program, and also capacity building program for vocational trainers. This year we have also conducted cyber security training program under WEBL for IT sectors vocational trainers throughout the state. And this is another initiative that is modeled from home during pandemic situations, so that students may not be deprived and to not be psychological disordered. And this is a breakup or diagram. About 3,657 models from home have been developed by our students. This is one innovative initiative have been taken up by government. This is online class promotion of e-learning learning contents. E-learning classes have been conducted different model: G Suite, WhatsApp group, Skype conference call. This is the figure of development of e-learning materials. Till date, we have developed 691 e-learning materials, and we have a target 1,069 of all sectors. This is one breakup for sector-wise. Electronics, we have developed 127 e-learning materials, and retail, this is 112. The most attractive figures, this is the different YouTube channel view. During pandemic, we have taken this initiative. We have developed a dedicated YouTube channel for uploading this video of e-learning content. Already 442 videos were uploaded. This is a breakup in sector wise, and about 2 lakh students across the state are being benefited by this initiative. This YouTube channel is open for all states. They may avail it for their teleconferencing mode, note distribution, etc. And about 35% students, those who are not under purview of online classes, we have reached them with this initiative. And this is the innovative models prepared by students under CSS BSc using artificial intelligence. And this is automatic door lock. This is Vidyanagar GD Vidya Mandir. Yesterday I have shown it. Kishornagar Sachindra Shikha Sadhan, they have also developed as a good model, and so on. And last of all, I want to mention that one of the major initiative we have taken during this period, that what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow, that we have started this year, from this year, our State Council of Technical and Vocational Education Skill Development, now and awarding body and certification body. We got the recognition for 594 courses across 33 sectors from Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And we have started this year for school vocational under CSS VSE from our own empaneled SSR pool. And we have already started 42,000 our target this year. Out of 42,000, 36,000 in board exam and 6,000 plus in 12 exam. This is a figure that how we have increased year wise, and this year we have reached 36,181 and 6,552. We have started now. This is the major initiative we have taken. We have developed our training of SSR session, training of trainers session, which will be very shortly will be offered for all other states also, particularly Northeast India. This is all from my part, or from this part of the West Bengal. Thank you to all of you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think a very good job has been done as far as the starting of a council for certification and using YouTube and video material for training. Great, excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you, sir, for your appreciation. Now I request the state of Kerala, Dr. Mini Madam, Assistant Director, very enthusiastic personality to implement vocational education in Kerala.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I think I am audible.
Audible.
And you can see my presentation also.
Okay, madam. Seen, please.
Actually, I am limiting my presentation to what are all the good practices we have adopted during this COVID pandemic only, because I think that is the relevant part of how we manage this COVID period. Okay, respected Chair Sajadi sir, Veeraya sir, and other respected panelists, delegates, and attendees. Before coming to the vocational education, I just want to highlight the infrastructure available in Kerala schools, because using this infrastructure, we could provide very good support to the students during this COVID pandemic. There is a mission mode project is going on in education to protect the public education system in Kerala, public schools in Kerala. So heavy investment for developing the infrastructure, including the buildings and other high-tech classrooms. These three projects are going on in Kerala. Actually, almost this project is now completed. So many schools are made into centers of excellence with very good infrastructure and high-tech school project to provide the smart classrooms in schools. And also we are trying to improve renew the learning method from the teacher-centered to the student-centered method. So actually a master plan for both the infrastructure and academic master plan is prepared for each school, so that even sometimes the fund may be limited, the entire facilities could not be provided with one funding. So when the next fund come, they could complete the based on the master plan, the school could complete the provide the infrastructure, so in a better way. So the preparation of master plan with the support of, actually the funding is not limited from government fund only. Actually public participation is also ensured, because the school government one school is an asset of that local community. So the funding from the people support, from the PTA, from the alumni, and every interested persons can fund the academic for developing the academic infrastructure in the schools. So I think that is going on very well in Kerala. And regarding the high-tech school projects, this is the high-tech school project. We could convert 45,000 classrooms from the class 8 to 12. All the classrooms are now converted into high-tech classrooms. Actually, there are 5 components. One is IT infrastructure, providing the classrooms with internet facility and laptop, projector, and also the web cameras, speakers, every facility so that we can take the students with online support for classes. Next is ICT training to the entire teachers with the support of, there is an agency, KITE, Kerala Infrastructure Technology in Education. With the support of this agency, we are providing ICT training to the teachers. Every year we are continuing this training. For the last 4 years, this project is going very, very well. Now, next step is developing digital learning resources, because there is a portal called Samagra in which all these learning resources are uploaded, so that teachers can take these learning resources during while they are taking classes, and they can show it in the classroom itself to the students. And also for making the students used with the technology, there is a club for IT club, Little Kai. It is called as Little Kai. And also there is a monitoring mechanism, so that every school has to ensure the schools are utilizing these resources in an effective manner. You could see the buildings, recently inaugurated government school buildings in Kerala. Next is how we roll out the, I think Kerala is unique with respect to other states in implementing the vocational education, because in the first phase, we are implementing this in the existing vocational high secondary school, and they were integrated with the general education. So the vocational high secondary schools will be converted into higher secondary schools and integrated with the general education. Actually, the entire school education from class 1 to 12 now integrated. High secondary, vocational high secondary, and high school education is integrated into direct general education. So, and the department is directly implementing this vocational education. There is no vocational training provider in between. And we are having permanent vocational staff, because vocational high secondary was conducting vocational education from 1983 onwards. So we have a very good experienced vocational staff here. And also another important thing is the collaboration with the industries. There is an industry institute interaction cell working in the directorate. And also there is one career guidance and counseling cell. So for providing publicity to the students on this vocational courses. And this is the rollout. Actually, in 2020-21, even though this is a COVID year, COVID academic year, we could roll out, we could extend this vocational education to 288 more schools, and we have a very good number of students. 30,000 more students joined this class level for vocational education. How we could manage this, I will highlight the admission process, because this is single window online admission process. So one student through one application can apply to the entire vocational school, courses in the state. they can give n number of options like that. So it is our responsibility to give awareness on the. We are actually running 46 job roles. So the student, the parents should get well informed regarding these courses. So there is a state. I already told state level career guidance cell. This career guidance cell. Actually, they are having coordinators in the schools also. So, in the first level, we give an awareness training to all these career coordinators in each school regarding the 46 job roles, 46 vocational courses, and their contact details were
Madam, request
yeah.
to conclude, madam.
Okay.
Because of shortage of time.
Okay, this is the admission process. Again, I am coming to the how well we could provide the industry linkage. Through the industry linkage, we could provide expert interactions. Actually, 5,500 expert interaction videos we could share with the students. It means videos, I think online classes. Experts from I think somewhere from the outside India, some across Kerala, some somewhere outside Kerala, like that. We could provide 5,500 expert interaction classes with the support of industries and virtual field visits. Actually, videos were uploaded. Actually, in the YouTube also, we could provide 2,000 video classes through YouTube. We have a dedicated YouTube channel, which is Vidyalayam. Through that, we could provide regular classes. We are giving in 1 week, various job roles classes are uploaded in this channel. And another thing is activities-based skilling and online skilling. I could not conclude without this online skilling. How with the help of technology we could provide the online skilling to the students. I think this was done with the support of PSSIV. For 2 job roles, we could conduct this program. During the last 5 days, this program was conducted. For one job role was field technician computing peripheral, and the another one was the optical fiber technician job role. And this was Deepak sir of PSSIV was the coordinator for this program. Actually, we could conduct this program in a very effective manner. The students could do the practical work when the trainer demonstrated in the from the trainer's room itself, but the students will do it in the classroom with the support of the teachers and with the support of technology. They could see through this LCD projector and all, and also they could speak with the trainer through the web camera and microphone. So the trainer could correct the students if they are doing any mistakes. So this was the first program was the field technician computing peripheral. After that program, we have realized we could improve this very much. So the next program, optical fiber technician, we could correct the mistakes which was done earlier. So after the optical fiber technician training was very, very successful. Many students, many teams, actually students were working in teams in the work table. Many students could complete the splicing and all, and also could complete the working wire, means internet wire connection could be done by the students. So students were very, very happy. Yeah, I am concluding. Okay. So these are the pictures of these online skillings conducted with the support of PSSIV, and I actually want to thank PSSIV for conducting such a wonderful program with us. And with this, I am concluding. Thank you very much. Yep.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you, madam. I think it is better we join the whatever infrastructure you created for higher secondary schools with the secondary system, and then you can make use of the already teachers you have in large number in the state. So a good job was done when higher secondary schools VHS were started. Now same thing can be percolated at the lower level, 9th, 10th and below. So that can be done easily. You already have the experience of it. So I think, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sure, sir. Yeah, your suggestion is, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now I request Karnataka state. Karnataka is ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Screen share. Hello, good afternoon. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Good afternoon, madam.
Am I audible, sir?
Audible.
Okay. Respected Chairperson, Dr. Sacheti, sir, Shri Kambayat sir, respected Mehrotra sir, Veeraya sir, and other panelists. Sir, as there is lack of time, I would restrict myself only to good practices and the lessons that we learned, sir. As you know,
Thank you
Karnataka is
so much,
running.
madam. Okay.
Karnataka is conducting NSQF courses since 2014, sir, and we have around 203 schools where NSQF is implemented. Sir, a small glimpse which I have already shared, but it's a small glimpse. We have around 203 schools with 7 sectors. We have around 336 trainers with us. We have IT, automobile, beauty and wellness, healthcare, retail, apparels, electronics, sir, and we have Lender Hand India as our knowledge partner. And our VTPs are Quest and ISET and Orion, sir. Sir, regarding our good practices, sir, our achievements are really big. Even though we are in a small number, our achievements are really big. Let me just glance through our major good practices that we have in Karnataka. No matter, I have given everything in my slide, but I'll restrict it to a few, sir. The first major good practice that we have brought about in Karnataka is that we are conducting 2 types of TOTs for trainers, sir. One is an induction training for all the new trainers who have joined the course, the vocational education course, and one is a skill-based training, sir. Sir, we are very happy to say that we were able to conduct a good skill-based training program for 3 days in the lab provided by PASIV at Kolar, Narsapur, Kolar. And we were very happy that most of our trainers got a real hands-on skill experience during that training. So because we had invited people who are working in the field, we had young entrepreneurs who came up to the stage and then actually represented themselves and motivated our own trainers to become young entrepreneurs later, and also train various other students henceforth. The second major good practice that we have, sir, we have provided aprons to all sectors, sir. So depending upon the sector of students, we have provided aprons to all students of NSQF, and children really look smart and energetic, sir, in these uniforms, in these aprons especially. Sir, another major good practice that we have developed in Karnataka is the development of resource labs, sir. Sir, as the name says that it is a resource lab, sir, and as you know, it costs a lot to prepare a lab on our own. So it was made a mandatory aspect in the tender itself, and in which the VTPs who take part in the tender and who are being awarded with the tender, they have to set up resource labs at their own CSR cost in schools of Karnataka. So we had restricted that to 2 schools each sector, sir, and I'm very happy to say that Questcorp have developed 2 good resource labs, one in Davangere and the other one is Chamarajanagar, which is purely an EBB block. And there is also a retail lab again set up by themselves in Nelamangala, which is also in the rural part of Bangalore. So these resource lab not only act as the centers for training the students of that particular school, but also are providing us ample opportunities where TOTs for our trainers could be conducted in these resource labs only. So we are planning to have a retail TOT at Government PU College Nelamangala, which has been set up by Questcorp, and we have requested the school authorities to provide us with the date, because now that the schools have started off late, so they are also busy doing their school activities. The next major thing, the good practice that we have in Karnataka is that we have a unique student tracking system, sir. We actually conducted an exit survey from which we could really know that what the students do after level 4, and the same exit survey is being continued even to this year, and we all have a record of students who have completed the vocational education course. And another good practice is that skill exhibitions have been held at every school, sir. And these exhibitions not only provide opportunities for children to enable them to grow up as new inventors or people with new ideas, but also help others also to get motivated towards this. So this is really a good opportunity that the government of Karnataka and the state project director from Samagra Shiksha has provided us. Well, while these are our good practices, sir, we also have learned various lessons during the past years. Last year, COVID-19 really taught us a very good lesson, sir. Actually, we in Karnataka had a unique program of the slide which I'm sharing now, which was called as Vidyagama. Vidyagama means let knowledge come from all ways, in all directions. So actually, let me just give you a few lines on how we conducted Vidyagama. A few of our trainers were trained to prepare an alternative academic calendar for the students. Sir. The contents during in this calendar were compressed and the syllabus was updated. The resources that were used to deliver this alternate learning calendar was already provided to these trainers, and they started with fetching out as the resources to deliver this, the practical, how a practical training can be done, and what are the different methods. Can we use YouTube to this, or the trainer himself developing a video? In fact, many of our trainers went on YouTube and they created their own videos, which were later shared by themselves in among all the students. So we were not only able to access students with internet, that is with an Android phone through WhatsApp or through internet mode, but we also provided aspects for students who had mobile but had no internet. So that trainers themselves called up parents.
Srilata madam,
I will restrict,
kindly conclude.
I will restrict, sir. So efforts were made not only to access the students with internet, but also other students. I just wanted to say that, sir. We were able to create our own dashboard, sir, where we were able to capture our ACLP, that's Action Come Lesson Plan. We could upload videos. Assignments also were given through this ACLP dashboard only, sir. And we were able to not only train our trainers, sir, but in turn train our students themselves in ICT, in using of ICT digital initiatives. So this is a glimpse of our NSQF dashboard, which I'll be sharing with you, sir. And these are the glimpses of students, sir, who after when they come back to school, these are the few photos of the students taking part in the classroom situations. And this is the glimpse of trainers who have gone to the different villages to teach their own students. Here I have a trainer with his own bike teaching the students how to service his own bike, sir. And this is it from Karnataka, sir. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. And actually, our JD sir is not present today. Well, I have with me our Deputy Director, Srimati Manjula Madam also. And from Karnataka, this is it, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much for a lot of innovation you have introduced in the state for
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Implementing this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now I request to Goa State, Mr. Dr. Shambhu Gadli, sir, and Bharat Nayak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Audible, sir.
Okay. Sir, namaskar. All the panelists and also the delegates from the PSSIV Bhopal. So I have not prepared the this presentation. So
you have a vast experience. That is enough, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So vocational education under the National Skill Qualification Framework was introduced in Goa in the academic year 2014-15, when 4 sectors, namely healthcare, automobile, retail, IT, ITS, were introduced in 38 government high schools. In the following years, 15-16, the courses were extended to total of 77 schools, and the sectors of logistics, construction, apparel, beauty and wellness, agriculture, travel and tourism, BFSI were introduced at standard 9. It was in April 2016 that the first batch of NSQF students answered the Goa Board SSA examination and were ready to carry their journey forward as they aim to complete all the 4 levels by taking up the subject as standard 11th and 12th. We faced a big challenge in implementing the program at level 3 as the number of government higher secondary in Goa is just 9, while many students take admission in the over 88 aided higher secondaries schools in the state. MHRD had not taken a decision on implementing the program in government aided higher secondary schools at that time. After doing a mapping of NSQF subjects who had taken admission in government aided higher secondary schools, it was decided that these students would be attending theory lectures during their school hours, and for practicals and theory of NSQF, they had to come to government school where the instructors would complete their practicals and theory in time allotted to them. It was only later that we were granted approval for a few higher secondary schools and practicals were conducted in this higher secondary as an instructor were appointed there. As we had covered up all the government high schools, Goa was granted approval to start vocational education, that is NSQF, in 15 aided schools. The program is now implemented in 81 government high schools and 9 government higher secondary schools, beside 23 aided higher secondary schools and 12 high schools. So we have total 7,653 students and around 200 instructors are appointed to teach our students. So we have also activated placement cell.
Shortage of time, you kindly conclude the.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we have also we are having the website. We must mention that there are 310 aided high schools and 88 aided higher secondary schools, and many of these schools have had to implement vocational education, that is NSQF. The national education policy, which lays a lot of emphasis on the vocational education, is a step in right direction to ensure that our students get proper skill training, which will help them to get gainful employment, considering that we are propagating Atmanirbhar Bharat for the economic growth of our country. In the year 2016 of Goa RMSA organized a meeting of industry with the CEOs of and representatives of 11 sector skill council. So this is an addition to our cap. We privileged to have the presence of Mr. Chiranjeev Guha of NSDC, whose guidance and support were crucial in effective implementation of program in Goa. Okay. The meeting drew good response in it, was attended by Chamber of Commerce, Industries, CII, BNI, and different faculties, and also the Director of Education, Higher Education, and also the Secretary Education, Ranbir Singh, IS. The presentation made by 3 coordinators gave an insight to the participants to the content and implementation of the program in Goa. The curriculum developed by PSSCW with industry participation was also highlighted. So vocational education teachers are appointed till May 31st and are paid salary of rupees 22,000 per month, which is the amount approved by the MHRD. They have been instructed to complete 5 days training in the industry during the month of May, besides ensuring that the OGTs are completed for the students. Due to COVID-19, the instructors attended online training session. Our instructors also organized webinar for the students and teachers. The healthcare instructors organized webinars on the healthcare related topics, especially on COVID-19, mental health, hygiene, beside other which were appreciated by all. SRT organized training program only which were attended online, which were attended by our instructor. So we have conducted online practicals for our apparel students of one government high school last year, as the exam will not be conducted in physical mode. So I should mention here that NSQF is implemented in Goa with the support and put by our 3 coordinators along with me. So thank you very much. And thank you for giving me opportunity, sir.
Thank you, sir.
very
Thank you
much.
so much. Sir.
Dr. Shambu.
Sir.
Is there any state more?
One more state is left, sir. Assam.
Please.
Assam state, Sangamitra, madam.
Yes, sir.
Kindly. Abhijita.
Yes, sir.
Kalita. Kindly present.
Can you hear us, sir?
In a brief, you kindly present.
Yes, sure, definitely.
Okay.
We are sharing up. Actually,
5
we have
minutes.
reduced it to 5 minutes presentation only.
Okay.
Hear you.
This is last presentation.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So you can start. So here
We'll give a brief description about our vocational education in Assam. Actually, we have implemented vocational education in Assam 2015, and now it's running 340 schools throughout the state. And now we are running 7 different trades in our state. And we have around 37,514 students in our class 9 to 12. And now we have a big achievement, like we have done our assessment 2018-19, and we have given the certification to the students also. So this is our big achievement. And now Sanghamitra will share you the presentation about our best practices. We have also covered up sir guest lecture and hands-on skill also, but we have given the best one in the presentation due to the shortage of time, sir. Thank you, sir. So Sanghamitra will represent you the presentation, sir.
Quickly present. Very quickly present.
Yes, sir. Can you see the PPT? Is it visible?
Not yet came, madam.
Hello. I don't know, sir, for what reason it's not seen. Actually, to be very precise, as Abhijita ma'am has said, so we are all doing the general good practices are going on in the state, including guest lectures and industrial visit and even online classes during pandemic. Here, what we try to showcase in today's presentation is that,
Din kyun nahi aa raha hai?
Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible?
We hear me.
It's not very clear and audible.
Audible.
Okay, sir. So the thing is that we have got 7 sectors, out of which we have what we selected for today's presentation was the unique one, which is a different, not from the regular section which is going on. So for the agriculture, horticulture sector, if you can, I don't know, I'm not sure that you are seeing the presentation. So in the presentation, we have the students who are actually making, vermicompost from agriculture trade. So this is in regard with that. If you compare this in the marketplace on in Amazon portal, so in much more reduced cost than whatever is available online or what is available in the market, students are doing it by themselves in school.
Presentation is not visible, madam. You try once again.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
Now. Coming.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you tell that is enough, madam. Not at all a problem.
Okay.
Present only.
Can you see now, sir?
Can you visible?
It is coming. Now it is visible.
Okay. So the first presentation what we had is about the agriculture sector. Next, what we have here is the again the agriculture sector. So here students have make a organic mosquito repellent using all organic material, and the cost of production per unit is less than 5 rupees. It's stuck somewhere. So again, the students actually it's stuck. Sorry, it is stuck somewhere. I'm not very sure why it is stuck. So I'll just continue. Again, I don't know, sir. There's some problems with the sharing of the screen.
No problem. You present, madam. You kindly oral presentation. Enough.
Yeah. So again, then we have another example by students, wherein the students have used, actually this we can refer to some of the states where we can find abundance of banana trees. So what they have done is in agriculture sector, again, for germination of seeds and plantations, for making small plantations. So they use banana trunk where, the water retention capacity is there. So without in less capacity of water, or even if there's no water, they can germinate the seed. And again, from the coconut husk which we have, when our PM Modi sir has also come here, our respected Prime Minister in Assam, state of Assam. So the students have made coconut shell, the decoration, decorative item, yeah. So flower vase out of the coconut shell, which they are actually displayed in the national level. And that also had got, and then again we have got one other unique best practices where the student has made a solar jappi. So jappi is kind of a hat kind of thing which is made out of bamboo. So here they have connected a small fan with the solar panel to relieve the farmers from the scorching heat in the summer season. So this can be used in the fields. Then again, what we have here is during pandemic time, students and teachers has actually gone to community to do a kind of a massive awareness campaign on COVID and how to do have a safety measures. And then lastly, we have one case study of a student who is a class 10 student, Rajesh Soren. He is from Baksa district, which is the latest district in state of Assam. Here he has made a bamboo water wheel where in fact he presented his case in agriculture science exhibition, and in the agriculture segment he actually got the first prize. So here it can be used for irrigation through and the whole wheel is made out of actually bamboo, which is again sustainable and you can easily find in the forest. It's a forest product, so it's a cost effective. And then finally, to the final slide, what we shared here is online counseling for vocational students. So more than 500 vocational students along with the VTs have participated in online counseling session. And also we had a parents counseling session, because what we understood during pandemic is if you do not make the parents understand what is the importance of having an online classes or continuing the education. And then again we have kind of practical problem which maybe the or many of the states in India have, that they have only one mobile phone device. So how do they actually take time out and the students can use the mobile phone. So they had a counseling session and the best suited time was taken as the classroom timing, and they had a flexibility to it. So that's how the parents counseling help us to go around with the online classes effectively in the state. And last is the lessons at home, where students homes were visited by the vocational trainer and they were given their study material and sessions at home itself. So that's what we are concluding, I mean, due to very short time. That's all from myself.
Thank you, Sangamitra. Within a short period of time, you completed. Thank you so much. Now, I request about our Professor A.K. Sacheti sir is from our institute. Since he spent about 30 years of his service in this vocational education program. After retirement also, he still continued his services for the Rajasthan State that Skill Development Council. We really appreciate his enthusiasm under this vocational education, and that time he dreams we will increase this vocational education program in a vast project. That time he dreamed, but with the dynamic leadership of our Jain director and all other our faculty members, we are trying to our level best to expand this vocational education program in a very systematic manner. Even we are providing digital resources for their facilitation purpose in the COVID-19 period. Sir, you lively the seen all the states achievements and their the good practices are now because of this only I request our Sacheti sir will chair this session and come to know about how vocational education is going on under states and union territories, and his dreams are fulfilling or not, as a is the faculty members of this institute. That's why we invite sir. Sir, your the views on this presentation, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Viraya. I have listened to all the presentation made by the states. It's just 4 years, 4 or 5 years with this new program. lot of work is to be done for the vocational education at the secondary and the elementary level. All these things will happen in due course of time. But here I have a suggestion to make to the government of India that we have already come out with Map My India on the pattern of GPS. The GPS has a global system by which we can commute from one place to another. So we have our own GPS system that is Map My India. And through this system, we can, we can map the institution and schools and the industry. That is what I want, because the number of institutions, vocational institutions and the industries are there. We have to make use of them, because schools will never get that kind of infrastructure what is required for imparting the job role. And in order to impart the perfect skill training where they perform and do it and get the job in the industry itself, we need a complete mapping of the industry, institution, vocational institution, and the school. Industry, I mean all kinds of enterprises which are there around school, including the vocational training institutions. So if this mapping is done, then we can make use of these institutions, and the industry and the school can work together. That is my message, and that is what I want to tell to the government of India and to the ministry and to the PSSIV, that we start mapping and make use of these existing institutions and their infrastructure. Use these institutions for 14 hours a day. Use these institutions Sunday and Saturday. Don't leave it, because that is what is required, because we have to make use of the available infrastructure in the country. We are not making use of these infrastructure. We are working in isolation, and therefore I have a feeling it's very difficult to provide vocational education to 50% youth of school going youth and another 50% dropouts. So we have to make use of this, and some beginning has to be made. Thank you very much. I thank PSSCIB, our joint director, and Professor Haider, and my colleagues, Viraya, and all others and participants who have attended this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving a very good suggestions for improving and the implementing this vocational education program in a systematic way purpose. Thank you so much, sir. We will take your suggestion as a positive way and the implement in a successful manner, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Any question? I am there.
Any question are there? From the first, sir, JD sir, or JD director sir.
Sir, good afternoon.
Namaskar, sir.
I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you very much. You gave me the opportunity, and therefore we are there.
No, it's my pleasure and honor, in fact.
Thank you very much.
You'll be pleased to know Dr. Haider sir is also here.
Yes, that is why I told him that he's there.
Sitting in my room now. I just want to thank you personally.
Dr. Kabai, map India, map my India. That is there. Now we can do mapping of the institution, industry, and the workforce and the schools all put together. This work can be started. We can assign this work to some private agencies, and they work out and map out these institutions and work out this the school, this institution will come, and this kind of courses are required because this is the kind of industry around it.
Yeah. Now we'll discuss.
That work can be done.
We'll discuss with you. My only request is, first of all, thank you for accepting our invitation and being part of our program. I'm so grateful. Second thing is, we are starting the closing program in another 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
So
No, I'm there. I'm there.
Stay online, so you can also.
Oh, sure. No problem.
Yeah. Thank you. I request all the participants to be online. We are starting in another 5-10 minutes, the closing program. Okay. आप ही कर दो ना
सर नमस्कार। सर सचेती सर नमस्कार। आवाज
फोन कर दो।
वीडियो बंद करवाना रहने क्या और क्या ये बंद क्यों करवा दे कभी
म्यूट कर दो।
म्यूट तो है
फिर ऑन करना पड़ता है। यूट्यूब लाइव करना होगा।
ये आप ही को कहेंगे मेरे
हेलो हेलो नहीं आपका वो चालू है म्यूट म्यूट कर दीजिए कोई ऑडियो ऑन है हेलो अच्छा इससे आवाज क्यों अक्षय आवाज कौन सी आ रही इधर से ले रहा था हेलो कौन सा ले रहे हैं वो ये ऑन है आपका सर क्या तो बंद आवाज कौन सी ऑन करिए ये ऑन है कि नहीं? से अच्छा हाँ वहां से चेंज हेलो हेलो समझ गए वो कर देना
इसमें ऑडियो की सेटिंग है माइक सेटिंग
नहीं अभी बना रहे हैं
म्यूट की जगह म्यूट की जगह कोने में म्यूट की जगह यहाँ पे म्यूट यहाँ लिखा हुआ
यहाँ
अरे नहीं गली यहाँ पे ही लिखा है इसमें कहाँ दिखा रहा है
ये म्यूट ये तो है ना ये तो ऑडियो का है
देखो इसमें ऑडियो
हाँ कहीं चला गया ये एंगेज हो रहा है ये ट्रिपल ए इंटर डिस्प्ले ऑडियो तो नहीं है
करिए
बोलना बोलो
हेलो
बोलो हेलो हेलो ये यहाँ से आवाज जाए इसकी आवाज जाए
पिंकी मैडम को बुला
हेलो हेलो हेलो
यहाँ हमें यहाँ से बोल रहा
हेलो
यस
ओके हेलो किसी का चालू हेलो 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 अभी थी
अच्छा 1.5 GB हो गया इसलिए
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Good afternoon, namaskar, and welcome once again to this National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education Training for Excellence, Perspective and Challenges, which we have been witnessing for last 2 days now. That is on 25th and 26th March 2021. I would now request our Joint Director, Professor Rajesh P. Khambayat, to please welcome our honorable guest, chief guest, Ms. Vinita Agarwal ji, Executive Member of the National Council of Vocational Education Training, NCVT, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, New Delhi, and also Professor S.Z. Haidarji, who is there on the dais, my esteemed colleagues here, and all the participants. I request Professor Khambayat to please welcome and give his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mehrotra. Very good afternoon to all of you. Our chief guest of today's closing session of National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education for Excellence, Perspectives and Challenges, very respected Dr. Vinita Agrawal, the Executive Member of the National Council of Vocational Education and Training, NCVT, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, New Delhi. Respected and Honorable Dr. Haidar sir, ex-Joint Director, PSSCIV Bhopal, all our distinguished speakers and the representatives from various international and national organizations representing UNESCO UNIVOC Network, UNESCO, Colombo Plant Staff College, Manila, all the leading professionals, Tibet experts, industry representatives, and most importantly, all the online delegates who are attending this national conference. My colleagues from PSSCIV, Dr. Mehrotra, Dr. Viraya, Dr. Palnivel, the conference coordinator, my faculty colleagues and staff of NCERT, PSSCIV Bhopal, all the representatives of print and non-print media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. We are extremely happy once again to welcome you for the closing session of this eventful national conference on transforming vocational education for excellence. At the outset, I'm extremely grateful to Madam Vinita Agrawal for accepting our kind invitation to be the chief guest of today's closing session. I'm very happy to tell you that this national conference has created a new record for PSSCIV Bhopal. We have over 2,000 delegates who have registered for this conference, which itself talk about the importance of vocational education in the country. I'm pleased to inform you, ma'am, that this conference has been well attended by the Zoom platform, from the Facebook, as well as on our YouTube channel and all that, and which was attended and participated by various international and national organizations. We are extremely hopeful that all the deliberations and discussion which took for the last 2 days must have given us a new understanding and also given us a new perspective about vocational education and training for the 21st century. Many of us agree now that this conference theme is a very timely, as the whole world is talking about skill development. We are all talking about vocational education. And I believe all the speakers and the delegates joining hands with me saying that this is a very timely theme that we have taken forward the agenda and all that one. There are a lot of discussions. Of course, my colleagues are going to present the report and all that, but whatever distilled knowledge which I could gather for the last 2 days, listening to the galaxy of speakers of vocational education, I would like to put before in few minutes of time. First of all, excellence is a continuous journey. It's not a destination, and it has to be always inspiring. But when we talk about vocational education in excellence, it has a different parameter, it has a different perspective. And I believe the vocational excellence is about building relevant competencies in our workforce And that should be the way we should look at vocational education excellence. We are all now aware that companies are hiring for the skills, not for the qualifications. So there is a big shift which is taking place in the world of work. Automation and digitalization has been advocated by many speakers, and it has also said that it is creating new skills and also creating new jobs for the people. Agile model of employment is evolving very rapidly. And we have also learned that there is growing demand for the transversal skills. So it is not only the vocational or occupational skill, but transversal skills are going to make the success in the employment. We have also seen many interesting developments which are taking place in the field of vocational education. On a positive side, if you see that skills are becoming now fundamental. I repeat, skills are becoming fundamental for our own individuals' employability and also for the national competitiveness. Quality vocational education has become now the top priority in the agenda across the region. We are now need to implement market-driven vocational education programs. And there is also growing emphasis on promoting digitalization of vocational education, particularly with the advancement of information and communication technology, like virtual reality, artificial intelligence can give us simulated experiences, learning experiences to the vocational graduates while they are undergoing the vocational programs in different institutions. Use of virtual laboratory is emerging as one of the new focus in the vocational education and all that. But these are all on a positive side. But when we look at on a practical side, when we look at what is really happening on the ground, and that gives us a new dimension that what really needs to be done. The first issue is lack of scalability. The existing infrastructure is so limited, it is very difficult to scale it up to the requirement as we are anticipating through the National Education Policy 2020. Particularly our ICT infrastructure, hardware and software needs immediate attention. Second thing is pressing concern is lack of good quality vocational trainers and teachers. And that is severely impacting the quality of transaction, quality of vocational education output expected from the graduate. And this needs a real important concern. While we were deliberating on these issues, there are many teachers who were attending this conference have been putting their concern either in the chat box or in the question answer session. And each one of us is highlighting that there is a severe need to address their concern about service condition of vocational education teachers and trainers in India. And this needs to be taken up on a priority basis by the competent authorities and all that one. Professional development is another area which needs a careful attention for the vocational trainers and teachers. Another concern is weak linkages between industry and employers with the schools and the institutions. And until and unless when we talk about excellence, we talk about quality vocational education, linkages with the industry and the employer is going to play a very significant role. Absence of digital skills. Digital literacy is very important when we talk about 21st century among the teachers as well as among the students. So we need a special drive and all that. And most importantly, India is such a large country. Our Asia Pacific region is such a large region. So we have to consolidate our effort into this one because we have a very fractured ecosystem of vocational education in the region. And we really need to cement all this fractured ecosystem to make it strong vocational education for the region. We have also heard through the session that National Education Policy 2020 has put a special emphasis on reimagining vocational education. It is aiming that every student, either studying in school education or vocational education, will be exposed to at least one vocation by 2025. So it's a very ambitious target. And I think which is also creating a lot of opportunity for all of us to grow vocational education in the country. There are many challenges, but the target will give us a new opportunity to strengthen the vocational education system across the region. When we look at the future, we want a new age vocational education system which meets the aspirations of the young people of our country. And also at the same time, it fits the requirement of the market It fits the requirement of the industry with the changing demands of the industries. So these are some of the observations I felt to share on this closing remark. Of course, the detailed report of the conference will be shared by my colleague in the form of call for action. With these words, once again, allow me to take this opportunity to express our gratitude, first of all, to Madam Vinita for accepting our invitation. I am also grateful to Dr. Haider sir. On my personal request, he has been kind enough to grace as a special guest to this closing program. And most importantly, our partners, UNESCO UniWalk, respected Dr. Choi Madam, the director of UNESCO UniWalk International Center, Bonn, Germany. Very respected Dr. Ramhari Lamichane, Director General of Colombo Plant Staff College. Our technical partners, Wadhwani Foundation, in collaborating with us into this one. Most importantly, I'm also thankful to our director, sir, Dr. Sridhar Srivastav, for giving us a lot of encouragement and support to organize this event very successfully and all that. Allow me also to take this opportunity to thank all the chairpersons. Relentlessly, they have been working with us. All our speakers spending their time, giving their distilled knowledge, learning, and experiences, sharing for the benefit of the students across the country. We are optimistic that all these deliberations, through our collective understanding, collective effort, definitely it is going to strengthen our collective effort of seeing the quality vocational education across the region and all that one. As an outcome of this conference, we have come up with a call for action, which is giving us the action agenda that needs to be pursued in the years to come, and that will be shared with you by my colleagues and all that one. With these words, I also take this opportunity to thank all the colleagues of PSS-CIV family, ICT team, technical team, business management department, all the administration, accounts, every one of us who have directly, indirectly, contributed for the success of this particular program. I am also thankful to the media, particularly giving such a good coverage to this particular conference and reaching out to the people, because vocational education is a very important area in which needs every one of us to partner together to build a strong vocational education for the 21st century. Those who are all watching, I'm also pleased to tell you that we have created online conference evaluation system. You'll soon be getting our email and the link. I will request all of you to submit your feedback so that in the future, as we continue to improve our quality of programs and services, your encouragement, your support to this endeavor will be a great support to us. The early results are very encouraging for our team, as well as to all the organizers, that so far, whatever the response we have received, 96% is the overall rating of this conference has been rated by the participants who have already registered their feedback to conference evaluation. Thank you once again for listening to me, and look forward to working closely with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that welcome remarks and also giving an overview of the conference. I now request Dr. P. Viraiya, who's the conference coordinator, to kindly inform us about the proceedings of this conference.
Respected President of this valedictory session, Professor Rajesh Kambaya sir, our Jain Director, and respected Madam Chief Guest of this valedictory session, Mrs. Vinita Agarwal Madam, and respected Sir Professor H.Z. Haider, former Jain Director of our institute, my colleagues, Dr. V.S. Mehrotra, Dr. Palanvel, Pinky Khanna Madam, Ravichandran, Jain sir, and all other senior faculty members, and ladies and gentlemen. It is the duty of the coordinator to present the brief report of this conference.
In this 2 days national conference on transforming vocational education and training for excellence, perspective and challenges, 25th to 26th March 2021. Madam, the National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education and Training for Excellence, Perspective and Challenges were inaugurated on 25th March 2021 by Professor Sridhar Srivastava, Director, National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi. Dr. C. Tangaraj, Director, NITTR, Bhopal was the guest of honor. Ms. Shu Hang Chui, Director, UNESCO Innovak International Center, Bonn, Germany, was the special guest of this inaugural session, madam. Guests and delegates of the conference were welcomed by Professor Rajesh P. Kambat, Jain Director of our PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education, Bhopal. The national conference is being attended by around 1,000, more than 1,000 delegates online and also on the official YouTube channel of PSS CIV. The conference was jointly coordinated by Dr. P. Viraya, myself, Professor Vinay Swarup Mehrotra, my colleague, Mr. A. Palanivel at PSS CIV Bhopal. We the proud to say that we released the handbook of the online national conference on transforming vocational education and training for excellence, perspectives and challenges was done by Professor Sridhar Srivastava sir, Director NCRT, during the inaugural program, inaugural session of the conference being organized by PSS CIV Bhopal on 25th March 2021. Madam, we proud to say that we are also released the guideline on the job training for school students was done during the inaugural program of the online national conference transforming VET for excellence, perspective and challenges being organized by us. Madam, we really grateful to our dynamic Jain Director sir. In this national conference, we invite more than the 12 the experts, those who are chairing the sessions and those who are presenting the papers in this national conference. That is very good experience. We learn, our delegates learn a lot of the things, what vocational education is going on in the different nations and what models they run, they come to know, madam. In the keynote session, future trends in vocational education and training and world of work, the chairperson, Professor N.K. Ambast, former chairperson, NIOS, Noida, and rapporteur, Professor Vinay Swarup Mehrotra, PSS CIV Bhopal. In this session, Dr. Stephen Mackey, founder of President LabTech International Limited, Indonesia, highlighted the need for bringing about TVT transformation through digital learning and online learning, especially in view of the COVID-19 pandemic situation, madam. Dr. Ram Hari Lamchane, Director General, Colombo Plant Staff College, Manila, Philippines, talked about the importance of 21st century skills, social skills, leadership skills, life skills, and adaptability skills in increasing the productivity and accountability of the TVT trainees and workers in the world of work, madam. Professor Ambast concluded that values and work ethics hold special importance in improving the productivity and accountability of the workers trained through the TVET programs. He also emphasized the need to train people for becoming the Atmanirbhar the independently they will be doing the work, and they will be generating the income, and they will be improve their lifestyles in the society and business. Sir, the first technical session, transforming VET for excellence, priorities and challenges, chaired by Professor Sitansu S. Jaina, Professor and Dean, School of Vocational Studies, Ambedkar University, New Delhi, sir, Madam. Rapporteur, Professor Mrudula Saxena, PSS CIV Bhopal. In this session, Dr. Sitansu Jaina highlighted the importance of the linkages with industry in providing employability and vocational skills through VET, Madam. Dr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, Executive Vice President, ISECT University, Bhopal, discussed various forms of VET system. He also emphasized on the need for quality assurance mechanism for implementing the vocational education program in the country as well as in the world. Also, he informed, Madam. Mr. Sunil Daya Vadwani, Foundation, Bangalore, presented his views on the next generation on VET, what kind of future directions followed to implement this vocational education program in the country in the new NEP 2020, he covered, Madam. Afterwards, panel discussion conducted on institutional development for achieving excellence in VET. This is a very excellent session. Under this, all the stakeholders who are involved to implement this vocational education program are widely discuss and come with the solutions, Madam. The chairman of this session, panel discussion with session is Dr. R.S. Rathod, Registrar, Sri Vishwakarma, Skill University, Haryana, Rapporteur, Mr. A. Palanvel, Associate Professor, PSS CIV Bhopal, Srimati Gauri Kalara, the Senior Consultant, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, New Delhi, discussed the various issues in the implementation, including those related to vocational teachers, infrastructure development, awareness about the importance of vocational education. Mr. Jaikant Singh, Senior Head, NSDC, New Delhi, talked about the paradigm shift required from classroom or lab culture to experiential model or industry model for the hands-on training. Ms. Monica Bal, CEO, BT and Wellness Sector Skill Council, Gurgaon, talked about the concept of upskilling, reskilling, and reusing of skilled aspects, blended from the learning, etc. Professor Gayatri Ari Subramaniam, Head Skilling Schools and Academic Linkages, Logistics Sector Skill Council, Chennai, discussed about the need of research in skilling ecosystem and sharing of resources, Madam. Mr. Tehsin Jahid, CEO, Sports Sector Skill Council, New Delhi, pointed out about professional bodies should be involved from the inception of stage, and career pathways should be defined for the students through a robot system of guidance and counseling. Dr. Swapna Mishra, Director Textiles and Handloom SSC, New Delhi, discussed various schemes of textile industry. Mr. Partha Das, OSD, Samagra Shiksha, DVET, West Bengal, and Mr. Anil Kumar TV, Deputy Director Curriculum, VHE, Director General of Education, Kerala, showcased the success stories of vocational education in their institutional development in their schools and colleges. They will be shown, Madam. Sri Pradeep Karbamkar, Chairman, MP State Chapter of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Bhopal, and Mr. KP Murthy, Consultant, both Bangalore, emphasized the need for a holistic development of students involving industries at each level of implementation of VET programs, Madam. In the technical session 2, professional development of teachers for VET excellence in schools. Chairman, Dr. R.S.P. Singh, Director of the School of Vocational Education, IGNO, New Delhi. Rapporteur, Dr. R.K. Pathak, Dr. Kuldeep Singh, PSS CIV, Bhopal. Dr. R.S.P. Singh, Director, School of Vocational Education and Training, IGNO, New Delhi, spoke about the professional ethics required for the professional development of vocational teachers for VET excellence in schools, madam. Dr. Renuka Raju Kovida, Hyderabad, emphasized on the examination and evaluation of vocational students and stressed the need to use ICT for the professional development of vocational teachers, madam. Dr. Madhuri Dubey, founding director, National Skill Network, Hyderabad, focused on the professional development of teachers and stated that blended and hybrid models of teaching, learning, digital competence, content development with a strong content with the industry are the important aspects for the professional development of vocational teachers, madam. In the concluding remarks, Dr. Singh stated the challenges to VET, including lack of infrastructure and equipment and the limited use of the latest technology, they pointed out, madam. In the keynote session 2 on 26/3/2021, second day of this national conference, transforming VET through excellence, regional international experiences, chaired by our dynamic Joint Director, Sir Dr. Rajesh P. Kambat, PSS CIV Bhopal, Rapporteur Dr. Ravi Chandran, PSC CIV Bhopal. Doctor, in this important this session, the Dr. Janet Burmester, Head Sector Project on TVET, GIG, Germany, and Burmester spoke about the technology disruptions and especially the mass adoption of digitalization and automation that have impacted almost every industry, she told, madam. She told the demographic shifts, climate change, and a global pandemic have impacted the labor markets significantly, madam. Unlike earlier labor market transactions, the current socio-economic changes impact both young people and adult workers, madam. Therefore, in times of such transactions, striving for excellence in VET can have for reaching impact on quality of provision, improving image of VET-based career, and improving the competencies of industry, madam. Another important panelist, Dr. Janaka Jayal, Deputy Director, Territory and Vocational Education Commission, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Dr. Jayalta informed that Sri Lanka ranks the highest participation rate in primary education in South Asia and provides pre-education up to the first degree level. Government's vision in mainstreaming the VET and makes more inclusive education opportunities, enabling to implement this vocational education program matter. And he also opportunities, madam. Territory and Vocational Education Commission under the purview of Ministry of Skill Development is instrumental in initiating various activities to address the gaps identified through the respective policy perspectives, madam. In this session, one more important panelist, Dr. Ugchoku Chincho Wokle, lecturer, Department of Vocational Technology Education, Alex Ekwem, Federal University, Nigeria, talked about the various strategies adopted and actions taken by Nigeria governments and institutions to transform TVET in Nigeria. That will be a case study for implementing in our country also, madam. The aim of TVET in Nigeria is to equip learners with the right skills for paid employment is established firms are self-employed, madam. Under technical session 3, new age quality vocational education system, challenges and perspectives. The chairperson, Dr. Manjit Sengupta, ex-principal, Regional Institute of Education, is chaired, madam. Rapporteur, Dr. Abhijit Nayak and Dr. Deepak Sudalwar, PSS CIV, rapporteurs, madam. Dr. Nilesh Kare, head the management education, Jagan Lake City University, Bhopal, suggested various measures for quality assurance. He emphasized the importance of teacher for delivering education, curriculum development, and method of teaching, madam. Mr. Deepak Mehrotra, marketing manager, LabTech International Limited, Bangalore, emphasized the need for redefining the method of teaching and learning through the use of virtual TVT under COVID-19 pandemic situation, madam. Mr. Chiranjeev Gua highlighted the need of quality trainers and ensuring mobility of the workers through articulation of job roles under the National Skill Qualification Framework. He also discussed the challenges that the VET is facing due to lack of quality trainers. Dr. Vinay Swarup Mehrotra, head Curriculum Development and Evaluation Center, PSS CIV Bhopal, made a very good presentation on the different models of vocational education and training, including occupation-based VET model, stage-regulated VET model, market-driven VET model, community-based VET model, and apprenticeship model. He also emphasized, explained how the recommendations of the National Education Policy 2020 can be mapped to the various VET models in offering diverse opportunities to the learners in the field of vocational education, madam. The technical session 4, New Education Policy 2020, Strategic Priorities for VET System in India, chairperson, Dr. Aspa M. Asin, the former professor of our PSS CIV Bhopal, madam. Rapporteurs, Dr. Pinky Khanna from our institute, madam. Mr. Manish Joshi, TV8 and higher education specialist, UNESCO, New Delhi, discussed the priorities for excellence in technical education, madam. Dr. Leena Chandran Wadia, Mumbai, spoke on reimagining vocational education. She insisted value of NEP 2020 goals and importance of employment skills of 21st century. He shared her knowledge on the integration of vocational education with academic education is very much required, she told madam. Mr. Rajat Kawas, a principal consultant, Joint Policy Advisory Group, New Delhi, explained social and digital media in vocational education and training. He shared the vision 2050 for digital and communication technology, madam. Under the technical session 5, building VET excellence through partnership and networking, chaired by our excellent professor, Dr. V.S. Mehrotra from our institute, madam. Rapporteur, Sri A. Palanivel from our institute, one of the organizing member. Madam, in this session, almost my guru and my former the Joint Director, Professor H.Z. Haidar sir, the PSS CIV Bhopal, spoke about vocational education and training system is revamped, and he focused the need of planned system of vocational education parallelly to academic education for the income generation and economic development of the nation, madam. In this session, Mr. Basab Banerjee, head standards and the quality, former head NSDC, stressed on how to make Indian youth ready for international markets. There is a severe labor shortage globally, thus the focused on the agenda, madam. Dr. V. Tanika Chalam, ex-post NITTR Chennai, she encouraged learners' participation, professional programs, field work in this session, madam. Sri YP Chawla, Research Fellow, Australian Graduate School of Leadership and ex-advisor, Joint Electricity Regulatory Commission, highlighted the technical and vocational education training in the future course of action. Under this, in the last, Dr. V.S. Mehrotra concluded this session with the key highlights which were building VET excellence and National Education Policy 2020 and quality vocational education, curriculum designing and employability skills he emphasized, madam. In the last technical session, that is very excellent session, good practices and lessons learned in VET, chaired by our retired professor, Professor A.K. Sacheti, and rapporteur myself and Dr. V.K. Jain, our PSS CIV faculty member, madam. In this session, Mr. Rajneesh Sharma, from Haryana, highlighted how they will be practicing and implementing the good practices, madam. Mr. Suresh Thakur from the HP Himachal Pradesh, he emphasized and he explained how they are implementing and good practices followed in their vocational education system. Mr. Partha Das, officer on special duties, stressed on the setting up laboratories to impart hands-on skills to the students. He insisted the need of skill guidance for the vocational development. Dr. Mini ER, Assistant Director, VSC Thiruvananthapuram, focused on online skilling under the, especially for this COVID-19 pandemic period. Srimati Srilata, Program Officer from Karnataka, also shared the information about the achievements of Karnataka State. Dr. Shambhu Gadi, Deputy Director and Nodal Officer, Goa, emphasizing on the vocational education and training, he insisted the value of and implementation of Atmanirbhar Bharat through vocational education is a great job. In the last, this Miss Abhijita and this Sangamitra Das shared from the Assam how they are implementing good practices in their state. In the last, Dr. A.K. Sacheti concluded the session with the need of mapping up vocational system for the skill enhancement and income generation of youth in the nation is need of the hour. That purpose, all the stakeholders, all the teacher educators and school education, higher education, all are committed to do the put the efforts for implementing the all vocational education and skill development schemes in the country. Then only we will be reached the 50% the target of that NEP 2020. Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity. Actually, I really salute to our dynamic, the Jain directors are under his leadership. And I also salute to our V.S. Mehrotra. He put lot of efforts for conducting this program, and my colleague, the Mr. A. Palanivel, without their support and all our faculty and our staff members and our the technical persons and even Vadvani Foundation, without their help, I did not conduct smoothly and very efficiently without any hurdle. I conducted this 2 days. Actually, I feared how I conduct this program in the online mode. That is very new for us. I learned this year only because of this COVID-19 pandemic situation. With the help of our dynamic Jain directors, of we conducting the lot of training programs for the states, and we have dareness to conduct this national conference by through this virtual mode. Thank you one and all for support for success of this national conference. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. each and every ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Viraya. I think that was a very exhaustive report that you have presented. And yes, as Dr. Asfa is saying that you have been energetic throughout the presentation of that report, and that too at this time, 5:30, when usually the offices close down, and we are also down. But the kind of energy that you have demonstrated, that shows that if we have people like you, then the future of vocational education training is in yes, it's very bright. Yes. So I would now request the Honorable Chief Guest, Madam Vinita Agarwal ji, to please release this call for action that we have prepared as a which has emanated from the national conference. And our joint director, I would request our joint director, Professor Rajesh V. Khambayat, and Professor Heather, to please do the honor on behalf of the chief guest. Sir. Thank you. So I think all the participants are witness to this, and we would like to thank all the delegates for being part of this call for action. I'll quickly read out this call for action for information, and we would be also uploading this on the website of PSSCIV, besides the PowerPoint presentations of the speakers, as well as the report of this conference that you can have access on the dedicated web page of the website of PSSCIV. So the National Conference on Transforming Vocational Education Training for Excellence, Perspective and Challenges, organized by the PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education, Bhopal, in collaboration with UNESCO Univoc International Center, Bonn, and Colombo Plant Staff College for Technician Education, Manila, was held online on 25th and 26th March 2021. Around 1,219 delegates from 11 countries shared and deliberated upon the themes included in the conference and agreed to submit relevant authorities this declaration, hereafter referred to as 2021 Bhopal Vocational Education Declaration. Whereas we recognize that equipment youth through skills is an emergent concern which calls for conscious integrated actions to strengthen VT in meeting the changing demands of the labor market. Acknowledge that strengthening excellence in vocational education is essential for improving quality and benchmarking with others in order to define new strategies for future development. So likewise, we have given the recognition of values, realization to build a strong and sustainable relationships. So this declaration draws special attention to the following specific recommendations through deliberations, exchange of ideas and discussions in order to advance VT advocacy and transformation practices for excellence, increase investment in quality VT, putting VT excellence at the top of agenda and integrating it in the national policy so that we can have necessary funds for promotion of the vocational education training program. We need to equip our graduates with the skills of the 21st century. We need to have stakeholder engagement, which is very critical to achieve excellence in VT. Exchange and share knowledge, undertake research with greater emphasis on the development of innovative teaching and learning, the use of ICT tools, including augmented reality, virtual reality techniques and programs. Effective implementation of NEP 2020 recommendations require committed actions of stakeholders to meet the sustainable development goals of access and lifelong learning. We need to also establish strong and enduring relationships at both the local and national levels between the various VT communities and industries, in which interactions are reciprocal and mutually beneficial. So we all need a robust structural changes that are necessary in VT system to ensure holistic development of learners. This will lead to greater possibility of global and domestic mobility of skilled human capital. And if we want to make India the human capital of the world, we all to have to work together to achieve this goal. So I now invite our chief guest, Madam Vinita Agarwal, to please address us. Sorry, before that, I would request Professor Heather to just give a brief address to all of us and then the chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra. And respected our chief guest, Madam Agarwal, Joint Director, Dr. Khambayat, the coordinators, Dr. Malhotra, Haraniwell, and Dr. Varaya, and other participants, presenters in the conference, chairman of the various sessions. I should not speak a lot because I have already presented my paper, some comments earlier. Thank you, CIV, for organizing such a beautiful, effective, very well planned, what should I call, webinar, seminar, and conference. You conducted all that. And it was a pleasure to see that large number of people from different countries, very top people from industry, other organization, national and at national level, were able to contribute, present their papers here, talked about them, participated in the deliberations. And this focuses that there is a need for having a vocational education training program on a very large scale, not only at international level, but also within the country, in our country also. I think there is already a Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which is looking in this area. The Ministry of Education is also looking, as far as National Policy on Education 2020 is concerned, they have also emphasized the need for having emphasized on vocational education in the school system and other higher institutions. I hope that the future of the vocational education program in the country is bright, actually. I also feel that CIV is contributing the best in spite of a shortage of faculty within the institution. I think they are overworking themselves about it. Therefore, I feel that the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, the Government of India will try to support this institution fully by having more faculty members, more resources at their disposal. And if I feel that I should also say that the institute should establish its own extension center in different parts of the country, because the country is very large and approaching all corners of the country is a difficult thing. There is a problem of languages also, because vocational education at different levels has to be taught in their mother tongues also. So this institute needs large number of faculty, more extension centers in different parts of the country, so that they can consolidate this work, and the impact which the government is expecting from them on Skill India, I think that will become meaningful. Thank you very much for giving this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite our chief guest, Madam Vinita Agarwal, to please address us. Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Malhotra. So I'm really delighted to be part of this two-day national conference on transforming vocational education and training for excellence. And I congratulate PSS-CIV for organizing such an important conference. And it is apparent from the report, the conference report that was read out just now, that there has been intense discussion and exchange of experiences on a number of issues connected with vocational education and training. So I'll keep it very brief. I just I'm sure all these issues have already been discussed, that we know that India is a young country and the average age of the population is 29 years in India as compared to 40 years in USA, 46 in Europe, and 47 in Japan. That is one part of the thing. The second aspect is that although there is no unanimity on the precise numbers, it is expected that around 5 to 7 million young people enter the workforce every year without any formal training. Further, about 47% children in India drop out at the secondary school level, and they also end up in the workforce. So what we are talking about is training for a large number of people. So we need to have that kind of infrastructure if we want to translate this demographic dividend into some productive human resource. So that is the magnitude of the problem. And sure, there are a number of challenges as far as VET is concerned, but in the government, in the Ministry of Skill Development, we have been concentrating basically on 3 challenges. First, as I mentioned, is the scale, how to scale it up. Second, as was discussed, as Mr. Kambiat very beautifully summarized in his end presentation, that ensuring quality of the vocational training, and that also includes how do you match the demand and supply of training. And the third aspect is the aspirational value of vocational training. So on the infrastructure front, you all must be aware that first organized efforts towards skill training in India started way back in 1950s when we started with the ITI network. And that was followed up by a number of short-term training programs being launched in the country. So today, as a result of those efforts, we have about 15,000 plus industrial training institutes in the country, which have a seating capacity of about 30 lakh, that is about 3 million per year, annual. And we have about 5,000 training centers who are training about 70 to 80 lakh, that is 7 to 8 million youth every year. But considering the numbers, as I had mentioned, this is not enough. And of course, also the dropout rate in schools. So that is why it was felt essential that in the school itself, we should have vocational education and training. And a serious effort towards vocationalization of education was started in 1988. And I was fortunate to be a part of this process because I was in Ministry in Department of Education in 1992 and I also focused on implementing the schemes that were there for vocationalization of education. So this is on the scale front. Now, the new education policy that has come is talking about a number of reforms in the vocational education in schools. That is very encouraging, and I think that is the need of the hour. While this is so, one very important aspect that I would like to draw attention to is that in India, the vocational education and training, majority of it is public funded and private production, matched with private production. Now, this is a very dangerous combination. We are spending a lot of public funds, but much of it is implemented by private players. And therefore, in such a scenario, in the absence of any specific quality assurance mechanisms or regulatory mechanisms, the outcomes have not been as desired. In fact, they have not been optimal. So that leads us to the question of how do you ensure quality in the vocational training program. Now for that, we have been working on the quality issues for a number of years, but in the recent, I can say 10 years or so, there has been a sea change. And I can see it because I was in education in 1990s and today now we are we are in 2021. So I can see a sea change in what has happened. The first major reform that happened was, I'm sure you all discussed it in your sessions, is the notification of the National Skill Qualification Framework in December 2013. And today, over 4,000 qualifications have been aligned to this NSQF. Mr. Kambiat mentioned about the need for, digital, the importance of the digital literacy, financial literacy. So realizing all that in the qualification framework, a lot of changes keep happening as required by the time. So what we have done is that some modules what we call national occupational standards, have been included in each qualification, which addresses needs of digital literacy, financial literacy, and even entrepreneurship, because not so many jobs are available in the market. So we have to prepare people for having their own enterprises also. Then, as you are aware, in 2014, Ministry of Skill Development was set up as an independent ministry to coordinate all skilling efforts in the country. The third important reform is been in the Industry Connect. So everybody's talked about how to bring industry to the table. Unlike West, where the industry plays a very proactive role, in a country like India, we find that the industry shies from playing this active role. So it is the government that had to step in to develop some mechanisms for improving the participation of industry. So sector skill councils were created by government through NSDC, and basically these were set up as industry-led bodies, and they were supposed to bring in industry for development of qualifications, for on-the-job training, for placements, for facilitating apprenticeship training. So today we have about 39 sector skill councils in the country. Then the major reform that has happened is establishing National Council for Vocational Education and Training, which I represent, which was notified in December 2018. Now, this is looked upon as a unified regulator for skill development efforts in the country. So we are looking at establishing minimum standards for the functioning of all entities who are engaged in this space, and a lot of processes have already been put in place, and some of them, the work is still going on in this direction. This is a whole new area where we've done a lot of work, and we could have a separate session sometimes later on this issue in more detail. So this is the second aspect. So this is about quality, that what we are trying to do. Then the third aspect that I would touch upon is the aspirational. We all know that in India, it is not aspirational to do vocational education. So this is taken as a measure of last choice. If you cannot get into any academic course, you go for vocational training. Now, this is not something which is peculiar only to India, but in India, somehow it happens to be much more. So there are sociological and cultural reasons for that, but I'm not going to that. If I look at two economic issues, why this would happen. One, in India, somehow there is no skills wage premium. The industry is not willing to give you higher salary if you have some kind of skill training. So there could be various reasons for that. One, the industry does not have faith in the quality of the product. So unless they see the person working, they are not able to offer them a skill wage. The second reason could also be that we are a supply-driven economy. We have so many people, numbers. So industry prefers, to have unskilled people whom they don't have to pay that much, and moreover, they can train as per their requirement. So these reasons could be there. So, but it is the fact that it is not aspirational. That is one. If suppose the industry was giving you a higher salary because your certificate carried a value, then obviously many people would be attracted towards going in for skill training. The second reason is, of course, that, when I was in education, I used to get letters from students where they used to say that, our life is ruined because we are at a dead end and we don't know what to do after class 12 and doing a vocational course. So the perception is that you come to a dead end if you've done vocational training. So at that time, I didn't know how to deal with it, because actually there was nothing that was actually available to students who came out of the vocational stream. But things have really changed since then. A number of vertical, horizontal pathways is something that we have been working on, so that is an option which a child can willingly opt for, knowing that all the avenues are not closed for me. So it is still in process, but like, for instance, some changes have already come about. For instance, a student who has done an industrial training institute training program of 2 years after 8th or 10th can get a mainstream education certificate by just undertaking, say, 2 subjects as a bridge course and appearing in the exams only for 2 subjects. For the rest, he or she gets credits for his ITI training. So similarly, we know that ITI students can also go into second year of polytechnics, do a diploma, and diploma ones can go to a second year of engineering. All those pathways are there. The missing link in this whole exercise is that we need to have a credit framework. so that credits from a short-term training can be translated into a long-term training and also movement to the academic world. So that kind of credit framework NCVT is working upon in consultation with AICTE, UGC, and the school education. Then another important initiative that has been taken so that it becomes aspirational is, the integration of VET in the schools happened long back, but now the universities thankfully have stepped in, and they are also now coming up with some programs and emphasizing the importance of vocational education. So we have BVOC programs being introduced by a number of universities since 2014, and in 2019, a scheme was launched in coordination with Ministry of Skill Development, wherein these students who pass out of non-technical courses like BA, BSc, or BCom, they have opportunities to work on apprenticeship programs. So these they have add-on apprenticeship program where after a 3-year course, they can do 1 year or 6 months of apprenticeship training, or embedded apprenticeship programs where a BVOC program or a BBA, maybe a BBA, a BA program can have 1 session or 1 semester of practical training, apprenticeship training, and 1 semester of classroom learning. So these programs were launched in 2019. How well they are doing, that is still to be estimated. So that is another aspect. Then skill universities have been set up. There are 8 skill universities which have come up. Now these universities are also offering BVOC programs. They're offering many flexi skill development programs, and they are also contemplating MVOC and PhD programs. So this is another development that is happening in our country. So while we put focus on, so these are some of the areas that have, some measures that have been taken to make skills aspirational. And I may also mention that as far as improving the quality is concerned and bringing industry on the table is concerned, so all those steps will take time, has been taking time, but we are putting a lot of focus on apprenticeship training in the short run to fix this issue of quality. You see, apprenticeship training, many of you would know that we already have an Apprentices Act, and which mandates industry to engage apprentices. But somehow there has been, I would not say it's only the industry that is to blame, it is also the implementation of the act that has to be blamed. So the perception, the lack of trust between the two set of, the government and the industry, the Apprentices Act did not take off. So a number of changes we are trying to introduce, some reforms in the Apprentices Act, so that the employer gets the confidence that nobody is running after them, they are not being penalized for not doing something. So not to look at the government as somebody who's going to trouble them. So a lot of reforms are working in that place. And secondly, the government introduced a scheme for apprenticeship training in which part of the stipend that the employer has to pay is shared by the government. So that is another initiative that we have taken. So while all these things are being done, obviously new challenges keep coming up every now and then in vocational space. Like you mentioned about, digitalization, we're talking about Industry 4.0, we are talking about artificial intelligence. So how do you update your qualifications to bring in all that into skill training remains a challenge. Now, COVID has also thrown up new challenges on how do you have online programs, how do you do the practical training, which is through online programs. So these are some of the things we are looking at. And as I mentioned, credit framework. And one thing I always feel is that, when we talk about vocational education and training in the school system, and we talk about skill development programs or VET outside the school system, so all these efforts need to be integrated. So what we are talking about is a continuum. So if we look at everything in a integrated manner, it will be beneficial for the students because they will have many more opportunities, many more avenues. It will be useful from the point of sharing of resources and infrastructure. For instance, if we link schools to the ITI in the vicinity. Now, ITI is well equipped. It has good infrastructure. It has trainers. Government has spent so much of money on them. If that can be shared by the school, the children who are doing VET in schools will also benefit out of it. And the vast infrastructure in terms of SSCs and whatever is happening outside the school system that can be utilized
It's 18
for
hours.
giving some kind of further practical training to our vet students in school. So I think we need to work together and look at it as a whole rather than two different pockets just because we are part of two different ministries. So that I think is very, very important. So these are some of my thoughts and some of the initiatives I thought I will share with you. And anybody who would like to discuss anything later, anytime, most welcome. We can have, because each one of them is a topic. Each one is, we are working on various reforms. So each one is a topic in itself. These are just a highlights. I thought I will touch upon them. So I'm sure that all participants would have been enriched by discussions in this conference and mutual exchange of information and experience. And I hope that the ideas and lessons that you would have learned in this conference do not remain within the four walls of this webinar and this conference here. Don't leave it here. Please take it with you and try and utilize it for bringing about some changes in your own institution, because these are some of the challenges that we really need to address. Mr. Khambiar also mentioned about trainers. And of course, it's a big issue. Trainers, assessors, these are all big issues, which NCVT is already looking at, and how do we work on those issues. So we are already into it. We are already working on this. So, and I also hope that this discussion, this exchange of ideas will continue through various mechanisms. PSSCIV can look at some mechanisms on how to keep it alive, because this is an evolving field and we can really learn from each other's experience, and even sharing of information. There are a lot of things which one side may not know. So unless we know about it, how can we utilize it? So I think it's this exchange of information should continue. So with this, I would like to thank PSSCIV once again for organizing this wonderful conference and for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. I think we have a lot of work to do now in this vocational education and training ecosystem. And as you have rightly said, that we have to work on each of these topics, and the institutions have to take that lead. And this conference is definitely going to provide them a lot of information through the report that we will be bringing out. We'll be putting it on the website of PSSCIV. I now invite our colleague, Shri A. Palnivelji, to please give the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Mehrotra. Good evening and namaskar to everyone. Respected chief guest in the closing ceremony, Madam Vinita Agarwal, Executive Member of the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, New Delhi. Respected Professor Haider, our ex-Joint Director, PSSCAV, Professor Asfaji, and Professor Mehrotra, Professor Viraya, my colleagues, Professor Ravichandran, and all other friends. I feel honored to conclude the 2 days national conference on transforming vocational education and training for excellence, perspective and challenges. Like earlier, what our joint director, Professor Mehrotra, Professor Haidarji, all other friends, they were telling, these 2 days discussion was very, very useful and fruitful, because the speakers and panelists and the chairpersons, they were all from the eminent, and they were all educationists, and they put forward their past experiences. Almost every one of them had almost 20 to 25 years of experience in the field of education, especially vocational education. It was very useful to all of us. And even though our joint director was giving the vote of thanks from his side, and from the co-organizer side and co-coordinator side, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all those who helped either directly or indirectly for making this conference a very success. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks first to our Honorable Director, NCRT, Professor Sridhar Srivastavaji for giving all support in organizing this national conference. And also I would like to give my sincere thanks to Professor Tangaraju, Director, NITTTR Bhopal. During his inaugural session, he was insisting about the green skills. And also he said, even though he planned to come for few hours for this program, but keeping in view the schedule and the programs and the experts and the panelists, he said that he wanted to continue for another 2 days. So we are very much thankful to you, sir. And I would like to thank our chief guest for the inaugural sessions and Madam Choi, UNESCO Uniwork, representing the UNESCO Uniwork, and Mr. Ram Hari from CPSC for giving their valuable guidance during the inaugural session. I would like to thank my sincere thanks to Vinita Agarwal Madam in this concluding ceremony. Madam, actually, it was almost like a refresher course for us because we are all working for almost more than 20 years in the vocational education and training. You are also involved in this vocational education programs, and we all feel delighted and encouraged, enriched by your lectures and your guidance. Also, I would like to thank our Professor S.Z. Haider and our ex-joint director, PSSB Bhopal. Even when he was as a joint director also, he used to give full support to us. And whatever program we wanted to do, whatever we want to do, he used to give his maximum support. And this time also, when we wanted that he should come and give the presentation for share his experiences to our delegates. And he was very kind enough to accept, even though he had some problems in the network problems and connectivity problem. And he had come to this institute and he gave a good lectures and he shared his experiences. Especially he was talking much about the dropouts. And even though there are so many people are dropping out, they are not dropping out, they are leaving the system due to various reasons. For them also, as a countryman, we should do something for them so that they will also have their livelihood and it will be productivity, it will be good for the society. It is a good session, sir. We are very much thankful to you, sir, for giving your guidance and your support and your ideas for the improving the vocational education program. And I would like to thank our joint director, Professor Rajesh P. Kambayat. And from the last 2-3 months, when there was when this program was scheduled for 25th and this 26th March, and every time he used to review about all the activities to be conducted and to be done for this training programs, this conference. And starting from identifying the experts. See, we are all not much experienced in identifying the experts. He had a lot of international exposure and he was in Manila, Philippines, and he had a lot of international exposure and he had a lot of contacts with different experts. Using that contact and his expertise, he identified the panelists, he identified the speakers, he identified the chairpersons, and all these people we all witnessed during these 2 days programs, they took a lot of effort in presenting the papers and sharing their experiences. Only the issue was the time. They could not spend much time, and we have to limit. Yes, a rapporteur or chairperson has to limit the time. Every time selling, sir, now you can wrap it out because the time is going. So they took a lot of effort. That all credit goes to our joint director for identifying the good persons. And whenever we want to do any other activities for sending the letters and for any other arranging this venue and for the Wi-Fi facilities, on the electricity bills, every day we after 6 o'clock, after the office hours, 6 to 7 o'clock, we all used to sit and review how far we have progressed and what is today's registration, how many 200, 500, 700, 900, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 like that. So we are just counting the registration. First we thought, we may get maximum of 1,000 people only. But then when the number is nearing 1,000, then we thought it may be difficult to do it in these things. Then we could identify Mr. Vadava Foundation and we requested them that to help us for the Zoom meetings, and they were very kind enough and for accepting our joint director's request, and they were helping it. And all other activities. And whenever we go with any issues to him, immediately he will solve. See, some cases, even the panelists and speakers and chairpersons, they accepted first, but they could not come due to some reasons. So no, that also he has helped us. So thank you very much, sir, for all your guidance and support and your encouragement. And I also express my thanks to our conference partners, UNESCO, UNIVOC, Colombo Plan Staff College for providing all support in making the conference very success. And also I would like to give my sincere thanks and warm appreciation to all our chairpersons and about the speakers and the rapporteurs, and for sparing times and giving the valuable suggestions and guidance for during this conference. Also, I'd like to give warm appreciation to Professor Mehrutaraji, and like what we used to discuss with the JD also, I used to go to him, and myself and Viraji used to go to him for guidance and things. Whenever we go to him, and he immediately used to immediately help us. And sometimes, at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we send the mail to him. Some of the things we send it to him, for example, about the messages and other things we send it to him. Immediately, even it's 12 o'clock, he reads and immediately gets back to us and sends a reply, or as soon as we come in the morning, he used to give the guidance for this purpose. And we are very much thankful, Mehrutaraji, for your guidance and support. And I would like to thank Professor P. Viraya, like, even though he has 20 years of experience, and he still, I feel that he is very young, and he joined before 20 years back. And always he is very active, energetic, and he never gets tension. You tell anything, he will listen it and he will go it. And he wanted that things to happen, and for the benefit of the institute and vocational education, he is working hard. And like what he was telling is during his report, he was also afraid, and we are also afraid whether we can do this program nicely, whether the program can be successful, not successful, whether we will get full cooperation, or whether we will get any problems. And even though in the initial we had some fear, but all because of the support of all other people, that we could get this program success. And thanks to Viraji also, and thanks to our ICT teams, and Mr. Vinod Soniji and Saurabh and Israr and Karanji, and all our people in the technical team. Danish, they will come, the JD office will come separately. So yeah, Mr. Actually, photographer will come next. ICT. So this, I'm very much thankful to ICT team also. Yes, we are also worried if any electricity goes, what to do. Sometimes, there is a problem with the connectivity. If it goes, what to do. And every day, whenever Soniji comes, ICT comes, sir, I think today we have done like this, today we have done like this, tomorrow we'll do like this. And in case of any electricity problem, we'll do it. And any network problem, we'll do it. So they were more worried than us. Even though we had the worried about the academic things, they were more worried about these technical aspects. And now we are very much thankful to all our ICT teams. And we are very much thankful also to Mr. Akshay. And he is a very good photographer, and he covers very nicely, and he takes the picture very nicely and puts in this our website, and also in our institute cameras and everywhere display. He shows it. I am thankful to Mr. Akshay also. And I am thankful to our JD office, Mr. Praveen and Mr. Danish. See, even this conference, whenever we want to send the letters, most of the letters are sent from the JD office, and Mr. Praveen used to sit late and do it, everything. Sometimes in the phone also in the night, we will used to discuss about things. We have to send this, we have to send this. So he was very kind enough to do all the things, and he used to always do it in a very smiling face. When I was Praveen ji, we have to do this work, we have to do this. He always smiles and does the work. And Mr. Danish also, when we were doing this handbook and about this brochure and about all these things, even sometimes at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, we used to sit sometimes with dinner, sometimes without dinner, and sometimes with tea, without tea. And we are all working. We are very much thankful to Mr. Praveen and Mr. Danis and all other data entry operators. And I am very much thankful to our own faculty department, business and commerce faculty department, faculty members and staff, Mr. Abhishek Singh and Mr. Shahu, Sunil Shahu, Dr. Tina and Mr. Divya, and data and operators, Mr. Arender and Sunija madam, and who is the office manager in our department. We all work like a family. Even though we have, as far as my knowledge goes, and we never had any misunderstanding. We all worked as a one family. They all supported a lot for making this program very success. Thank you very much to all my friends. And also I would like to thank all other faculty members and who are directly and indirectly involved. And also I would like to thank the non-teaching staff in the administration and about the housekeeping and in the security. And everyone was working. Sometimes it's not visible, but they are all working to make the program very success. And finally, I would like to thank all the online and delegates and who are now attending this program throughout the world, and to all the chairpersons, all the speakers, all the panelists for making this program very success. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much, Palivel Sarji. I think we would all like to thank you for the vote of thanks and also for the support and guidance that you have given all through this national conference. So I once again thank you, thank all the delegates who have joined us through this online mode of, or I would say the virtual mode that we are living in because of this COVID-19 pandemic, this national conference on technical and vocational education training. So we have all discussed about the challenges and perspectives, especially with regard to the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. And it's now time to say goodbye to you, but it's going to be a new beginning for all of us because we have to implement the recommendations of the national conference that has been assembled as call for action. And that will be available on the website of PSSCIV. So I would request everyone to please keep on visiting us on the website and see the transformation in vocational education training. Thank you one and all. Namaskar and have a great evening and the weekend.
I just want to congratulate this institute. This is PSSCIV Central Institute. P is a key word here. Why I am saying this at the end of this, because as the NEP 2020 is aligned to SDGs, and there are 5 P's. You all know that: people, planet, peace, prosperity, and partnership. And all these 5 components, which is they are being taken very good care by the 6th P, that is PSSCI.
Wow.
So,
Thank you to PSSCIB's faculty. Thank you very much. Madam Vinita Agarwal, perhaps you recall me that
I do remember.
yes.
I do remember.
After that, after I left the NCRT, I joined government of Rajasthan as advisor for 12 years.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and that skill developed. The people who are there in your corporation, large number of people, they were with me as part of the exchanger.
Okay.
And they have moved to NSDC. And we worked for almost 12 years and set up a good system. But after that, I said, you leave me. I'm already 75. Now I'm 78. I remember you sent me New Zealand. And for that, you got me the TNDA for that purpose. I still remember. One day I wanted to take appointment of yours when I was in Delhi, but somehow I could not get your telephone. Your PA did not connect me. Yes, I just wanted to talk to you because there are certain things which we still can talk.
Yeah, sure. You're most welcome whenever you come again to Delhi.
I'll come in some DPS meeting. I'm member of DPS few schools. So they generally conduct, but because of the COVID, for last 1 year, we couldn't come. Next time when I come, I'll come and see you there.
Surely.
Thank you very much. I still enjoy when I see Vinita Agarwal. So positive lady. Thank you very much.
Good to connect. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Namaskar.